The stars weep blood as the crimson comet rends the heavens, and the dragon is brought back to the realm of mortals by the Targaryen family. Yet this time, the dragon is no longer the sole sovereign of the skies. In this year, a frail and easily oppressed people welcome their savior. O kin, in the name of the eternal sky, unleash a massacre. Chapter 1. The stars weep blood, the plains of Lazarin. The town, ravaged and pillaged, is a tableau of harrowing human tragedy. The echoes of screams and wails have ceased, not for a moment. By the roadside, a boy who appeared lifeless suddenly jolts upright from the ground. He gasps for breath in great heaving breaths. What the hell? The boy stares in bewilderment at his surroundings. Suddenly, a torrent of memories floods his mind, twisting his features in confusion. After a prolonged moment, he finally comprehends his plight. His true name is Su Kun, a graduate student in biology from Blue Star in the early 22nd century. In the mid-21st century, the technological development of Blue Star stagnated. It was not until over 50 years later that new breakthroughs began to emerge. Among these, the advancement of biotechnology has been the most rapid, with gene modification, optimization, and enhancement technologies progressing at an astonishing pace. As a favored disciple of his mentor, he had the fortune to participate in a premier biological experiment under the guise of a water cooler attendant. The laboratory he belonged to aimed to utilize gene modification and fusion technologies to create the mythical creature known as the griffin. The Central Laboratory's original objective was the legendary dragon of the Celestial Empire, yet several critical technologies, such as ultra-low-density bodily structures, remained elusive. Ultimately, they had to settle for the most suitable 5 creatures: griffin, wyvern, dragon, tautai, and nine-tailed fox, with 5 respective teams assigned to each. Among them, the griffin and wyvern were the least technically demanding projects, boasting a success rate of over 90%. However, during the experimentation, a sudden machinery malfunction occurred. Unbeknownst to him, a rogue individual had pushed him, and he was engulfed by the flames of the ensuing explosion. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his present form. After processing the memories of his former self, Su Kun immediately grasped the situation. He had been reborn into the world of the American drama titled Game of Thrones. He had watched this series during a drought of engaging shows. It was adapted from a novel that was said to be a classic of the last century. Fortunately, he still retained considerable knowledge of the series' plot. Though the real world may not unfold precisely as the narrative dictates, at the very least, it offers him a semblance of comfort. The only discomfort arises from his current identity, a Lazarin from the continent of Essos. The Lazarin people inhabit the plains of Lazarin, living a semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic existence, relying on sheep herding and farming for sustenance. Yet their disposition is exceedingly weak. In a continent where slavery prevails, the Lazarin people have become the chosen ones of servitude, with many eager to capture two for sale. In the face of pillaging, the Lazarin people can only cry out and pray, resembling lambs in their helplessness. Thus, they have earned the moniker of sheep people from a more ferocious nomadic tribe. Their frail character is also closely tied to the beliefs of the Lazarin. They revere the supreme shepherd, believing that all individuals in the world are but lambs of the supreme shepherd. This ideology gradually led the Lazarin people to become feeble. Rubbing his brow, he now bore the name Haritan, age 14. His previous incarnation had accompanied his parents to this small town to trade salt and iron, only to unexpectedly encounter the Dothraki. This encounter rendered him an orphan. Damn it, those horse-riding bastards even snatched away the jerky and rye. His previous self had met his demise at the hands of the horsemen, an event that facilitated his transmigration. However, it was precisely because of his predecessor's death that he was spared from being captured and sold to slavers. Had he begun his journey as a slave, rising in such a world would have been exceedingly difficult. The Dothraki, known as the Horse People, are true nomads, valiant and warlike. They survive through herding and pillaging, with a moral compass and sense of shame vastly different from those of civilized nations. Haritan suddenly noticed 2 bird eggs, each the size of a fist, to his right. With delight, he carefully examined the 2 eggs, and after a moment, he confirmed his suspicions. He then hastily squeezed his injured calf, enduring the pain, and let his blood drip onto the 2 griffin eggs. To his astonishment, these 2 griffin eggs had also traversed through time with him. In his past life, Su Kun regarded the water cooler as merely a side occupation. His true responsibility lay in data organization. Although he did not directly partake in specific research and development, He had perused a considerable amount of information regarding griffin eggs during his data compilation. These two griffin eggs would hatch into a male and a female thunder griffin. The thunder griffin is a fusion of genes from dozens of creatures from Blue Star, further optimized in its design. Due to this genetic amalgamation, beyond their traditional griffin appearance, they can grow to a staggering 40 meters and live for at least 3 centuries. The thunder griffins reach sexual maturity at 20 years of age, at which point their size nears its zenith. In the subsequent 2 centuries, their muscles continue to develop, and their bones become lighter yet more resilient. Only after reaching the age of 300 do their bodily functions begin to decline. Furthermore, griffins possess the ability to emit high-voltage electric fields, enabling indiscriminate attacks. Such formidable artificial beings are safeguarded against potential loss of control through genetic restrictions. Researchers injected a defective virus into the genes of the thunder griffin. This virus necessitates that the griffin eggs require human genes to compensate for the deficiencies caused by the virus during their hatching. Once the first individual pours their blood onto the initial griffin egg, all subsequent eggs must rely on that person's lineage for successful hatching. This was the reason Haritan, despite his injuries, was determined to extract sufficient blood from his wound. If a griffin egg were to fall upon a corpse and become tainted by its blood, Haritan would likely be infuriated beyond measure. A griffin hatched under such conditions, even if raised from a young age, would prove impossible to tame. Just as Haritan was lost in thought while cradling the 2 griffin eggs, a small girl's voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. "Father, I want him. He looks so handsome." At the sound of the little girl's voice, Haritan instinctively looked up. Before him, a horse-drawn carriage had come to an unexpected halt. However, it was not a horse pulling the cart, but rather a middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman pushing the cart behind him. A 10-year-old girl stood before him, hands on her hips, with a large hunchbacked basket slung across her back. Her hair was tousled, her skin rough, yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Haliton cast another glance at the disheveled farming tools and supplies on the cart, and an understanding dawned upon him. According to the memories of his former self, the Raza Plains lay to the south of the Dothraki Sea, a semi-desolate expanse of wilderness. The Raza Plains boasted numerous pastures and hills, originally home to over 10 million Razalan people. However, as other races discovered the Razalans' meek nature, they became coveted as quality slaves, leading to a rapid decline in their population. No one has ever recorded the current number of Razalan people. It is simply known that over the past few decades, encounters with large Raza tribes have become increasingly rare. To ensure the survival of their lineage, after a tribe is attacked, many would take in the surviving children. These children represent invaluable labor. Small towns formed through trade gatherings became prime targets for Dothraki raids, resulting in some towns being pillaged, leaving behind children who narrowly escaped the searches, while their parents vanished without a trace. Some Razalan families would adopt these children, particularly boys, as they were in high demand. Families with only daughters would often select outstanding boys to bring home and raise. Chapter 2. A Second Chance at Life. Before Haliton could fully comprehend the situation, he was lifted onto the cart by the girl's father. After briefly tending to his wounds, the man spoke. "I see you sitting there in a daze. Your parents are likely gone, so you might as well come with me." Without allowing Haliton a chance to respond, he turned to pull the cart away. Haliton recognized this custom among the Razalan and felt a sense of relief. The fact that this family was willing to take in an injured individual simply because of the girl's words indicated that their hearts were not entirely unkind. In this era, an injured youth often equated to a mouth that would consume resources without contributing, posing a considerable burden to a family. Haliton was not the type to regard himself as superior due to his circumstances. Truthfully, being taken in by them felt like a reprieve from death itself. After all, if no one had rescued him, he would have been left to fend for himself. Griffin eggs require at least a week to hatch after absorbing human blood, providing him with assistance. It would be a daunting challenge for a 14-year-old boy with a wounded leg to survive for a week in a town that resembled ruins. Haliton harbored no absolute certainty that he could endure. Moreover, he was merely a passerby in this world, with no narrative threads connecting him to its unfolding events. Any mishap was a possibility. Being brought into this family was tantamount to receiving a lifeline. Lost in thought, the little girl bounced over to his side. "Hello, my name is Cammy." Her smile arched her large eyes into crescent moons. Cammy's appearance was unremarkable, yet her radiant smile added a charm that eased Haliton's spirits. "Hello, You can call me Halaton. Harleton engaged in conversation with the 10-year-old girl, gradually uncovering the circumstances of her family. Her father was named Piro, and her mother was called Nika. The young girl, now 11, went by the name of Cami. Together with a dozen other families, they formed a small tribe residing in the southwestern corner of the Laza Plain. This location, while distant from the Dothraki grasslands, frequently encountered slave-catching squads from Slave Bay. Their initial intention upon arriving in the town was to barter for salt, yet upon their arrival, they were met with a scene they had not anticipated. Salt was unattainable, leaving them only the option to scavenge for useful items to bring back home. It was due to the town's plundering that Piro suggested to Cami she could select a boy to take back as a husband. Cami was not averse to this idea, as her mother Nika had been chosen by her father in a similar manner. The Laza people bore bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of the Dothraki. However, they were generally shorter in stature, with flatter faces. Harleton, perhaps, possessed some genetic traits from other ethnicities. His complexion was relatively lighter, his features more pronounced, and he appeared significantly more handsome than the average Laza individual. In truth, Piro had no desire to bring back an injured boy. Yet, overwhelmed by his affection for Cami and noticing Harleton's seemingly good health, he ultimately decided to take him along. His love for his daughter made it impossible for him to refuse, especially when he saw the sparkle in her eyes at the sight of Harleton. Fortunately, Harleton was no longer as foolish as he had seemed upon their first encounter. He engaged with Cami effortlessly, displaying no signs of hesitation. This indicated that his mind was likely intact. Unbeknownst to Harleton, who was being perceived as a simpleton, he continued to answer Cami's questions. "Is that a bird egg you're holding? It looks quite large," Cami inquired curiously, pointing at the 2 griffin eggs in Harleton's hands. "Oh, this is a gift from the Supreme Shepherd. I am a friend of the Supreme Shepherd," he replied. "Huh, then I must be the wife of a god." She laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Are you so certain I will become your husband?" Harleton chuckled in return. After this interaction, he found himself quite fond of Caminot in a romantic sense, but simply because he found her endearing. "Of course, I will take you home, and I will care for you, thereby making you my husband. My father did the same when he brought my mother home," Cami declared confidently. Harleton cast a surprised glance at the man named Piro, realizing why he had encouraged Cami to choose a boy to bring back. Piro seemed to sense Harleton's gaze, and, without turning, remarked, "Nika is approximately 10 years my junior. When I first encountered her, her tribe had just been ravaged, and 6-year-old Nika had narrowly escaped the massacre." Upon hearing her husband's words, Nika addressed Halaton, saying, "Rest assured, we shall raise you as our own son, and in due time, Cami shall be wed to you." They had never entertained the notion that Halaton might decline the proposal to marry Cami, for in recent decades, this had become a near tradition among the Laza people. Moreover, without their support, Halaton would likely struggle to survive, as soon enough, even the bird's egg cradled in his arms would be taken from him. The fading sun cast a desolate hue over the grasslands. Yet, the sunset was fleeting, and, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Halaton finally arrived at Cami's dwelling. However, among the nomadic shepherds, the concept of a home was merely a simple tent. In a tribe like the one to which Piro belonged, composed of several small families, there was no capital for farming. They could only wander and graze across the vast expanse of land. With Piro's assistance, Halaton entered the tent. The interior was a chaotic assortment of belongings, with a rudimentary bed hastily assembled. "You and Cami shall reside here for the night. I will set up another tent," Piro declared as he laid Halaton upon the bed and subsequently departed. He had much work ahead, including organizing the miscellaneous items he had collected from the town. Cami, having set down her burden, joyfully bounced to Halaton's side. Halaton found himself perplexed. How could this little girl, who had carried such a heavy load all day, still exude such vivacity? Halaton, what would you like for dinner?" "We have some leftover mutton jerky that father said we could eat," she inquired eagerly. "I am amenable to anything, but it should be well cooked, if you please," Halaton replied, his tone imbued with a hint of supplication. He understood the harsh realities of life for the lower-class citizens in this world, where sustenance was often barely palatable. Thus, he sought only a dish that was tender enough to swallow. "Very well, I shall prepare it right away," Cami chirped before bouncing away once more. Watching Cami depart with such exuberance, Halaton exhaled a sigh of relief. According to the memories of his past life, although he was uncertain of the current year, The slave bay had yet to be liberated. Hence, the narrative had not yet commenced in earnest. He found himself presented with numerous choices ahead. Chapter 3, Choices. The narrative, as inferred from its title, revolves around the power struggles among the nobility of Westeros. However, one of the protagonists, Daenerys Targaryen, known as the Mother of Dragons, embarks on her journey on the continent of Essos. After hatching 3 dragons, thought to be extinct for a century, Daenerys undergoes significant growth, resolutely aspiring to return to Westeros with her army and dragons to reclaim the throne that rightfully belongs to House Targaryen. In her early days, Daenerys lacked governance experience and political acumen among her followers, which led to a gradual decline in her control after conquering the great city of Meereen in Slaver's Bay. Yet, she is indeed a protagonist. Eventually, Daenerys masters her dragon sons, leveraging their might to vanquish the slave masters and ultimately return to Westeros. Thus, Halton's first choice is to rely on his 1,000-year advantage and knowledge to win Daenerys' favor, aiding her in solidifying her rule and reclaiming Westeros. Achieving a hereditary dukedom would not be difficult, as Daenerys is quite generous towards capable individuals in her ranks. Alternatively, he could seek allegiance with the current king of Westeros, Robert Baratheon. However, for Halton, this choice appears utterly foolish. Even with the Griffins, he has no desire to confront dragons. In terms of combat prowess, dragons are no less formidable than griffins, and the intense heat of dragon fire poses a significant threat to feathered creatures like the griffin. After dismissing these options, he seems to be left with one final choice, to declare himself king. Halton's gaze shifts towards the griffin eggs. The might of the griffin is unquestionable, having integrated the genes of numerous species and undergone enhancements. Even in the face of dragons, they remain undaunted. Thus, he possesses both confidence and conviction to establish his own power. The Raza Plains are fertile for grazing and cultivation, complemented by a river named Skazadin, providing a solid foundation for nation building. Coupled with his identity as a Rosalyn, he could unite the Rosalyn people on the plains, leveraging the Griffins to establish a formidable empire unifying the continent of Essos. As for the inherent weaknesses of the Rosalyn people, Halton remains unconcerned. He believes that through a dual baptism of ideology and bloodshed, combined with religious faith and the pursuit of interests, any seemingly weak nation can transform into a bloodthirsty and warlike force. With his resolve set, Halton establishes his objective, although this path requires starting from scratch. He is merely 14 years old, still youthful and with ample time. Cammy, quick in her tasks, soon entered with a bowl of sticky food. It was a porridge made from rye, a delicacy we usually reserved for special occasions, enriched with dried mutton. "Let me feed you," she insisted, approaching Halton. "No need. My leg is injured, not my hands." "I can manage," he replied. "Absolutely not. You are my man. My mother was injured, and my father cared for her. So I shall do the same for you." Observing the resolute expression on the young girl's face, Halton sensed that she perhaps had yet to fully grasp the concept of marriage. However, he could not resist her determination and ultimately relented, allowing her to tend to him. To speak candidly, although the taste is rather unpalatable, it is not so dreadful as to be inedible. In an era where merely satisfying one's hunger is a luxury, he finds himself quite content. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. At Harridan's behest, Cammy diligently tends to his wounds each day according to his instructions, significantly reducing the risk of inflammation and allowing for gradual healing. However, Haritan is not inclined to squander his time in bed. The griffin eggs are treasures, not only enhancing physical attributes comprehensively but also possessing healing properties. He has a premonition that the 2 little creatures are on the verge of hatching. They are 3 days overdue, a delay he finds fortunate, as being taken in by Cammy's family as a son-in-law has proven invaluable. Otherwise, enduring 10 days in his current condition would have been quite unbearable. Just as he ponders this, the griffin egg he has kept close by begins to stir, followed by the sound of cracking shells. To his delight, 2 brown little beings emerge from their shells in succession. The 2 are nearly identical in appearance, boasting eagle heads and lion bodies, with sharp eagle talons and a pair of massive wings at their shoulders. Their calls are distinctly different, to facilitate identification of their genders. The vocalizations of griffins vary. The male's call resonates like a dragon's roar, capable of traveling great distances, while the female's call resembles an eagle's screech, sharp and penetrating. After affectionately nuzzling Haritan, the 2 little ones turn to consume the remnants of their shells. With quick reflexes, Haritan seizes a fragment of the shell, knowing that even a morsel will yield benefits. When Cammy prepares dinner later that evening, he plans to discreetly add the shell piece to the pot. Haritan is not a selfish individual. Cammy's family has saved his life, and he feels a natural inclination to repay their kindness. With this thought in mind, Haritan glances at the sky and declares to the 2 little ones, "From now on, you you shall be named Uranus and Zeus. After you finish the eggshell, you may hunt freely nearby, but for now, you must remain hidden. The design of the Griffin project took every aspect into account, including increasing the survival rates of the young griffins. The solution lies within the eggshell, which not only has strengthening effects but also stimulates growth. However, to prevent exploitation by those with ulterior motives, the growth stimulation is effective solely for animals, rendering it ineffective for humans. At this moment, the young griffins, having consumed the eggshell, have reached a size of approximately half a meter, excluding their tails. It won't be long before they digest the remnants in their stomachs. And at that time, their length will reach about 1 meter, granting them the ability to hunt independently. Harriet does not wish to keep the young griffins by his side for nurturing, as even juvenile griffins are not invincible. If they were to attract unwanted attention, Harriet's current circumstances would not allow him to protect them effectively. The young griffins are remarkably intelligent, possessing an intellect comparable to that of a 15-year-old human. Though they may not comprehend his words, they grasp the essence of his intentions. After licking Harriet's hand affectionately, the two little ones exit the tent. As he watched the two departing griffins, Halidin couldn't shake off a lingering sense of worry. However, griffins are not akin to household dogs. If Halidin were to take the two young griffins with him, it wouldn't be long before they attracted unwanted attention, placing them in greater peril. Griffins belong to the realms of sky and mountains. The Raza Plain, bordered to the west by the Kais Mountains and to the north by an expansive grassland, provides the ideal environment for griffins to thrive. Noticing the griffins leaving the tent, Halidin picked up his walking stick and, limping slightly, made his way towards where Cammy was preparing a meal. Soon, he found Cammy diligently tending to the fire. The Raza people have a simple way of cooking. They set up a tripod outside and hang a pot over the fire to prepare their food. Halidin had once mentioned his fondness for soft and tender dishes. And ever since, Cammy always took extra care to cook a little longer. One must admit, this young girl possesses a remarkable innocence. Once she sets her mind on something or someone, she dedicates herself wholeheartedly. Yet, such a disposition can easily lead to her being taken advantage of. Do you need my help, Cammy? Halidin inquired as he approached her from behind. Startled by Halidin's sudden appearance, Cammy jumped, seizing the opportunity while her attention was diverted. Halidin discreetly tossed an eggshell into the pot. What are you doing? Cammy pouted, slightly annoyed. I'm just here to see how you're doing, Halidin replied with a cheerful grin. I dreamt of the Supreme Shepherd again, he continued. She gifted me with a present and revealed that my divine name is Eternal Sky. Isn't that lovely? What did the Supreme Shepherd give you? And what does Eternal Sky mean? Cammy asked, tilting her head curiously. In her eyes, Halidin often spoke in cryptic and esoteric terms. He frequently referred to himself as a friend of the Supreme Shepherd, as if he truly considered himself a deity. Nevertheless, Cammy always played along, fearing that Halidin might become upset and ignore her if she didn't. The Supreme Shepherd bestowed upon me 2 griffins. The majestic legendary creatures from myth. Eternal Sky is my name in the divine realm, symbolizing the absolute laws of nature. Once I complete my trials in this lifetime, I shall return to the divine realm. This was an excuse Halidin had meticulously crafted. It not only explained the origin of the griffins, but also sanctified his authority. Halidin initially intended to follow the path of divine right, but he feared that divine power would eventually overshadow royal power. Only divine authority could transcend royal authority. Thus, he boldly declared himself the best friend of the Supreme Shepherd, portraying himself as an incarnation of divinity, which would facilitate the Raza people's belief in Eternal Sky in the future. Cammy blinked her eyes, then unexpectedly stepped forward to embrace Halidin, her voice muffled as she asked, Will you take me with you to the divine realm once you complete your trials? Halidin was taken aback, sensing a hint of sadness in the girl's tone, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't just admit that he was merely boasting and was not a divine reincarnation at all. Realizing how sensitive this young girl's feelings were, he hesitated but ultimately consoled her. Don't worry, I will surely take you with me. Ahem, is the food ready? A gentle cough broke the silence, and Nika appeared behind the two, seemingly out of nowhere. It's ready, she announced. Cammy, appearing unfazed, turned to distribute the food from the pot. Meanwhile, Harriet felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had been 19 when he met his demise in his previous life. The moment Nika discovered him embracing Cammy, he was struck by a deep sense of shame, akin to being caught inappropriately with a minor by her parents. Yet, Nika bore no disdain for Harriet's physical closeness with Cammy. In their culture, girls typically transitioned into womanhood shortly after their first menstruation, usually around the ages of 12 or 13, but never exceeding 15. This implied that women in their society often began bearing children by the tender age of 14. Nika glanced at Cammy and deemed it an appropriate moment to impart certain knowledge to her. After all, if the two were to share a bed in the future. They should at least understand the basics of intimacy to facilitate childbearing. Cammy, tonight you shall sleep with me, leaving your father with Harriton, Nika declared. Harriton felt his embarrassment intensify. The sensation of being caught in a compromising situation weighed heavily upon him. Nika's intention was merely to educate Cammy. Yet Harriton perceived it as a concern for her well-being, fearing he might overstep boundaries. What troubles you, Harriton? Nika inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she noted his averted gaze. Suddenly, it dawned on her. With a playful smile, she reassured him, do not be shy. You are to be Cammy's husband in the future, and that is perfectly acceptable. Please, I beg you, do not say such things. Harriton blurted, awkwardly digging his toes into the ground. Unfortunately, his injured calf throbbed painfully with each movement. Fortunately, this uncomfortable moment was short-lived. As Piero returned home and announced it was time to eat, the four gathered around the fire to dine, when Piero turned to Harriton and said, in 2 days, everyone will be coming here for a gathering. I will introduce you to everyone. Do not be afraid, they are all quite amiable. Their small tribe, comprised of 12 families, held gatherings periodically to ascertain whether there were any slave raiders or Dothraki nearby, as well as to trade goods. Understood, rest assured, Uncle Piero. Harriton replied, savoring the warmth that surged through him. The griffin eggshell had begun to take effect, judging by the itchiness emanating from his calf. He expected to be fully healed by the following morning. Strange, Cammy, did you add any fire peppers? He inquired curiously. Not at all. We have no fire peppers in our home, Cammy responded, puzzled. Odd. If there are no fire peppers, then why does the food feel so fiery? Piero remarked, equally surprised. Having noticed something was amiss after the first bite, he now felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his body, a sensation of indescribable comfort. Are you feeling this too? I thought it was merely the heat from the bonfire. Nika also expressed her astonishment. She, too, experienced the same warmth as her husband. The griffin eggshell had the capacity to optimize genes and enhance physical prowess. Piero, at 39 years of age, had spent his life laboring tirelessly, accumulating hidden injuries, which likely contributed to his pronounced sensation of heat. Nika found herself in a similar situation. The revitalization of various cells within the body has significantly enhanced its efficiency. Cammy, still in the vigor of youth, experiences a lesser sensation of warmth, leading her to attribute it to the campfire. After dinner, Nika unexpectedly remarked to Cammy, why don't you share a tent with Halliton again tonight? Oh, are we not switching tents? No, I had hoped to teach you a few things. But perhaps we can postpone that for a few days. A hint of color graced Nika's cheeks. Meanwhile, Piero, with a hint of urgency, added, Cammy, I entrust you with the care of the 2 little Laza hounds. Your mother and I are feeling unwell and will rest for a while. I understand. Unbeknownst to Cammy, something significant was about to unfold. Perhaps in a matter of days she would welcome a brother or sister. Once Piero and Nika departed, Cammy cradled the 2 small hunting dogs her father had brought home earlier in the day, carrying them back to her tent. Behind her, Halliton limped in. Where did Uncle bring these hunting dogs from? The Laza dogs, bred by the Laza people, serve primarily as guardians of sheep. As adults, they stand at least 65 centimeters at the shoulder and weigh around 70 kilograms. Fully grown, these dogs possess broad skulls and well-defined yet clean cheeks. Their brow ridges are slightly pronounced, eyes small and oval-shaped, set deep within their sockets with a wide distance between them. Their chests are robust, protruding in comparison to their shoulders. Their backs are strong, straight, and wide, with developed musculature. Their forearms are thick, rounded, and straight, seamlessly integrating into their bodies. The Laza wilderness is not merely occupied by humans, but also teems with numerous wild beasts. Wolves, bears, and leopards, all perilous creatures, frequently threaten the sheep. Some well-off Laza families raise a few Laza shepherd dogs. These dogs can chase away smaller prairie wolves and provide timely warnings against formidable creatures like bears, rendering them invaluable allies for the Laza in their herding endeavors. Chapter 5. The Great Elder of Xianming. They were brought back from Uncle Attila. They haven't been named yet. Do you have any suggestions? Cammy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She believed Halliton to be far more clever than herself, so the names he would choose would undoubtedly be more melodious. What if we named them Tiamat and Nidhogg? These names belong to ancient deities. And Cammy hoped these 2 little creatures would grow strong and protect the sheep. Halliton's eyes flickered momentarily. These names were not chosen lightly. A comprehensive mythological framework would aid in his own deification, should he wish to refer to himself as the eternal sky in the future. He would need a complete mythos to support such a claim. Otherwise, should anyone inquire about the related myths and discover only a single deity's name, recognition would be elusive. Whether it be the name of the griffin or those of the hunting dogs, All were strategically chosen to facilitate Halaton's dissemination of the eternal sky mythos. Henceforth, whenever others inquired about the griffin or the dog's names, he could recount the tales of the eternal sky. Through word of mouth, over time, acceptance would gradually ensue. Excellent. Tiamat and Nidhogg are truly beautiful names. Woof, woof. The two little creatures, now familiar with Kami's scent, began to frolic energetically. To be candid, Halaton originally intended to name these two little creatures the elder twins of Xianming. Both pups are adorned in a striking black and white cow-patterned coat. Their plump faces are distinctly divided by their nasal bridge into two contrasting shades, one side black, the other white, so clearly delineated. Remarkably, one is black on the left and the other on the right, evoking the image of the elder twins of Xianming. However, in this world, the elder twins do not exist. Should Halaton bestow such a name upon them, it would only serve to bewilder and astonish onlookers, lacking any meaningful purpose. Kami scraped the remnants of food from the pot and added some bran and similar ingredients. This would constitute the sustenance for the two little dogs. As Halaton observed the pups devouring their meal with fervor, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. No one could predict how large these puppies would grow after consuming food containing griffin eggshells. After all, the ancestry of the Lhasa shepherd dog has long been shrouded in mystery. This breed has undergone domestication for thousands of years, evolving from its origins as a shepherd dog to its current status as a favored fighting dog among aristocrats and slave owners. Purebred Lhasa shepherds have become exceedingly rare. The eggshells of the griffin are known to awaken, optimize, and enhance genetic traits. Thus, it is highly likely that Tiamat and Nidhogg may surpass their ancestors in strength. Before long, the two little ones had polished off the food in the wooden bowl. With their round, bulging bellies, they wobbled into a corner to sleep. Observing this, Kami stretched lazily, turned, and shut the wooden door of the tent, swiftly slipping into bed after shedding her clothes. Halaton followed suit, removing his outer garments and reclining in bed clad only in his underclothes. As soon as he entered, the naked Kami clung to him like an octopus. Unfazed by modesty, she believed such closeness was how parents slept. Moreover, Halaton's body radiated warmth, a welcome comfort against the chill of the Lhasa wilderness at night. And she relished the embrace. Halaton had grown accustomed to this. He pulled Kami closer into his arms, finding a comfortable position before drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, a series of loud knocks jolted Halaton and Kami from their dreams. Kami, Halaton, are you well? Perhaps due to the peculiarities of his transmigration, Halaton possessed boundless energy, requiring only light sleep. As the knocking commenced, his eyes flew open. What is it? We are fine, he replied. Kami, groggy and rubbing her eyes, asked softly after yawning. What is the matter, mother? Is something wrong? While speaking, they hastily donned their clothes. Halaton opened the wooden door, and Pyro and Nika rushed inside. Upon seeing their appearances, both Kami and Halaton were taken aback. Kami, in particular, gaped with her round little mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at her parents, eliciting an urge to cover her mouth with something. Halaton was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation, as they appeared nearly a decade younger. Nika examined Kami, while Pyro assessed Halaton, anxious that the two might have also regressed by 10 years, returning to infantile forms. After confirming there were no issues, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon discovering their transformation that morning, they hastened to seek out Kami and Haritan. Pyro was concerned he had reverted to 15 years ago. Father, what is happening? What has transpired? He inquired. I was just about to get up to prepare breakfast for you when I saw... Nika glanced towards the two behind her, her voice dwindling until it was merely a look of terror. Harian, puzzled, turned to follow her gaze. Goodness, the great Xianming. Ah, at that moment, Kami, who had turned back, emitted a sharp cry. There, two colossal creatures lay sprawled in the corner, soundly asleep. At the sound of Kami's outburst, the two enormous beings suddenly stirred and rose, alertly surveying their surroundings. Upon recognizing the familiar scents, their bristled fur relaxed. They bounded around the startled Kami, licking her enthusiastically. After several licks, Kami slowly began to comprehend, uncertainly asking, Tiamat, Nidhogg? Upon hearing her call, the male dog Nidhogg leaped with even greater exuberance. The more composed female dog Tiamat, while not as frenzied as Nidhogg, was equally joyful. Zico stared in amazement at the two raisin shepherds. The griffin eggshell had accelerated their growth during their juvenile stage. The younger the creature, the simpler the genetics, making the effects more pronounced. However, he had not anticipated such immense transformation overnight. Moreover, the eggshell could only hasten growth by a year, suggesting they might grow even larger in the future. Even if their size had reached its maximum, their skeletal structure and muscles would continue to develop until achieving peak physical condition. Upon closer inspection, Nidhogg was slightly larger. Standing alongside Kami, Harrington estimated its shoulder height to be at least 1.45 meters, comparable to an average horse. For context, the Dothraki warhorses stand around 1.5 meters, while a tiger's shoulder height is roughly 1 meters. Tiamat, on the other hand, stood somewhat shorter, about 1.4 meters. This was no longer a shepherd dog. It had transcended to the status of a herding dog. Piero gazed at the two cow-colored hounds, now towering over him, with a hint of fear in his eyes. The morning's unforeseen changes did not elate him. Rather, they instilled a sense of dread. This was the true nature of the raisin, unlike the timid sheepfolk. Uncle Piero, there is no need for fear. This is a blessing from the everlasting sky. Harrington seized the opportunity to bolster his image. Some truths must be shared openly. Much like the Emperor's declaration of lineage. If one does not voice it, no one will know, and it's certainly one to circulate. Piero, noticing his father's confusion. Cammy swiftly elucidated the meaning of everlasting sky. Piero, Cammy's explanation only deepened Piero's bewilderment. What does this even mean? Are we not the lambs of the supreme pastoral deity? Until the family of four finished their meal, Pai Luo and Nika, the couple, dared not approach Tiamat and Nidhogg. The entire situation was too bizarre, far exceeding their comprehension. In contrast, Harrington was curiously prying open Nidhogg's massive jaws, peering inside. The dentition of canines and wolves differs significantly, as does their cranial structure, which accounts for the wolf's superior bite force. From Harrington's observations, Nidhogg's teeth had evolved entirely beyond those of a mere dog. Now, they possessed formidable abilities akin to true beasts, capable of locking onto and tearing prey. Harrington also felt Nidhogg's pectoral and dorsal muscles, relieved that the two ancient beings were merely 1-month-old pups. At this tender age, they were still relatively trainable. Despite their immense size, their minds remained juvenile. Had they matured a few months further, taming them would have been a daunting task. Once their wild instincts awakened, they would inevitably hunt the creatures around them, redefining their place in the food chain. Nidhogg's size was truly monumental, especially when juxtaposed with the diminutive Laza people. Should their primal instincts resurface, they would become an untamable force, introducing a new apex predator to the Laza Plains. Chapter 6. The slave capture squad. As evening descended, Harrington's leg injury had completely healed, and he was now instructing Cammy in training two feral mastiffs. Harrington had coined the term feral mastiff for these two dogs, as they had transcended the classification of Laza shepherd dogs. In truth, they barely resembled dogs at all, necessitating a new designation for distinction. Perhaps influenced by the griffin eggshells, the two feral mastiffs exhibited a profound fear of Harrington, yet they displayed a strong affinity for Cammy. Consequently, Harrington delegated the training responsibilities to her, believing that if Cammy could fully tame these two mastiffs, she would possess a formidable means of protection. The world of Game of Thrones is fraught with peril. It is populated not only by humans but also by myriad fantastical creatures, such as the ice wolves dwelling beyond the wall in Westeros. Even as a 1-year-old pup, Nidhogg was already capable of confronting 90% of the ferocious beasts on the Laza Plains. As Nidhogg matured over the coming months, developing its bones and muscles, it would ascend to the status of the top predator in the Laza Plains, reigning at the apex of the food pyramid. As for why it would not be the absolute first, that distinction would belong to Uranus and Zeus, who had already claimed the Laza Plains as their territory, patrolling it at least twice daily before resting. Listening to Cammy's gentle commands, Harrington could not help but interject. Cammy, when issuing commands, adopt a more serious demeanor, and remember to articulate each command only once. Should they disobey, discipline them. You must teach Tiamat and Nidhogg to think independently, to decipher your intentions, and to read your expressions to determine their actions. Cammy pouted slightly, a hint of defiance in her demeanor. They are quite intelligent and obedient. Repeating commands a few times will suffice for them to learn. Why should I resort to punishment? They are merely creatures, and their compliance is simply due to their minds still being in the infancy of 1 month. As they gradually grow, if you lack sufficient authority, they may challenge your position. At that point, could you truly engage in a confrontation with them? Cammy pursed her lips, ultimately deciding to heed Harrington's counsel. After all, Harrington's words ring true. If they were to challenge her status, would she not find herself at their mercy? Harrington presented Cammy with a battered iron shovel, one that had been salvaged alongside him and, after Piero's repairs, was now functional. He then stood beside Cammy, instructing her to discipline two wild mastiffs. Should either of the mastiffs exhibit hesitation towards Cammy's commands or display possessiveness over food or toys, they would receive a swift blow to the head with the shovel. Cammy's strength was modest, and the impact of the shovel was just sufficient to leave the mastiffs bewildered without causing harm. To ensure safety, Harrington summoned Uranus. Though he remained hidden, circling in the sky, Zeus, the thunder griffin, was away patrolling the territory, fulfilling his duties, and thus Halaton did not call for him. Fortunately, the Thunder Griffin had hatched thanks to Halaton's blood, inherently fostering a genetic dependency on him. Training was unnecessary. Otherwise, Halaton would have faced significant challenges. Moreover, after consuming the shell of the Thunder Griffin's egg, he felt his mental prowess growing stronger. He could even enter the consciousness of both Thunder Griffins during his slumber, guiding their actions. Halaton sensed that it would not be long before he could control Uranus and Zeus while awake. He was not particularly surprised, as there were individuals in the world of Game of Thrones who possessed similar abilities to command animals. These beings were known as shapeshifters, capable of entering the bodies of animals, with the most powerful among them even able to control human consciousness. However, shapeshifting seemed to be a unique gift of the ancients. According to the memories of his predecessor, his grandfather had married a silver-haired bed slave from Pantos, a woman used by a merchant to forcibly acquire land from his family, trading a frail old bed slave for 20 sheep. 20 sheep. That could have bought a young bed slave. Yet, Halaton was uncertain if his predecessor's grandfather had indeed married a woman of ancient blood. In his recollections, it appeared that his grandfather had only taken women other than those from the Laza tribe. Thus, his predecessor's grandmother likely possessed the ancient lineage. This trace of blood was awakened, optimized, and strengthened, seamlessly merging into Halaton's own lineage. Before long, it was time for the tribal gathering. In the evening, Halaton and Cammy busied themselves with preparations. During the gathering, everyone would bring along items they usually hesitated to share. Frankly, Halaton believed the Laza people to be quite united in their timidity. If only the Laza people could exhibit a bit of courage, their unity could secure them a place on the continent of Essos, rather than being treated as premium slaves, easily captured by anyone. As Halaton and Cammy busily prepared their meal, an unexpected commotion erupted outside, soon followed by Piero's frantic cries. "Nika, run, run!" Instantly, Halaton and Cammy exited the tent to ascertain the situation. Upon stepping outside, Halaton's expression shifted dramatically. In the distance, 3 strangers were desperately restraining the wildly struggling Piero. Nika, her face a mask of terror, sprinted towards Halaton, pursued relentlessly by a man behind her. It was evident that a slaver squad had silently infiltrated the vicinity, explaining the perpetual vigilance of the 2 prairie mastiffs. Without a moment's hesitation, Halaton seized a machete lying nearby. Cammy unleashed Nidhogg and Tiamat, the man chasing Nika, upon seeing Halaton and Cammy emerge from the tent, was filled with elation. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a family of 4. What a lucrative catch. However, what he did not anticipate was the boldness of the youth, who, upon seeing him, displayed no fear whatsoever, instead charging toward him with the machete raised. The man's expression darkened. He could scarcely believe that a young raisin would dare to confront him with a weapon. The thought of his companions discovering this would be a source of perpetual ridicule for him. With a scowl, he abandoned Nika and drew his longsword, advancing toward Halaton. Despite this being his first encounter with life-and-death combat, Halaton felt no trepidation. Although the transformation from the griffin egg was incomplete, his strength now rivaled that of an adult male, perhaps even surpassing the average man. The movements of the slaver seemed sluggish to Halaton. Each action registered clearly in his mind. In his previous life, he had been an avid viewer of crime action films, often lying in bed while imagining himself as a skilled fighter. As the longsword came slicing down from his left, Halaton deftly evaded it and seized the opportunity to strike at the man's neck with the half-meter-long machete. The slaver, caught off guard by the youth's swift and fierce response, found himself unable to evade in time. With a sickening sound, the machete bit into flesh, and the slaver felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a rush of warm liquid pouring from his body. Instinctively, he reached to cover the wound, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. But an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him, leaving him powerless to do anything but display a look of terror. At that moment, 2 thunderous roars echoed, and the slaver beheld 2 massive creatures burst forth from the tent, before being enveloped by an abyss of darkness. Chapter 7, In the Name of the Everlasting Sky. A rampage unleashed. Tiamat and Nidhogg charged from the tent, making straight for the remaining members of the slaver squad. The 2 prairie mastiffs had already claimed a territory spanning several miles around the tent, ready to defend against the invading slavers without a moment's hesitation. The slaver squad stood frozen, bewildered by the ferocious approach of the 2 beasts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Halaton, in haste, could not linger to witness the unfolding drama. Though the 2 ferocious canines of the wild appeared formidable, their strength was merely a fade, especially given their juvenile state. A single blow from a blade could prove fatal. Grasping the sword from the lifeless body, Halaton pressed forward, racing towards the slave-capturing squad. He understood the urgency of eliminating a few adversaries before they could react, aided by the wild hounds. The imposing creatures, each standing at 1.5 meters tall and stretching nearly 3 meters in length with their tails, charged fiercely, sending 2 members of the slave-catching team sprawling. The remaining assailant found himself overpowered by Pyro, who broke free with urgency. Pyro, having rolled and crawled several meters away, had barely risen when Harleton darted past him, heading towards the slave captors. Panic surged within Pyro, yet concern for Harleton's safety propelled him forward. Gritting his teeth, he seized a stone at his feet and charged ahead. I'll fight you. Pyro summoned every ounce of courage he possessed to defend his family, advancing towards the very slave-capturing squad he had always dreaded. However, just as he gathered his resolve and took a few steps, he witnessed Harleton thrusting his sword upward through the jaw of a slaver, piercing the man's skull. Blood splattered across Harleton's face, causing his eyes to twitch involuntarily. Stifling his nausea, he wiped the blood from his visage and withdrew the blade. At that moment, the other 2 wild hounds had already torn their victim into shreds, their maws drenched in crimson, with Nidhogg even clutching a severed arm. Tiamat, Nidhogg. Harleton's commanding voice rang out, and the 2 beasts instantly emerged from their bloodthirsty trance, with Nidhogg discarding the morsel from his mouth. With a thud, the stone in Pyro's hand fell heavily to the ground. He collapsed, gasping for breath. The earlier encounter with the slave captors had chilled his heart. He had not anticipated Harleton's ferocity, dispatching 2 slavers with such ease. The 2 mutated shepherd dogs were nothing short of monstrous. "O great god of sheep, I beseech you, reveal to me what has transpired. The wayward lamb seeks your redemption." Harleton approached the prostrate Pyro and helped him to his feet. "Uncle, are you all right?" he inquired. I'm fine. But, what has happened to you?" Harleton feigned confusion. Pyro hesitated but eventually voiced his concern. "How could you dare?" "Dare?" Harleton's expression remained one of feigned perplexity, yet he spoke with conviction. "These wretched slave traders have humiliated us, the Laza, treating us like livestock. Even if my parents had survived, they would have been sold to slave masters. Why should I not kill them?" Pyro paused, feeling a twinge of shame at Harleton's inquiry. The youth was right in his assertion, yet most Laza would never consider resistance. This was not solely due to their timid nature, but also attributed to their physical stature, as the average height of a Laza was merely around 1 meter and 60 centimeters, rendering them less imposing. At this moment, Nika and Cammy approached, with Nika expressing concern over Pyro's injuries. Meanwhile, Cammy anxiously examined Harleton, fearful for her little husband's safety. 2 mastiffs joyfully bounded over, evidently exhilarated by the recent slaughter. "Oh dear, Nidhogg and Tiamat, you've sullied my garments." The front half of the wild mastiffs was smeared with blood, leaving a mark upon Cammy's attire. With a gathering imminent, she lamented the state of her clothes, which she typically cherished and seldom wore. "A simple remedy. Let's skin Nidhogg and have mother fashion you a splendid fur coat." "Woof? Woof." Nidhogg's expression altered dramatically, and he quickly darted beneath Cammy's legs. Her face paled, and she swiftly grasped the fur on Nidhogg's back. She then screamed as Nidhogg retreated into the distance. Tiamat cast a terrified glance at Harleton before hastily following in Nidhogg's wake. At this juncture, Pyro's mood had settled considerably. He turned to Nika and said, "We must swiftly dispose of the bodies. Attila and the others will arrive shortly. We need to inform them of our situation and hasten our migration. This place is no longer safe." "Then we shall migrate southeast." Nika hesitated. "But there is scant grassland in that direction." She involuntarily glanced at Harleton, whose performance today had been astonishing. It was hard to fathom that the typically quiet and smiling Harleton could exhibit such bravery. Pyro also found himself drawn to Harleton. This was the nature of the Laza people. They would always regard the powerful with deference. Their inherently gentle disposition made them ill-suited for servitude. If they were not fit to be slaves, then no race truly was. "We shall not migrate southeast. Instead, we will head northwest, absorbing members from other tribes as we journey." Pyro was taken aback, sensing trouble. "Harleton, what do you intend to do?" Seizing the moment, Harleton articulated his thoughts. "I am the reincarnation of the eternal sky, the lord of the gods. The supreme shepherd cannot bear to see you suffer further. Allow me to care for you in my new incarnation. Coincidentally, I am also a Laza, so I have resolved to lead a western campaign against Essos, under the name of the eternal sky, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed." Pyro's expression was one of shock. He was not astonished by Harleton's claimed identity as the reincarnation of the eternal sky, but rather by Harleton's intention to lead the Laza in a western conquest. "Oh, Supreme Shepherd, surely I did not mishear." Yet, inexplicably, gazing upon the youth wielding a bloodied sword, words of persuasion eluded Pyro. "Mother, do not incinerate the bodies just yet. Behead them first. I wish to construct a pyramid from the heads of the captives and the Dothraki." I understand," Nika stammered. Harleton's address of her as mother eased her anxiety. His recognition of her as such indicated that, At the very least, this child still acknowledged her. She supported his dream, even if it seemed nearly unattainable, and even if they might later be targeted by the Dothraki and slave masters. At worst, it is merely death. Moreover, this child has saved her life today, with the long sword embedded in the ground. Halatin clasped the hilt with both hands and pronounced with deliberate clarity, "The radiance of the eternal sky shall illuminate every inch of this world, where the divine light reaches. People shall embrace freedom, equality, and an abundance of bread and milk." Chapter 8. The Griffin tribe. The heads of the 4 members of the slave-catching team were severed by Halatin and impaled on sharpened wooden stakes. The long swords they wielded were of fine quality, which Halatin unreservedly appropriated. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he vowed to hire a fencing instructor to pursue a systematic study of the art. Just as Halatin gathered the long swords, the other members of the tribe arrived, a total of over 30 individuals. Among them were 12 men, 9 children, 5 infants, and 10 women, forming a diminutive tribe composed of 12 small families. The group approached the campfire, chattering and sharing the delightful provisions they had brought. However, upon their sudden sighting of the heads mounted on the wooden stakes, panic ensued. They hurriedly inquired with Piro regarding the circumstances. Observing their alarm, Piro swiftly recounted the tale of the heads while introducing Halatin to the assembly. Upon learning the origins of the heads, admiration for Halatin blossomed among the tribe. At merely 14 years of age, he had slain 2 slave catchers wielding long swords, an act that required both courage and strength. In the eyes of the Laza people, slave catchers were fearsome and formidable beings, equipped with superior weaponry, akin to ravenous wolves in the shadows, meticulously hunting each solitary Lazalan. Thus, to dare to slay a slave catcher was, in the perception of the Laza, a testament to valor and might, an endeavor only achievable by heroes. Particularly for the 9 children in their early teens, who inherently idolized heroes at such an impressionable age, the presence of a living hero before them captivated their hearts. They eagerly surrounded Halatin, chattering inquisitively about how he managed to defeat 2 slave catchers. Though these children had been frightened by tales of slave masters and Dothraki recounted by their parents, those were merely bedtime stories. They had yet to encounter a slave catcher, a slave master, or a Dothraki in reality. Thus, hearing that Halatin had vanquished 2 figures from their bedtime horror narratives filled them with profound admiration. In response to their enthusiasm, Halatin exhibited no humility, boldly portraying the slave catchers, Dothraki, and the slave masters of the Bay as mere insignificant creatures. These young ones were the future warriors of the tribe, and it was imperative to cultivate their spirits while the opportunity arose. They must not tremble at the mere mention of slave masters and horsemen. Such apprehension would hinder their potential growth. Just as Halatin was reveling in his cheerful conversation with the 9 children, Attila suddenly interjected, "Halatin, do you truly intend to proceed in such a manner?" Attila was the implicitly acknowledged leader of the tribe, towering at a height of 6 feet, a giant among the Laza. Frequently, it was Attila who led the tribe in migrations, evading the pursuit of slave-catching parties and the Dothraki. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Halatin declared resolutely, "Indeed, I am the reincarnation of the Eternal Heavenly One, a friend of the Supreme Shepherd. I have vowed to ensure that every Laza person enjoys white bread and warm milk. I do not compel you to accompany me. If you are truly afraid, you may take your families and continue migrating southeast." The crowd paid little heed to his claim of being the Eternal Heavenly One. In truth, few Laza people genuinely believed in the existence of the Supreme Shepherd. If such a deity truly existed, how could the Laza people have descended to such a pitiful state? Attila licked his parched lips. The Laza was a semi-arid plain, where grasslands grew scarcer and water resources dwindled as one traveled south. To the north lay vast grasslands and the Skazadin River, where tender grass flourished, sheep grew swiftly, and water was abundant. However, this northern region was perilously close to the largest slave city, Milan, near the Slave Bay, and adjacent to the Dothraki grasslands, making it exceedingly dangerous. Even the largest tribes shunned it. Migrating north posed a significant risk of enslavement or even death. But would migrating southwest into the desolate wasteland truly offer a path to survival? A glimmer of determination flickered in Attila's eyes. "Our tribe, consisting of 13 families, has survived thus far through unity. We are willing to migrate northwest." Attila then addressed the others. "Halatin's ability to slay 2 slave catchers is proof of his bravery. I nominate Halatin as our tribal leader and propose a name for our tribe." The crowd exchanged glances. But upon recalling that Halatin was also a Laza who had vanquished 2 slave catchers and that his future wife had tamed 2 fearsome beasts known as the prairie mastiffs, they unanimously raised their hands in agreement. Halatin became the leader of the tribe without a hint of pressure. Such unnamed small tribes, formed by the union of a mere dozen families, were commonplace across the Laza Plains and did not qualify as true Laza tribes. Yet, once a leader was elected and a name was established, it signified the formal creation of a Laza tribe. The tribe leader wielded absolute authority, and the others were bound to obey his commands. Very well, since it is thus, I shall not decline. From this moment forth, our tribe shall be known as the Thunderlion Griffin tribe. I assure you all, within a year, I will make our tribe the most formidable on the Laza Plains. Perhaps it was Halaton's remarkable achievement of slaying 2 slave catchers at the tender age of 14, or perhaps the might of the 2 prairie mastiffs. In any case, all raised their wooden cups filled with precious clear water, laughing heartily as they drank in unison. After the lively banquet concluded, Halaton instructed everyone to pack their belongings, as they would gather to migrate the following day. He also distributed the 4 swords he had captured to the 4 strongest men, Attila, Dothraki, Kumar, and Gregor, who were overjoyed to receive these swords, as such weapons were rare treasures. Although these standard swords were of average quality, they were vastly superior to crude chopping knives. Most importantly, wielding a sword was undeniably impressive. Even simply holding one commanded respect. However, the longsword was merely a transitional weapon. Halaton's true preference lay with the bow and arrow, the curved blade, the whip, and the spear. The Lazans, akin to the Dothraki, were a pastoral people, well-versed in horsemanship, possessing the potential to become formidable cavalry. The sole distinction was that the Lazans held a fondness for sheep, while the Dothraki were enamored with horses. This led to the Lazans being referred to as sheep people by outsiders, in contrast to the Dothraki, who were labeled as horse people. Yet, whether sheep or horse, both epitomized a civilization deemed inferior. The sheep people were perceived as meek and gentle, whereas the horse people were recognized for their strength and brutality. In truth, Halaton did not regard the Dothraki as particularly formidable. The Dothraki seldom engaged in herding, and farming was entirely foreign to them. Their economy largely relied on raiding neighboring nations. For survival, they often turned on one another. Although the Dothraki were born horsemen, their equestrian skills surpassed those of any knight. They deemed the act of donning armor as cowardly. During a charge, they could barely maintain their formation. The existence of such a race seemed illogical, eschewing herding, farming, and armor, solely dependent on plundering surrounding powers for economic sustenance. The mere fact that such a civilization had persisted to the present day was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, this miracle would soon reach its culmination. Halaton would demonstrate to the world what it truly meant to be a nomadic people, and what constituted the whip of the gods. Chapter 9. We raid the Dothraki. The dawn was cold, casting an air of desolation. Having resolved to migrate northwest, there was no room for hesitation. The other members of the tribe arrived early, awaiting Halaton to lead them on their journey. Attila had intended to impart some considerations regarding the tribe's migration to Halaton, but Halaton had already made arrangements that revealed his wisdom surpassed Attila's expectations. The elders of the tribe were positioned in the vanguard, leading the way. Following them were the robust Attila, Dothraki, Kumar, and Gregor, all well-built and armed with the longswords bestowed by Halaton. The third echelon comprised women and children, managing the carts at the center. Both the women and children, as well as the supplies in the carts, represented the future of the entire tribe. The fourth echelon consisted of the remaining men, with Halaton bringing up the rear. He rode Nidhogg, wielding the tribe's soul spear, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close from the end of the procession. Observing Halaton's meticulous organization, Attila, situated in the second echelon, suddenly felt a stirring belief that Halaton might indeed lead the Lazans to resurgence. Previously, the tribe had migrated under his leadership in family units, resulting in a cumbersome formation and diminished safety. The only peculiarity was the placement of the elderly and infirm at the forefront, significantly slowing the tribe's migration pace. Contemplating this, Attila detached himself from the second echelon and approached Halaton at the rear of the line. Long life. I have a query. Why do you allow the elderly and weak to lead? This impedes our speed. We barely traverse 20 miles a day. Addressing Halaton as Long Life was a custom Halaton had established himself, along with the surname Lazan, Halaton Lazan. Hail and express that once one ascends to the position of tribal leader, they may self-designate as Eternal Life, appending this moniker to their name. Observing Attila's look of bewilderment, Halaton offered a faint smile. He insisted on allowing the elders to lead, for they had spent a lifetime in migration, possessing a heightened sensitivity to direction and an understanding of the most favorable paths. As for the potential slowing of their migration, it was of little concern. Speed was not of the essence. Had the elders been relegated to the rear of the procession, they would quickly fall behind, jeopardizing unity. Attila, refrain from uttering words that may hinder our cohesion in the future. Attila fell silent, taken aback by Halaton's rationale. The notion of keen directional sense and knowledge of easier routes was but an excuse, as the youth were equally familiar with the desolate expanse of the Raza. Hale and S' true motivation lay in his unwillingness to abandon the frail and elderly. While their tribe exhibited remarkable solidarity, such unity was not unique. For many tribes shared this same characteristic. Yet, none would permit the weak to lead the way. The rationale for placing the elderly at the back was to allow them to fall behind, thereby alleviating the tribe's burdens and assuaging the guilt of the more robust members. The distance they managed to traverse in a day was even shorter than Hailtan had anticipated, covering merely a few dozen li on the first day. What was initially a 2-day journey to the ravaged town stretched into a grueling 5 days. Along the way, they encountered numerous small tribes of the Raza, each composed of roughly 10 families. Without hesitation, Hailtan absorbed these tribes into his own. In just a few days, the tribe's numbers swelled to 600 individuals, encompassing 200 households. For the sake of efficient governance, Hale and inscribed the Raza code onto wooden boards using charcoal and recited it to the assembly before each evening meal. The Raza possessed their own language, melodious and graceful in its song-like intonation. However, they lacked a written script, a hallmark of civilization. While Hailtan did not possess the means to create a new script from scratch, he could adapt simplified characters along with Pinyin. Thus, the Raza would acquire their own written form, and as its creator, Haladin's renown would inevitably surpass that of any figure in Raza's history. Yet, in truth, there was little to surpass. The Raza had no written record, their history merely passed down through song. Much of it lost to the annals of time due to the population's sharp decline. Upon reaching the town, it appeared desolate, inhabited by scarcely 100 souls. Each time the town was pillaged, it would remain deserted for a year or more, at least half a year needed for it to regain its former vibrancy. Hailton dispatched emissaries to gather the inhabitants, totaling 236 individuals, predominantly the elderly, weak, and women and children. Although they had miraculously survived, they had become separated from their original tribes, or more accurately, had been abandoned by them. Lacking able-bodied laborers among them, they would naturally find no acceptance from other tribes. The Raza were impoverished, and the acceptance of these individuals posed a risk that could jeopardize the entire tribe. Upon discovering the proximity of the Rygene Griffin tribe to the small town, the individuals gathered instinctively, without the need for Haritan's exhortation, eager for acceptance into the tribe. Over 200 souls congregated along the essential path into the town, with some women even shedding their garments, revealing their unblemished forms. In hopes of attracting the attention of a man from the tribe, a resonant roar echoed through the air, prompting the Rygene Griffin tribe to halt. A figure riding what appeared to be a cow gradually emerged, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a fierce creature adorned in a striking black and white coat. I am Cheng Shengshan, the leader of the Rygene Griffin tribe. Are you willing to join us? As long as you dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to the tribe, there will be an abundance of bread and milk in your future. Those desiring to become part of the tribe were invited to stay, while those unwilling were free to depart. The remaining elderly, women, and children in the town exchanged glances. Yet none chose to leave. They had witnessed the presence of many vulnerable individuals within the Rygene Griffin tribe, which quelled any unease they harbored. Observing that no one departed, Haritan welcomed all into the tribe. Haritan ordered the tribe to establish their camp within the town, planning to rest for 3 days before launching the tribe's inaugural raid. As evening descended, he ignited a massive bonfire at the town's center, hosting a lively banquet. During the festivities, Haritan encouraged everyone to introduce themselves, leading them in song and dance. Suddenly, Attila approached Haritan, who was gnawing on jerky, his expression laden with concern. Cheng Shengshan, our food supplies are dwindling. We can last at most 10 more days. Due to the current extraordinary circumstances, Haritan had requisitioned all resources within the tribe for uniform distribution. What little food remained became scarce with the abrupt influx of over 200 newcomers. I am well aware, Haritan replied. If we run out of food, we shall take it by force, from the Dothraki. Attila was taken aback, unable to fathom that Haritan intended to raid the Dothraki. In Attila's mind, merely repelling the Dothraki raiders would signify the rise of the Laza people. He could hardly believe that Haritan aspired to plunder them. Is that feasible? I fear our people may hesitate to confront the Dothraki. Do not worry, Haritan reassured him. I shall lead the charge, targeting the small caste first. Chapter 10. War. The Dothraki reside within a tribe known as khalasar, led by the fiercest warrior, Khal. Each khalasar is divided into several factions called castes, each overseen by a leader. Some of these smaller castes consist of merely dozens of individuals. The southern expanse of the Laza Plains is predominantly occupied by such small castes, having been driven there by the powerful khalasar from the north, leaving them as mere strays in search of survival. Harian whistled, and 2 savage mastiffs, understanding his intent, swiftly aligned themselves with his stride, arriving at the heart of the banquet. A roar erupted, silencing the festivities in an instant. Hari surveyed the crowd without uttering a word. The eerie stillness intensified the psychological pressure upon those present. Unconsciously, all attention was fixated upon Halaton. The campfire crackled fiercely, emanating a sacred brilliance, as if adorning Halaton with a golden armor. Those fleeting seconds stretched into eternity, and finally, Halaton spoke. We, the people of Lazarin, cherish peace and life. However, our love for tranquility and existence has been mistaken for weakness. Other races have bestowed upon us the derogatory epithet of sheepmen, branding us as natural slaves. In my childhood, I heard tales of freedom. I wish to convey that we once possessed noble, pure souls. We should not be relegated to the status of lowly slaves. Yet we have faced turbulent times, lacking our own army, living perpetually in the shadow of the Dothraki. It is well known that capturing a few Lazarin slaves in the desolate plains leads to wealth. I refuse to accept this. I am enraged. We cannot continue to dwell in darkness. We too need light. We desire soft white bread. We yearn for warm milk. We seek land. We long for homes. But light, bread, milk, land, and homes must be fought for. Thus, we require a leader, a visionary leader, a leader capable of crushing our foes. And now, he exists in this very era. I shall lead you, guide all of Lazarin to rise from this land. I will expel the greedy, brutal slavers and horsemen from the plains of Lazarin. I shall proclaim to the world, this is our land, the land of the Lazarin. What we speak today may fade from history, yet our actions shall be etched in time. We need war. Now I wish to know, are you willing to follow in my footsteps? War. As Halaton's voice faded, a still youthful voice resonated. It was Olman, Attila's 10-year-old son, who had previously idolized Halaton after his triumph over 2 slavers. Now, however, his gaze toward Halaton was not one of admiration, but fervent zeal, akin to a devout follower encountering their long-sought deity. Perhaps it was Olman's youthful and hoarse voice, Halaton's own charisma, the 2 wild mastiffs by his side, or the promises of bread, milk, land, and homes that ignited the crowd's emotions. Regardless, the fervor erupted. War, war, war. The crowd, almost frenzied, waved their arms and shouted for war. If I fail, wrap my corpse in the griffin banner. However, I shall never fail. The following day, the afternoon sun blazed mercilessly. Kungoko was laboring within a grass tent for the population endeavor of the Cass. Women appeared flushed, in a state of both agony and ecstasy. Kungoko, when shall we raid that tribe? The Lazarin tribe, numbering in the hundreds, could capture many women and children. We must not allow other castes to seize the opportunity. Kungo's body trembled slightly, and then he rose, nonchalantly remarking, what is the hurry? We have been tracking for 2 days now. Aside from that fellow Berg, there are no other castes in the vicinity. Just 2 days prior, the scouts encountered a tribe comprising hundreds of individuals. Despite the fact that only 30 men among the castes are capable of fighting, they regard the relatively small Laza tribe with disdain. If it were a larger tribe numbering in the thousands, they might contemplate the feasibility of success. However, a tribe of several hundred does not command their respect. Did they not stop at that small town? We should return before sunset. It would be far easier to capture this flock of 2-legged sheep while they are busy cooking their evening meal. As the 2 conversed about what spoils they would exchange after the raid, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. What is that? Kungo's expression changed. He recognized the tremors caused by the pounding of hooves. He understood all too well that such a disturbance could only be caused by a significant number of warhorses, at least 100. Grabbing his curved blade, Kungo emerged from the tent, only to realize it was too late. The enemy was already approaching the tribal encampment. Indeed, as Kungo stepped outside, he beheld more than 100 cavalry charging from the east. His face contorted with a mix of shock and anger as he cursed. Uncertain of where these castes had emerged from, he was certain that within a 100-mile radius, there were no castes numbering more than 100. For the tribe, for Laza, long live the heavens. As the cavalry drew within 30 paces, they let out a united battle cry. Kungo froze in place, peering closely at the riders, and was horrified to discover that they were all Laza people. When did the Laza transform in such a manner? What terrified him most was the young Laza leader at the forefront, mounted on a black and white beast of considerable size, nearly that of a warhorse. Kungo had never envisioned being ambushed by Laza in the southern expanse of their territory. Had these Laza gone mad? Indeed, they had. Mad beyond measure. Halaton, brandishing a stolen Dothraki curved blade, charged into Kungo's tribe atop Nidhogg, heading straight for the bearskin man. Halaton was oblivious to Kungo's identity. He merely noted that the unclad man stood out. With a sickening thud, Kungo's head soared into the air, while the remaining Laza surged towards the other men. Under Halaton's command, the Laza's assault was fierce and swift, exterminating all the men in a matter of moments. They gathered all the women and children for transport, executing the elderly, the weak, and the sick, while seizing all usable supplies. Understood. Attila took a group to collect the spoils. Observing the bewildered Dothraki women and children, Halatin contemplated whether to integrate them or sell them to slave traders in exchange for much-needed resources. Ultimately, Halatin resolved to sell these women and children as slaves for profit. Recognizing that money was essential for procuring iron tools, fabric, and salt, vital commodities. By evening, Halatin returned to the small town with 70 slaves and a considerable number of horses and supplies, in addition to the spoils of war. A multitude of Dothraki heads lay piled upon the carts at the rear. Halatin ventured forth with 200 men, accompanied by merely 30 steeds suitable for riding. After raiding 2 small horse tribes, he amassed 300 horses, 96 curved blades known as a rack, and a substantial cache of supplies. However, the Lion of the Storm tribe paid a grievous toll of 60 lives, with 50 perishing during the initial plunder. Despite the fervor displayed by the crowd the previous night, when confronted with the Dothraki, they could not suppress their trepidation. Had it not been for Halatin, mounted on Nidhogg and slaying the marauders of Cass, the Lion of the Storm tribe would have verged on collapse. Fortunately, after experiencing their first battle, these men finally recognized that the Dothraki savages, like themselves, were also mortal. Chapter 11. A moment of silence for the fallen this evening. A barbecue feast shall be held. All the old horses must be slaughtered, and all the mare's milk brought forth. Furthermore, ensure that all the bodies of the fallen raisin are properly collected. Tonight we shall pray for our brave warriors, guiding their spirits to the realm of the eternal sky. Attila bowed in understanding. I shall prepare at once. At that moment, Attila had become Halatin's right hand, executing many of his commands. As night fell, a grand pyre was erected, laden with the corpses of all the fallen. The roasted horse meat we now consume and the warm mare's milk we drink were purchased with their lives. They were fathers, sons, and husbands. Henceforth, their immediate kin would receive monthly tributes from the tribe. They died for the tribe, and thus the tribe would provide for their loved ones. The eternal sky would not abandon their souls when their bodies were consumed by flames. Their spirits would follow the guidance of the eternal sky to the realm of the divine. Halatin grasped a torch and approached the pyre. Let the living mourn for the dead. We shall forever remember all who journeyed to the kingdom of the eternal sky. The torch soared into the flames, igniting a blaze that suffused the faces of the gathered with a rosy glow. Once the fire raged fully, Halatin proclaimed the commencement of the celebration, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Observing the Dothraki captives serving tea and water, they began to realize for the first time that the raisin were not inferior to others. Armed, they too could kill and capture others as slaves. Halatin keenly monitored the shifting expressions of the crowd. Upon witnessing a man, intoxicated, begin to taunt a Dothraki female captive, a smile broke upon his face. When the day came that they no longer feared the Dothraki, that would signal the true resurgence of this people. This was merely the first step. With the current strength of the Lion of the Storm tribe, they could only ambush Dothraki tribes of no more than 50 warriors. The priority now was to integrate the surrounding raisin tribes. On the morrow following the feast, Halatin dispatched 80 men, charging forth in 4 directions. He issued a stern command to locate all the tribes in the south and bring them to the small town. He intended to remain in the town for 3 months, gathering all the Lizarians from the south to migrate collectively towards the northwest. Once he occupied the plains surrounding the Casterly Rock, it would be his time to soar. In the north of Westeros, this region was once an independent kingdom prior to the conquest. Now, it stands as the largest area among the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, stretching from the newly granted lands of the Night's Watch in the north to the Neck in the south. The north is vast, encompassing approximately 40 of the 7 kingdoms' territory, yet it remains sparsely populated. Its landscape is characterized by extensive wastelands, forests, and snow-capped mountains. The winters in the north are exceedingly harsh, with the possibility of snowfall even in summer. The north is fortified by 2 natural barriers, the Wall in the north, manned by the Night's Watch to repel the wildlings and other threats, and the Neck in the south, a treacherous triangular swamp. The only traversable path is guarded by the fort of the Karstarks. The former kings of the north successfully repelled countless southern invaders here. For thousands of years, the north has been ruled by House Stark of Winterfell, one of the oldest families in Westeros. Bran exhaled warm breath, attempting to warm his hands. A party of 20 set off at dawn, with Bran riding among them, filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. At his age, he was deemed old enough to accompany his father and brothers to the execution site, where his father was to execute a deserter from the Night's Watch. This was the 9th year of the long summer, and Bran was 7 years old. The condemned man had been brought to the estate on the hill, and Robb considered him a traitor who had sworn fealty to Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. Bran recalled the tales the old wet nurse told by the hearth. Shivering at the thought of the wildlings' ferocity, she spoke of them as savage and barbaric, slavers and murderers. They were said to conspire with giants and whites, abducting maidens under the cover of night and drinking blood from polished horns. Their women, it was claimed, had once consorted with the others during the ancient long night, giving rise to terrifying half-human, half-other progeny. However, upon seeing the traitor, he felt a sense of relief, tinged with disappointment. The man before him wore black like the Night's Watch, with frostbite having claimed his ears and 3 fingers from his right hand. His body was marred with sores, presenting a pitiful sight. The mingled scents of man and horse formed a white mist in the frigid air as their father ordered the prisoner by the wall to be unbound and escorted to the front of the procession. Robb and Jon sat upright on their horses, exuding a sense of authority, while Bran, perched on his pony between them, endeavored to project a maturity beyond his 7 years. As if all that unfolded before him was a familiar sight, a gentle breeze rustled through the gate, and above them flew the banner of House Stark of Winterfell, a white field emblazoned with a gray dire wolf. Eddard Stark is the current head of House Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, the Lord of the North, and the Protector of the North. With a solemn expression, he sat astride his steed, his long brown hair billowing in the cold wind, and a few strands of white peppered his neatly trimmed beard, giving him an appearance older than his 35 years. In the chill of the early morning, Bran heard questions being posed and their subsequent answers, yet the words eluded his comprehension. Ultimately, Lord Eddard Stark issued a command, and 2 guards seized the ragged prisoner, dragging him to the wooden post at the center of the clearing, forcibly pressing his head against the dark timber. Eddard dismounted, and his adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, promptly presented him with the great sword named Ice. The blade was broader than a man's palm and towered above Robb when raised, forged from Valyrian steel. It was said to be enhanced by sorcery, its color as dark as smoke. No steel in the world could rival the sharpness of Valyrian steel. Eddard removed his gloves and handed them to the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, then raised the sword high, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "In the name of the King of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the Protector of the 7 Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, of House Stark, hereby pronounce your sentence of death." With those words, he lifted the great sword above his head. Bran's half-brother, Jon Snow, leaned closer, gripping the reins firmly to prevent the horse from moving. Moreover, he advised Bran not to turn his head, lest their father discover him. Thus, Bran clutched the reins tightly, ensuring the pony remained still and keeping his gaze forward. Chapter 12. To stay, or to depart north immediately with a swift motion, Eddard Stark brought the great sword down, severing the head of the condemned man. Blood splattered onto the snow, a vivid crimson reminiscent of summer's finest wine. Bran inhaled deeply, fixated on the bloodstains as the white snow, parched, eagerly absorbed the crimson liquid, quickly transforming into a dark red. The severed head rolled past the tree roots, coming to rest at Theon Greyjoy's feet, a lean, dark-skinned youth of 19. In that moment, he grinned widely, giving the head a kick. "Scoundrel," Jon Snow muttered under his breath, careful to keep his voice low enough that Theon would not hear. He placed a hand on Bran's shoulder, prompting Bran to turn and regard his half-brother. "You have done much," Jon Snow stated solemnly, at 14. He had long since grown accustomed to witnessing such executions. The cold wind had ceased, and the warm sun shone brightly, yet the path back to Winterfell seemed increasingly frigid. "That man was rather brave," Robb remarked. Tall and robust, he was growing each day, inheriting his mother's fair complexion, brown hair, and the blue eyes of House Tully. "He is not brave. He is terrified," Jon countered, his gray eyes nearly black. He and Robb Stark were of the same age, yet they were entirely different. Robb was muscular, fair-skinned, strong, and swift. Jon, in contrast, was lean, dark-skinned, and possessed an elegant agility. They debated this matter, neither convincing the other, until Robb proposed. "A race, to see who reaches the bridge first? It's a deal." With that, Jon Snow spurred his horse forward, galloping ahead. Robb Stark uttered a curse and promptly gave chase. The two raced forward along the path, with Robb shouting and laughing as he pursued Jon Snow, who remained focused on guiding his steed. Bran could only watch as his brothers vanished into the woods, though he yearned to join their playful antics. His pony lacked the stamina for such pursuits. Lost in thought, Bran failed to notice the approaching contingent until his father silently appeared by his side. "Bran, how do you feel? Are you well?" his father inquired. "Father, I am well," Bran replied, gazing up at his father, who, clad in a fur coat and leather armor, sat astride a magnificent warhorse, appearing as a giant overshadowing him. "Father," Robb said that the man died bravely, Yet Jon claimed he met his end in fear. What do you think? Was he brave or frightened? His father asked. Bran furrowed his brow, contemplating before retorting. Can one truly be brave in the face of death or fear? Is it not in the throes of terror that one finds courage? Do you know why I executed him? His father continued. Because he was a wildling, Bran answered without hesitation. They abduct women and sell them to the others. Eddard chuckled softly. Has the old nurse been telling you tales? That man was, in truth, a deserter, having forsaken his vows to the Night's Watch. There is no greater peril than this, for they understand that capture leads only to death. Despair can breed desperation, and to survive, they may commit heinous acts. Yet, you misunderstand. I did not ask why he deserved to die, but rather why I must wield the sword myself. Bran was at a loss. I know Uncle Robert has an executioner, he said uncertainly. You should call him king. He indeed employs an executioner to enforce the king's law. The Targaryen dynasty before him followed suit, yet we adhere to ancient traditions. The blood of our ancestors still runs within the Stark lineage. And we believe that those who pronounce a death sentence must carry it out themselves. If one is to take a life, they ought at least to meet the eyes of the condemned and hear their final words. If one cannot do this, perhaps the crime does not warrant death. Bran, one day you shall become a vassal to Robb, governing your own lands on behalf of your brother and the king. When that day arrives, you too must administer justice. When the time comes, you must never take life for sport, nor evade responsibility. A ruler who hides behind the curtain, paying an executioner to act, will soon forget the essence of death. Bran Stark listened intently to his father's teachings, who was always so gentle and kind. He treated his subjects with compassion, diligently maintaining order throughout the north. In his eyes, his father was the greatest man, a merciful and just Duke of Stark. At that moment, Jon appeared at the crest of a nearby hill, waving and calling down, Father, Bran, come quickly. Robb has found something. He then disappeared beyond the rise. Jory caught up. My lord, is something amiss? Is that even a question? Eddard Stark replied. Let us go and see what mischief my mischievous son has conjured up this time. He galloped forward, with Jory, Bran, and the other guards hastily following in his wake. In the southern region of the Essos continent, a dilapidated little town buzzed with unusual activity. For 3 months, Harriton had dispatched individuals daily to seek out the nearby Laza tribes. Regardless of their size or the gender and age ratios, all were absorbed into the Leyline Griffin tribe. In total, there were over 3,000 people, among whom more than 1,200 were men aged 14 and above. Each day, Harriton would organize speeches. Sometimes he personally took the stage to convey his thoughts, while at other times, he would select certain tribe members to share their misfortunes. Within the encampment, Kumar shouted loudly, We must gather all forces to migrate. Once the Dothraki army discovers our peculiarities, they will undoubtedly assemble their forces to attack us. Yet Attila swiftly countered, We are situated in the south. No khalasar will pass through here. Moreover, there is a stream nearby to meet our water needs, and there are also pastures where we can learn to cultivate the land. This area is the optimal location for amassing strength. However, it wasn't long before Definka expressed his perspective, support the northern migration. Only by swiftly absorbing other Laza tribes can the strength of our Leyline Griffin tribe grow rapidly. The tribe engaged in fervent debate over whether to migrate north or temporarily remain in the town to gradually build their strength. Harriton leaned back in his chair, silently listening to the arguments of those present. The original 12 families of the tribe had now evolved into its governing body. Harriton had early on begun constructing a political framework, establishing a cabinet of 12 and forming 6 administrative departments, although there were not yet enough officials to flesh it out. Once the framework was in place, it would be considerably easier to add substance. However, the individuals at hand still required further cultivation. Transforming from a Laza herdsman into a politically adept official was no simple task. The ongoing debate facilitated their intellectual and experiential growth. Thus, Harriton refrained from prematurely imposing a resolution on the next course of action, allowing the discussions to unfold. After a morning of heated exchanges yielded no resolution, the participants, somewhat parched, turned their gazes towards Harriton at the head of the table. As their focus shifted, the atmosphere gradually quieted. They had thoroughly addressed the advantages and disadvantages of immediately migrating north versus temporarily developing their current position. Ultimately, the decision of whether to pack their belongings and continue northward or to remain in place until the tribe grew stronger would rest with the tribal leader, Chang Sanction. Chapter 13. Devour them. The further north they migrated, the more fertile the land became, yet the risks also escalated. To the north of the Laza lay the plains, while the south was barren wasteland. The Laza people thrived on the Laza plains, yet they frequently faced incursions from the khalasar, against a Dothraki tribe numbering in the thousands. They were not yet their match. The horses are insufficient, yet weapons can be distributed among every hand. When confronted with the overwhelming might of the Dothraki horde, the tribe finds itself utterly defenseless. Harriton refrains from drawing conclusions prematurely and instead inquires of Sybil, "Have you obtained any results regarding the matter I asked you to investigate?" "Indeed, as I sold the horsemen slaves, I gathered intelligence from the local caravans. Westeros is currently in the year 298. 298? Harriton muses while stroking his chin. There have been no tidings from the Mother of Dragons, yet the news of Khal Drogo's return to King's Landing is widespread. As the most formidable tribe on the Dothraki Sea, Khal Drogo commands over 40,000 Dothraki warriors. His migration captivates the attention of all trading city-states across western and central Essos. The remnant of House Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen, with the assistance of the governor of Pentos, has arranged for his sister to wed Khal Drogo, the leader of the most powerful tribe on the Dothraki plains. Viserys harbors hopes that Drogo will aid him in reclaiming the Iron Throne, though Drogo has no intention of doing so. In the Dothraki lands, the seers of the prophet Mirri Maz Dur foretell that Drogo and Daenerys' unborn child will ride the world's finest steeds, destined to become the prophesied leader of Dothraki myth. Initially, Drogo has no intention of crossing the sea nor fulfilling any promises. It is only when an assassin attempts to slay Daenerys in pursuit of a reward from Robert Baratheon that he resolves to conquer the Seven Kingdoms for his wife. He pillages several Lázarine villages, capturing slaves in exchange for ships capable of ferrying his tribe across the sea. In Lázarine, Drogo's khalasar defeats that of Khal Ogo. Drogo personally slays Ogo, sustaining an injury to his chest in the process. Though he dismisses the minor wound, Daenerys persuades him to accept treatment from Mirri Maz Dur, the healer she rescued. She applies an ointment to Drogo's injury, but discomfort leads him to tear it away, causing the wound to fester rapidly. Drogo's condition continues to deteriorate until he falls from his horse, a sign that he can no longer lead his warriors. In his final moments, Daenerys implores Mirri Maz Dur to perform blood magic to save his life. However, the healer, harboring resentment for Drogo's attack on her village, betrays Daenerys' trust. The blood magic ritual merely transforms Drogo into a vegetative state, resulting in the death of both him and Daenerys' unborn child, Rhaego. In the wake of Drogo's transformation, his khalasar descends into chaos. Daenerys, in a moment of despair, smothers Drogo with a pillow and prepares a funeral pyre for him. As she incinerates his body, she resolves to burn Mirri Maz Dur alongside him, stepping into the flames with the dragon eggs. This conflagration miraculously completes a life-for-life ritual. Mirri Maz Dur perishes in the fire, while the dragon eggs unexpectedly hatch into 3 dragons, leaving Daenerys unscathed, accompanied by 3 young dragons. Daenerys Targaryen has endured numerous crises and finally arrived at Slaver's Bay, where she ascended to the throne as the Queen of Meereen, yet found herself ensnared in the city's web of troubles. Halaton surveyed the rudimentary map, ultimately pointing to a small town in the northwest. "We shall journey there." Following Halaton's finger, the marked location indicated a town, yet it bore a cross. A cross signified a dead city, or perhaps a cursed land. This town, marked ominously, was said to be under the curse of the High Shepherd. Despite its lush vegetation and flat terrain, it fell prey to the slave masters of Meereen every 3 years. To Halaton, this was not a curse from the High Shepherd, but rather a blatant exploitation of the town, akin to harvesting chives. Being attacked every 3 years merely indicated that the slave masters of Meereen were treating it as a crop to be reaped. It was absurd to label this place as cursed. It was merely a guise for a racist shame, an excuse for their own weakness. Halaton resolved to venture to this location. The entire Raza Plain was divided into eastern and western sections, with the west belonging to the slave-catching forces of Slaver's Bay and the east to the Dothraki. Comparatively, the slave-catchers were more manageable than the Dothraki, who were exceedingly agile. He intended to tear away this veil of shame and don the iron trousers of the Leviathan Eagle tribe. The town chosen by Halaton lay to the south of the Kesser Pass, requiring a migration of approximately 200 to 300 kilometers to the northwest. Once Halaton indicated the direction, the group ceased their disputes, believing that following the guidance of the eternal heavens could never lead them astray. "When shall we depart, eternal heavens?" Attila glanced at Halaton. "Just received news from the scouts. Another Dothraki tribe has appeared, numbering over 300. If we consume them, we shall set forth immediately." Chapter 14. Migration and Feast. Torrican led his tribe for 3 days, finally evading the pursuit of Skago. The khalasar of Drogo had fragmented, and several Casco began to engage in chaotic skirmishes. The call he followed had lost his head, and even his spine had been extracted. With no alternatives, he could only flee with his small Casco to the Raza wilderness. Here, there were no substantial tribes. Yet the opportunity to raid smaller Raza tribes provided a refuge for recuperation. The sole drawback was the scarcity of grazing lands, as most of the area was barren. With the intent of resting and recuperating, he was eager to plunder the Raza people. Strangely, however, after wandering for 2 days, he had yet to encounter any Raza tribes. Logically, there should be numerous small tribal gatherings in this region. After 2 fruitless days, Torrican lost his patience and headed straight for a nearby town that had previously been raided. Although such towns yielded little in terms of substantial gains, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance, and he needed to navigate through his tribe's crisis first. Torrican, there is a situation ahead, came a report. A Casco camp appeared ahead, yet what puzzled Torrican was that the opposing party had not sent anyone to warn them. Let us investigate. Torrican galloped on his warhorse, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the camp. After circling the camp twice, he and a dozen companions stormed into the heart of the encampment. The sight that greeted them was chilling. Decapitated corpses lay scattered, their blood long since congealed. Had they been besieged by demons? Where were the heads? What had become of the women and children? A sense of dread washed over Torrican. Even in the midst of conflict between Dothraki tribes, it would be utterly senseless to decapitate and carry away every head. As Torrican pondered this enigma, faint panting sounds reached his ears, causing him to furrow his brow and cautiously approach the source. After navigating around 3 tenths, Torrican suddenly froze in place. The Dothraki, who had been surveying the area, were startled by Torrican's piercing scream. They swiftly grasped their curved blades and rushed towards the sound. Upon arriving at the source of the wailing, they were horrified to discover Torrican's head clasped within the jaws of a gigantic black and white beast. The scene was utterly nightmarish. It was only when the beast let out a thunderous roar that the group snapped back to reality, hastily retreating towards their horses, though their steeds galloped at remarkable speed. The monstrous creature was not far behind, seemingly intent on herding them to a specific location. The group quickened their pace, and as they crested a small hill, they were met with the terrifying sight of their tribe under siege, the attackers numbering at least 300. In that fleeting moment of shock, the monstrous beast lunged forward, tearing 2 Dothraki to shreds in the blink of an eye. Hallaton, mounted atop Nidhogg, directed the chaos, having gradually mastered the art of commanding cavalry after months of practice. Though still a novice, his guidance was far superior to a frantic charge. At this moment, Nidhogg stood at a height of approximately 1.6 meters, towering over the Dothraki horses and only second to the large steeds of Westeros. Nidhogg had reached his full size. Hallaton had crafted a saddle specifically for him. Initially hesitant to do so for fear of stunting Nidhogg's growth, he now felt secure in fitting the saddle, knowing the creature had reached its limits and would only gain weight from here on. Hallaton had also intended to craft a saddle for Tiamat to facilitate Cammy's riding, but it seemed Cammy preferred to ride a chestnut-colored Laza steed. The warhorses of Essos primarily come in 2 varieties, Laza horses and Dothraki horses. Laza horses stand at about 1.3 meters tall and weigh around 300 gene, classifying them as small horses. They are slower and less agile, yet their bravery, remarkable endurance, and resilience to harsh climates are commendable. In contrast, Dothraki horses stand around 1.5 meters and weigh about 500 gene, excelling in both speed and stamina, making them ideal mounts for cavalry and guerrilla warfare. Tiamat's height slightly exceeds 1.5 meters, which is one reason Cammy was disinclined to ride her. Little did these Dothraki warriors imagine that one day they would be encircled and slaughtered by a horde of sheepmen. At the forefront rode a shepherd, mounted upon a beast larger than any warhorse. This marked the 10th Dothraki tribe that Hari had led to annihilation, and it was the largest of them all. At this moment, Tiamat had already exterminated all the Dothraki who had ventured towards the camp and leisurely settled beside Nidhogg, beginning to cleanse herself of the blood. After slaughtering all the Dothraki males, the remaining women and children were all packed away for the journey home. The curved blades and warhorses were also secured, for these were vital resources of a formidable tribe. Laden with an abundance of spoils, Hari returned to the tribe only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon his return, he announced that the tribe would migrate northwest the following day, and that a grand celebratory feast would be held that night. As the night unfolded, the banquet commenced. Under the introduction of Attila, 50 children approached the platform before the bonfire, with 30 boys standing at the back and 20 girls at the front. Let us welcome the future of our tribe to present a song. As the applause rose and fell, the children's tender yet resonant voices echoed throughout the feast. The language of the Laza people naturally inclined towards song, and the children sang earnestly, prompting many to join in unwittingly. There are myriad ways to foster tribal cohesion, and singing together is one of them. On the day following the banquet, the entire tribe stirred into action. Everyone assisted one another, swiftly preparing their belongings to rush towards the cursed town in the northwest. The journey spanned approximately 300 miles and was expected to take around 15 days. On the 5th day, the tribe encountered a contingent of 500 Cass, who were jubilant, and the Khalasar eagle tribe shared in their elation. However, when two wild mastiffs appeared, the smiles on their faces swiftly shifted to Harridan. Throughout the 15-day journey, Harridan encountered 6 Dothraki tribes and over a dozen smaller Laza tribes. As they ventured further northwest, the number of Laza tribes increased, and so did the Dothraki. Along this journey, the Khalasar eagle tribe's numbers swelled to 7,000. Having plundered 6 Centaur tribes, their fame already spreading in the vicinity, many Laza began to migrate towards the cursed town, which they had previously avoided. Harridan welcomed all the Laza who came seeking refuge. Simultaneously, he began to widely disseminate news of his reincarnation as a divine being, aiming to extend his renown far and wide. Upon arriving at the cursed town, Harridan finally understood why it was harvested by the Millen every 3 years. The geographical position of the cursed town was exceptional. To the west lay mountains, and to the north flowed a tributary of the Skazadin River. The Skazadin River is a major waterway in Essos, originating in the southeast of the Dothraki Sea and flowing southwest through Millen into the Slavers Bay. Cities within its tributary basin include Vismaya, Karazajazask, and Koslak. Another tributary originates near the Kaizai Pass by Marine, the closest river to the accursed town. Its current flows languidly, its waters a murky brown hue. Initially, the people dared not drink from this river, only gradually discovering its waters held no poison. Thus, the cursed settlement slowly flourished, until it caught the covetous eyes of Mirine's slavers. Calatin surmised the river's brownish tint stemmed from eutrophication, causing an overabundance of diatoms. These algae, though harmless, tinted the water until their numbers peaked and naturally receded. A month prior, the town had been raided by the allied forces of Slavers Bay, yet within mere weeks, over 300 souls had gathered anew. Evidently, the specter of curses paled before the pressures of survival. Upon the Thunder Griffin tribe's arrival, they renamed the settlement Griffin's Roost. Its crumbling earthen walls now bore the violet banners of the Thunder Griffin. Kaladin swiftly convened his council, and after a day's deliberation, enacted the Lazarine Code, initiating grand construction. Griffin's Roost required restored walls and cleansed streets. By Kaladin's decree, every avenue would house latrines and cesspits, public defecation forbidden. Each tribesman was allotted dilapidated dwellings, none in better condition than the next. Families desiring sturdy homes had to rebuild them themselves. 8,000 souls flooded Griffin's Roost, filling it to bursting, a small town strained beyond capacity. Nearly a month passed before the settlement resembled a proper city, though its 3-meter walls offered scant defense. They bestowed profound security, especially beneath the fluttering Thunder Griffin banners, a symbol of sanctuary to its people. In that month, 2,000 more Lazarines sought refuge. With Griffin's Roost saturated, Kaladin settled them southward, planning a new city, Jari. There, he bestowed upon Attila the surname Gakara, naming him Lord of Jari in the name of the eternal blue sky. Though the Thunder Griffin tribe now numbered 10,000, Kaladin felt no ease. Instead, he intensified ideological guidance, wary of Slavers Bay's inevitable notice, perhaps even another slaver raid from Myrine. The thought kindled urgency, and he found himself willing Daenerys Targaryen to hasten her arrival in Slavers Bay, if only to sow discord. Yet Kaladin knew, by the original tale's course, Daenerys would not depart Qarth until the morrow's year, when she came to purchase the Unsullied. Chapter 16. The Gate of the Eternal Blue Sky 298 AC. 10th moon 4 months had passed since Griffin's Roost founding. The tribe now numbered 20,000. Under the coordination of Halatin, the economic center of the tribe began to shift towards agriculture, with approximately 70% of the livestock being slaughtered and sold. For the Griffin tribe, the pace of agricultural development was significantly swifter. Halatin possessed knowledge of the methods for producing soil ammonium fertilizer, soil sulfur fertilizer, and traditional nitrogen-phosphorus compound fertilizers. Moreover, he was well-versed in the simplest method of organic composting. This process involved gathering all available organic materials, such as straw, fallen leaves, and animal dung, mixing them together, and covering them with straw or other materials. The mixture would need to be turned every 3 to 4 weeks, and it would be ready for use in 3 months. The cities of Griffin and Zayli were abundant in animal dung, and Halatin initially constructed toilets and dung pits to produce organic fertilizer. Thus, with the aid of the first batch of organic fertilizer, the reclaimed wasteland was swiftly put to use, eliminating the need for a lengthy 6-month period of fallow before commencing grain cultivation. In addition to overseeing the tribe's economic transformation, Halatin frequently led the older members of the tribe on raids, migrating to the nearby Dothraki tribes. These elder men and women participated voluntarily, and nearly all eligible individuals joined. The nearby Dothraki referred to this 2,000-strong contingent as the Twilight Butchers. Under Halatin's leadership, this elderly battalion fought valiantly, plundering substantial supplies for the tribe. It was only 3 days ago, when the number of the Twilight Butchers dwindled to a mere 100, that Halaton ceased his raiding endeavors. He established a cemetery in Griffin City, adorned with the gates of eternal life. Each warrior who perished for the tribe had their name inscribed upon these gates. For the people of the Griffin tribe, having a name etched into the gates of eternal life signified that their souls would enter the divine realm of eternal life after death, breaking free from worldly shackles to live eternally in happiness within the divine kingdom. Mirren City, the ancient and imposing city of slaves, concealed countless remains of enslaved individuals. The flowers blooming upon these bones lent an air of prosperity to Mirren. Inside the Grand Pyramid, in the living room, a conversation unfolded. He has risen in power. What shall we do? One voice questioned. We should have acted upon my advice from the beginning and simply crushed them. Then, we would have had no issues. Lamented Lord Nakianway, his tone deep and filled with anger, as though lamenting the loss of thousands of slaves. In contrast, Lord Dasnak displayed a scornful expression, seemingly regarding Nakianway as a fool. He unreservedly mocked Nakianway. Are you blind or deaf? Have you not heard the intelligence regarding Raza? That leader of the Griffin tribe, Halaton, can clear the surrounding Dothraki savages with a group of the frail and elderly. They are referred to as the Twilight Butchers by the Dothraki. Do you truly believe that we can easily conquer a tribe capable of making the Dothraki flee? Nakianway's face flushed with rage at Dasnak's scornful jibes. Twilight Butchers? They rely solely on those two beasts known as the Waste Mastiffs. Without those beasts, they are merely a collection of the frail and infirm, devoid of any combat capability. Dasnak emitted a disdainful snicker, utterly disinclined to elucidate to such a fool. The savagery and might of the Dothraki are well known. The notion that two beasts could vanquish them is sheer folly. Were it not for the late butcher, Halaton Raza, leading the charge, those two direwolves would likely have succumbed to a hail of arrows long ago. However, reflecting on those two direwolves, a glimmer of greed flickered in Dasnak's eyes. For his greatest passion lay in gladiatorial combat. According to intelligence reports, those creatures, known as direwolves, stood a height of 1.6 meters and measured over 3 meters in length, with their tails extending the total to a staggering 5 or 6 meters, truly colossal beasts. Acquiring these direwolves would not only satiate his desires but also elevate the standing of his family's arena above that of other noble houses. A twofold advantage. With his own schemes in mind, Dasnak feigned a look of resignation, his voice deliberately subdued. Speaking of such matters now is trivial. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the opposing faction had already entrenched themselves, making it impossible to harvest slaves as routinely as before. With nearly 20,000 souls in Griffin City and Zayli City, and bolstered by the two direwolves, unless they employed mercenaries and deployed thousands of slave soldiers, they would be at a loss. Yet, such a course would yield a financial loss, for the fees for mercenary bands were considerable, and the costs of mobilizing a large force of slave soldiers were no trifling sum. Lord Lorik cast a questioning glance at Dasnak, inquiring about their next steps. What shall we do? Initially, we planned to wait 6 months before collecting, yet in less than 3 months, we find ourselves in this predicament. Dasnak chuckled, exuding confidence as he replied, we shall let events unfold as they may, and perhaps even trade with Griffin City, supplying them with weapons. The Dothraki require our iron, grain, silk, and salt. They will need to exchange slaves for these goods. If a powerful tribe arises in the Raza Plains, who do you think will be the first to feel threatened? Chapter 17, the substitute for fragrant bath blocks. Everyone's eyes brightened. Indeed, if the Raza people allied with the real Griffin tribe, they would possess a force capable of contending with the Dothraki. The Dothraki savages would undoubtedly be the first to feel the pressure and urgency. Although the Raza people also constitute a source of slaves, they possess a considerable number in their grasp. The annual births of slave children are substantial, thus they remain unfazed in the short term. Conversely, the Dothraki, unable to capture enough slaves, would be the ones to panic first. Deprived of sufficient slaves, they would be unable to procure iron, grain, silk, and salt. Once the Dothraki managed to vanquish the real Griffin tribe, the Raza Plains would revert to its original state. The cursed town would once again provide them with a continuous supply of slaves. Moreover, with the war between both sides, they might even strike a lucrative deal in the midst of chaos. After all, as a noble, albeit one with a hereditary title, he possessed a modicum of business acumen. It is well known that war profits yield the greatest returns. What shall we do? Upon hearing the inquiries from the crowd, Dasnak's lips curled slightly upward, aware that he had achieved half of his objective. Of course, the answer lay in trading with Griffin City. Dasnak smiled cunningly. We supply arms to them, and then send emissaries to spread rumors in the Dothraki Sea, naturally provoking the Dothraki to confront them. Originally, the relationship between the Lazarene and the Dothraki was one of natural enmity, but now it is poised to transform into one of competition. However, Daznak does not believe that the Lazarene can emerge victorious. Yet, even if they cannot win, he is certain they can deliver a severe blow to the barbaric Dothraki. These savages have grown increasingly arrogant, truly believing themselves to be the masters of Essos, esteemed lords as the Great Lord. I willingly offer to represent Mir in an envoy to Griffin's Roost. However, the gifts required for this mission must be prepared by you. And I implore you to ensure they are of exceptional quality. Otherwise, I shall not embark on this journey. Daznak's words did not incite anger among the lords. Rather, they responded cheerfully, assuring him that they would indeed prepare satisfactory grant gifts for matters that can be resolved with wealth. They are the easiest to address for the illustrious lords. A glimmer of scorn flickered in Daznak's eyes as he regarded the lords. Once these gifts are placed in his hands, they will cease to be mere offerings. They will serve as funds for procuring the formidable dire wolves of the plains. Following the conclusion of the political assembly, Daznak promptly dispatched a letter of visitation to Halatin Lazarene. The next day, by the time Halatin received the letter, Daznak was already en route. By midday, Daznak arrived at Griffin's Roost, seated in the slave palanquin, upon witnessing the towering 3-meter walls of Griffin's Roost. He burst into derisive laughter. What is this? A city wall? The inner walls of the Great Pyramid are 9 meters thick. Aha. Daznak unabashedly mocked the fortifications of Griffin's Roost, oblivious to the presence of the Lazarene, as he spoke in Valyrian, confident that these lowly beings would not comprehend his words. Indeed, no one understood, merely gazing at him in bewilderment, unable to fathom the source of such foolish laughter. Just as Daznak was poised to utter another taunt, the palanquin abruptly halted, causing him to lurch forward. He grasped his forehead, seething with anger as he seized the whip beside him. He then flung open the palanquin's curtain and lashed out at the nearest slave. What are you doing? Do you wish to perish? The slave, his back bloodied and raw, dared not retort but trembled as he implored, Great Master, please look ahead. Shall we continue our journey? At these words, Daznak furrowed his brow and glanced forward, his expression shifting to one of fear. Before them stood a dire wolf, larger than a warhorse, warily observing their procession, poised to pounce at any moment. A mix of terror, excitement, and fury surged within him. He had sent a letter of visitation in advance, specifying his arrival time. Halatin's failure to greet him was one thing, but to have arranged for a dire wolf to intimidate him was utterly humiliating, leaving him in a precarious position, neither able to advance nor retreat. Yet, the dire wolf was indeed real, standing at least 1.5 meters tall. If he could acquire 2 of these magnificent beasts, his arena would surely thrive. Just as he hesitated, uncertain of his next move, a middle-aged man from the Lazas stepped forward, accompanied by a number of followers. Daznak was taken aback. According to the intelligence, Halatin was merely a teenager, yet here stood a middle-aged individual. He had never anticipated that Halatin would not personally come to greet him. It was only when the man approached and introduced himself that Daznak realized the individual was merely a member of the cabinet, holding the same rank as the minor official way. What, then, had become of Halatin Laza? Daznak's expression darkened. My lord Daznak, I sincerely apologize. The Eternal Sky is currently inspecting the quality of the soap at the Ministry of Works. I shall escort you there at once, Cassius respectfully stated. Since Attila was appointed as the Lord of Zalishi City, he had taken over Attila's duties, assisting Halatin in his endeavors. Although Cassius was not as quick-witted as Attila, he was reliable in his tasks, albeit somewhat somber, often wearing a blank expression. Soap? What is that? Daznak inquired, perplexed. You may understand it as a fragrant bathing block, though it possesses superior cleansing properties and a more enduring fragrance than the bathing block. Chapter 18. Concealed Intentions despite both Westeros and Essos being feudal societies. With Essos even entrenched in slavery, many inventions had emerged. For instance, glass and its alternative, fragrant bathing blocks. Halatin, eager for profit, contemplated soap, fine salt, and seaworm powder as his primary commodities. The seaworm powder, a natural flavor enhancer, could be easily made from the abundant sea worms found along the coast. In an era where spices were valued as highly as gold, it could potentially yield greater profits than fine salt. Daznak had not anticipated that before even arriving at Griffin's Roost, he had already fallen into Halatin's scheme. Should the plan proceed smoothly, he could swiftly amass his first fortune. Under Cassius's guidance, Daznak soon arrived at the so-called Ministry of Works, which turned out to be a rudimentary factory. However, Cassius did not lead Daznak to the soap-making area but instead brought him into a room. Within the chamber, Daznak finally encountered the Eternal Sky of the Lasig Griffin tribe. Halatin Laza. My lord Daznak, your timing is impeccable. An opportunity for wealth has just landed at your feet. Daznak eyed Halatin with suspicion, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. Could this man be mad? He had dared to come to Griffin's roost with a dozen guards, confident the other party would not dare to harm him. He was the great Lord of Myr, and should any harm befall him, Griffin's roost would surely pay the price. However, if Halaton were indeed insane, Daznak would not remain so composed. For a madman, once unleashed, would not heed the power of Myr behind him. Daznak's slight retreat immediately signaled to Halaton the turmoil within the other's mind. Yet, Halaton chose not to explain. Instead, he had a basin of water brought forth. Rubbing his hands in pig fat, Halaton then dusted them with ash. Subsequently, under Daznak's inquisitive gaze, he began to cleanse his hands with soap. The once greasy and dirt-encrusted hands transformed back to cleanliness, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, thanks to the soap. At this moment, Daznak had grasped the meaning of Halaton's words. He stepped forward, directly inquiring, "How is this substance known as soap produced, and what is the cost of the recipe? I wish to purchase it. Please, remain calm. Lord Daznak, let us proceed to the reception room for a more thorough discussion. After all, your purpose in visiting is to establish trade relations with Griffin City. Is it not?" Hearing this, Daznak composed himself. Indeed, he had indicated in his correspondence that he sought to forge a cooperative trade relationship. Halaton felt a surge of joy at this, sensing that his plan was halfway to success. Upon receiving Daznak's letter of visit, he had promptly procured animal fat and utilized wood ash to create soap. He even added a bottle of perfume intended for Cammy. Initially, he had contemplated making a trip to Milan himself, but the opportunity had presented itself unexpectedly. The primary raw material for soap is animal fat. Considering labor costs and fixed expenses such as molds, the production cost of a bar of soap priced at 55 is approximately 30 copper coins. Halaton planned to sell it in bulk at 5 silver coins, accepting the slim profit margin, as the focus was on volume sales. Upon entering the reception room, Daznak's gaze was immediately drawn to Tiamat, coiled beside the main seat. Witnessing the reality before him, Daznak confirmed the rumors of the 2 prairie mastiffs. They were indeed larger than ordinary warhorses. "Lord Daznak, are you intrigued by the prairie mastiff?" Halaton gestured for a servant to bring refreshments and continued. "I named the prairie mastiff. When I found them, they hadn't even opened their eyes yet." He gestured, indicating their small size at the time, and added, "I never imagined they would grow so large in just 6 months. They may be descendants of the Lhasa shepherd dog. I see a resemblance, as I possess a few Lhasa shepherd dogs myself." Daznak squinted, scrutinizing Tiamat intently. His gaze made Tiamat uncomfortable, causing the creature to bristle and emit a warning whine. Observing this, Daznak quickly averted his gaze, his excitement growing. He reveled in the thought of conquering such magnificent beasts through various cruel means. Ordinary tigers, lions, and snakes no longer satisfied him. Only such colossal creatures could appease his twisted desires. "Lord Halaton, I have brought you splendid gifts," he declared, summoning 4 slaves who entered bearing 2 chests each. At Daznak's gesture, the slaves opened the chests. On the left lies a chest filled with 5,000 gold coins, while on the right are treasures of gold and silver from around the world. "How thoughtful of you, Lord Daznak. I did not expect such a gift. Come, let us indulge in the pastries of Griffin City." Halaton's face beamed with joy. After all, who would disdain a modest sum of money? Chapter 19. The Nakian family is merely fortunate. However, Daznak's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. He had presented a gift valued at 10,000 gold coins. Yet Halaton dared to insult him with mere pastries? Was he not able to afford such delicacies? Nevertheless, recalling his true intentions, he forcibly suppressed his rising ire. Mustering a forced smile as he said, "You are too kind. I have no particular taste for pastries. I wonder if Lord Halaton has any intention of selling 2 of the direwolves?" Halaton was momentarily taken aback. While direwolves are formidable, they are merely superior to tigers and lions. Without the support of an army, facing 20 Dothraki would be perilous, so how could these arrogant slavers consider them? Noticing Halaton's confusion, Daznak candidly explained, "I wish to acquire them to enhance the spectacle of the arena and gladiatorial games. Please, do not dismiss my offer. I am prepared to pay 100,000 gold coins for your 2 direwolves. What say you?" Daznak felt confident in his offer. After all, a well-bred tiger fetches a maximum of 50 gold coins, making 100,000 an exorbitant sum. Halaton immediately shook his head in refusal. "Lord Daznak, 100,000 gold coins for 2 direwolves is far from reasonable. Moreover, these direwolves are nearing maturity. You would struggle to rear them. Instead, how about this? Once these direwolves produce purebred offspring next year, I will gladly present you with a male and a female at no cost." Realizing that Halaton would not sell the direwolves, Daznak's spirits lifted at the prospect of obtaining a male and female pup, which would allow him to breed direwolves himself. The dogfighting industry is among the most lucrative in the arena, with countless individuals seeking a powerful fighting dog. If he could use the dire wolves to crossbreed with various fighting dogs, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits, although it would take a year. Saving 100,000 gold coins was indeed a favorable outcome. With this thought, a smile graced Daznak's face. Thank you, Lord Hallaton. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out, Emir. Hallaton returned the smile, but he did not take Daznak's words to heart. By this time next year, the other might very well find himself crucified by Daenerys Targaryen, the rising dragon queen. Dire wolves were a trifling matter. The ensuing soap trade was of far greater significance. As I understand, Myr is governed by 15 great lords, and the power of a family determines its political standing. For instance, your Daznak family is one of the most powerful in Myr. However, I have recently heard that the Nakian family has surpassed the Daznak family. Is this true? To be honest, I only wish to collaborate with the most powerful family in Myr. Thus, permit me to speak candidly. Has your esteemed Daznak family truly been surpassed by the Nakian family? The illustrious Lord of Myr, the sagacious Lord of Yunkai, and the benevolent Lord of Astapor are, in essence, merely the most formidable slave masters of their respective city-states. Their families reign over the 3 great cities of the Bay of Slaves. Even though it is known that Hallaton is sowing discord, the great Lord Daznak remains visibly disdainful. The Nakian family has merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in recent years. To assert that they have surpassed my family is far from the truth. Hallaton, with a knowing smile, has already confirmed in his heart the rumors of the Nakian family's ascendancy over the Daznak family. However, Hallaton refrains from making this explicit, instead feigning belief and reassuringly stating, "Very well, I am preparing to select a great lord as the sole agent for the soap. After all, I am not adept at business. To be candid, the cost of a bar of soap is 3 silver coins, and I shall wholesale it to you at 5 silver coins. What say you?" Lord Daznak felt a flicker of joy. The price for bathing blocks hovers around 3 gold coins. If he sold the soap at 2 gold coins, he could not only swiftly capture a share of the bathing block market, but also reap multiple folds of profit. 5 silver coins is rather steep. Since it is a fixed price, should you wish to haggle, I shall seek out the Nakian family, or perhaps the sagacious Lord of Yunkai, or the benevolent Lord of Astapor. I am certain there are those who would not deem 5 silver coins to be exorbitant. Hallaton's interruption irked Daznak. Yet he endured it once more for the sake of the soap's future value. Very well, I shall concede a little. 5 silver coins it shall be. But you must guarantee that I alone can procure the soap here. Hallaton promptly extended his palm, declaring, "No problem. I assure you that you shall be the only one able to acquire goods from me." Observing Hallaton's outstretched hand, Daznak felt momentarily bewildered. Yet he cautiously extended his own hand in return. Hallaton, witnessing Daznak's foolish demeanor, nearly succumbed to laughter. Nevertheless, as he is indeed the great Lord of Myr, he maintained a serious facade, firmly grasping Daznak's hand. Then, in clumsy Valyrian, he uttered, "May our collaboration be fruitful." Understanding the implication behind the firm handshake, Daznak reciprocated, "Indeed. May our collaboration be fruitful," with far greater fluidity. Chapter 20. We cannot stand against these wolves and tigers, having largely fulfilled his objectives. Daznak saw no reason to linger and departed from the city of Griffin. Before leaving, he informed Hallaton that he would send someone to collect the goods in a month's time, requesting whatever quantity he required. Hallaton, in turn, stated that transactions must be settled with goods, rejecting monetary exchange. Of the provisions, 60% must be in grain, 30% in curved blades, leather armor, and farming tools. The remaining 10% should be settled with high-value slaves. Apart from bed slaves, the city of Griffin requires blacksmiths, carpenters, physicians, teachers, swordsmen, gladiators, and the unblemished, to be delivered in accordance with the settlement prices on average, rather than providing solely one category of slave. Daznak readily acquiesced, for Hallaton could procure the funds to purchase them himself, viewing it as a demonstration of his sincerity. Should Hallaton seek out other great lords, wise masters, or benevolent rulers for trade after a rejection, it would undoubtedly be a fruitless endeavor. Once Daznak departs, Hallaton addresses Khashu. "Khashu, go enlist some of the earliest members who joined the tribe, and designate a section of the city to establish a soap factory." Khashu hesitates, prompting Hallaton to raise an eyebrow. "If you have something to say, speak up. There's no need for hesitation. By the heavens, the price of fragrant bath blocks ranges between 2 to 3 gold coins. Superior soaps could command even higher prices. So why should we sell them at a discount to the slave masters? Would we not profit more by selling directly ourselves?" Hallaton sighs inwardly, realizing Khashu's concerns are indeed valid. "Khashu, should we choose to sell independently, we would surely attract the attention of all. With the tribe's current strength, we cannot withstand the predatory wolves and tigers. Thus, We must seek collaboration, supplying these slave masters at a lower price to allow them to savor the benefits. We have already signed a contract with the Dothraki family. For the time being, we remain safe from interference. We are essentially trading profit for the time to grow. Does Haryan not desire to profit? Of course, he yearns for it profoundly. He understands better than anyone the exorbitant gains of monopolizing an industry. Yet such profits only materialize when one possesses sufficient strength. Without adequate power, monopolizing a business could lead to catastrophic repercussions. In essence, with the 20,000 members of the Lyshagrif tribe, they would still struggle against the slave masters were conflict to arise, especially while remaining vigilant against the Dothraki from the north. The tribe has firmly established itself and is transitioning towards an agrarian civilization, making it impossible to migrate like nomads in the face of defeat. Upon hearing this, Kasha comprehends Hariton's perspective. However, he remains apprehensive, knowing the insatiable greed of the slave masters will ultimately lead them to covet the soap-making techniques. By the heavens, I fear these wolves will not easily relinquish the secrets of soap production. Their avarice will inevitably incite conflict. Laughing heartily, Haryan pats Kashu on the shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. By next year, the slave masters will be preoccupied with their own matters." Why? Kashu asks, taken aback and unable to suppress his curiosity. Do not concern yourself with the why. We must swiftly strengthen ourselves while time permits, so we can partake in the spoils when the moment arrives. Hariton has set his sights on the slave bay of Astapor. In the original narrative, Daenerys Targaryen intended to purchase unsullied soldiers to reclaim the Iron Throne. However, the brutality of their training altered her compassionate heart. She used a dragon to seize 600 unsullied, subsequently executing all slave masters over the age of 12 and liberating Astapor. As she continued northward, Daenerys established a council of 3 in Astapor. Yet, not long after, a butcher named Cleon declared himself king of Astapor, executing the members of the council. Simultaneously, Cleon reinstated slavery, transforming former slaves into masters, while previous masters became slaves. This presents a golden opportunity for Hariton. Daenerys Targaryen's aspiration has always been the Iron Throne of Westeros. Once she departs, Hariton will certainly seize the opportunity presented by the Bay of Slaves. As for whether Daenerys is willing to relinquish her dominion over Meereen, that is beyond her control. By that time, she would have already aided Hariton in eliminating the slave masters, allowing him to directly mobilize forces to the Bay of Slaves. Regarding Daenerys' prideful dragons, Hariton has the formidable griffins to counter them. In the ensuing days, a somewhat rudimentary yet heavily fortified factory arose at the foot of the mountains west of Griffin's Roost. Subsequently, Kashu initiated a public recruitment in Griffin's Roost, seeking married men aged 16 to 24, with preference given to those with children. Additionally, the offer included complimentary meals and accommodation. Each month, a salary of 30 silver coins was provided, along with end-of-month benefits such as wheat, rye, and fresh meat. Despite the generous incentives, the downside was the limited number of positions. Only 50 were available. This was not due to Hariton's desire to exploit their labor, but rather because the soap factory was constrained by the tribe's production of animal fats, which in turn limited the factory's output. Nevertheless, Hariton had no intention of procuring animal fats from the Bay of Slaves, as many families within the tribe depended on livestock for their livelihoods. Thus, prioritizing the well-being of his own economy was paramount for Hariton. Chapter 21. Welcome to Quills. A few days prior, after his return to Meereen, Daznak proudly announced that he had established a trade partnership with Griffin's Roost. He spread the word about the majestic dire mastiffs of the plains, claiming to have witnessed them firsthand, creatures towering even above war horses. Simultaneously, he subtly revealed Hariton's promise to gift him a male and female dire mastiff next year, which drew considerable attention. Despite Daznak's fervent promotion, he never lost sight of the fact that this momentum was primarily aimed at facilitating soap sales. Hariton was set to provide him with 30,000 bars of soap in the first month, which he intended to sell at 10 gold pieces each. Selling at a price 20 times the import cost was no simple feat. Hence his early promotional efforts to attract surrounding merchants with the allure of the newly discovered mastiff breed. Once merchants flocked to Meereen seeking information, he would arrange for individuals to extol the virtues of the soap, adorned with labels promising longevity, alleviation of aging, and skin care. By that time, there would be no concern about the soap sales. People have a natural tendency to compare and, once persuaded to purchase the soap, would spontaneously advocate for it, thus encouraging others to buy as well. Furthermore, the efficacy of soap certainly surpasses that of bath blocks. As for the claims of longevity, alleviation of aging, and skincare, their veracity was of little consequence. He was the seller, the great lord of Meereen, and what he asserted was deemed true. At this moment, As Daznak envisioned a prosperous future, he remained oblivious to the arrival of a 14-year-old enchanting young woman at Quills. The tender cries of a young dragon echoed in the air. Daenerys licked her parched lips, soothing the hatchling, having narrowly escaped death in the red wastes. As the imposing gates of Qarth creaked open, Daenerys exhaled a sigh of relief. Without the city's provisions, her fate would be to perish in the wilderness. A contingent of Unsullied emerged first, followed closely by the 13, the nobility of Qarth. The city was ruled by a royal lineage, who governed the affairs of the city-state from the House of the Undying, orchestrating its defenses, including the camel cavalry and a formidable fleet of warships. The aristocracy of Qarth comprised a coalition of merchants, including the 13. The royalty descended from the ancient kings and queens of Qarth. Among the merchant factions, which were rife with suspicion and vying for control over the city, 3 major groups emerged: the 13, the Spice Guild, and the Opal Brotherhood. The 13 received Daenerys' message first and swiftly enacted a strict blockade, preparing to receive her entourage alone. Daenerys, feeling like an honored guest, stepped forward. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn." "Ah, the Stormborn, I am aware," a rotund man interjected, seemingly uninterested in her introduction. "Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Qarth." Taken aback, Daenerys inquired, "You know of me, my lord?" "Oh," the man feigned exaggerated surprise, shaking his head vigorously. "I am no lord, merely a spice merchant, and I do not know you. However, I have heard whispers of your tale. You are the true dragon, mother to 3 magnificent dragons. Pray forgive our ignorance. Might I be granted a glimpse of your children?" Daenerys felt a pang of anxiety. Having endured the ordeal with Drogo, she had learned to be cautious. "My friend, my people have endured a perilous journey, and we are in dire need of sustenance and rest. I would be immensely grateful if you could provide for them." "Forgive my candor, mother of dragons," the rotund merchant interrupted again. "I cannot ascertain the existence of your children. I merely wish to behold them, for your subjects are Dothraki. And you must understand my meaning. Qartheen do not take kindly to the sin of horse dung." He emphasized mother of dragons, the implication clear. Daenerys felt a surge of urgency. Without entry to the city, her people would be in jeopardy. "My friend, I never speak falsehoods. Indeed, I trust that you do not, and I hold this belief dearly. But this is our first encounter, and such an assertion will not persuade my companions." Daenerys was taken aback by his words, incredulous, especially since he had previously indicated he would host them. "In my homeland, welcoming guests into the halls is a fundamental courtesy, not barring them at the entrance in humiliation." "Then you may return to your homeland, and let your kin host you and your children," the merchant replied, unfazed. Were it not for his desire to maintain decorum, he would have mocked her openly. Who would concern themselves with a remnant of a bygone era from Westeros? Merely a beggar princess, and now, one must also add a beggar Khaleesi. Daenerys' chest heaved with indignation, her heart racing. "You promised to receive us, yet now you deny us entry to the city." The rotund figure halted in his tracks, turning back to reveal an expression of incredulity. "We stand here together. Is this not a form of reception? Please refrain from your nonsensical arguments. If we are denied entry into the city, my subjects and I shall perish from hunger outside. That would indeed be a lamentable fate. Yet I shall not permit a horde of Dothraki savages to enter." The disdain on the rotund man's face was palpable, as if he had been deeply insulted. And he promptly turned away. "The 13 will see to it that when my child matures, he will reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me and obliterate those who have wronged me. Fury shall blaze, and fire shall consume the city. To those outside the walls, death by dragon fire will be your first fate." Upon hearing Daenerys' threat, Yora instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, aware that should the situation escalate, they would be in dire peril. The rotund man could not help but laugh. Daenerys' threat struck him as utterly ludicrous. "Huh, truly, you are a Targaryen. Yet it is unfortunate that you are correct in but one regard. If you are not allowed into the city, you shall all perish." Just as Daenerys found herself at a loss, a stout figure emerged. "Are you truly so intimidated by a young girl and a handful of Dothraki? This is hardly the demeanor befitting a great ruler of Qarth. She seeks to incinerate my city, and you would still extend an invitation for her to enter and share a drink?" The rotund man appeared thoroughly displeased. Zero smirked inwardly, dismissing the notion of your city. The 13 needed only one. Nevertheless, Zero maintained a mask of gentlemanly charm. "I, Zero, invoke the privileges of the 13 to vouch for the noble mother of dragons." The privileges of the 13 bear resemblance to the veto power held by the 5 great lords. The spice merchant, visibly reluctant, finally retorted, "This matter falls under your purview. Whatever transpires, the responsibility is yours." Zero offered no response, instead bowing to Daenerys with an inviting gesture. "My lady, welcome to Qarth." In an instant, the clamor of vendors and cries surged forth, mere walls separating them, yet the disparity felt as vast as heaven and hell. Chapter 22. The Journey Thus Far. The tribes tread lightly. Time swiftly advanced to the year 299. The continent of Westeros was suddenly graced by 5 kings. King Robert Baratheon extended an invitation to his dear friend, Eddard Stark, to journey south and assume the role of Hand of the King. During his tenure, Eddard discovered that his beloved brother bore a most egregious betrayal. None of the 3 heirs were his own. The straightforward Eddard Stark, akin to a naive youth, confronted Queen Cersei Lannister directly. He boldly proclaimed, "I have uncovered your secret. You have deceived my dear friend with infidelity. You shall return to the Westerlands with your 3 children at once. We shall meet upon the battlefield." In retaliation, Cersei Lannister cunningly bribed Robert Baratheon's cupbearer, leading to Robert's fatal encounter with a wild boar during a hunt. Eddard Stark, unable to bear the weight of truth, chose not to disclose the grim reality to his dear friend. As Robert Baratheon drafted his will, designating his eldest son Joffrey Baratheon as his heir, he clandestinely altered the document to name his younger brother Stannis Baratheon instead. However, Cersei Lannister tore up the will, and Eddard Stark was betrayed by the cunning Petyr Baelish and imprisoned in the dungeons. Under the influence of Joffrey Baratheon, the infatuated Sansa Stark urged her brother Robb Stark to withdraw his troops and implored her father Eddard Stark to confess. Initially contemplating the welfare of his family, Eddard Stark acquiesced to confess. Yet, Joffrey Baratheon callously ordered the execution of Eddard Stark at the trial. Instead of donning black attire to journey to the wall, Eddard Stark met his demise by the sword. In response, Robb Stark rallied his forces in rebellion, declaring himself the king in the north, ruling over the north and the Riverlands. Concurrently, rumors spread of Joffrey Baratheon's illegitimacy, inciting both his uncles, Stannis and Renly Baratheon, to rise in revolt. Renly, the youngest brother, garnered support from the Stormlands and the Reach, mustering an army of 100,000. The Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, having declared independence once more after a rebellion a decade prior, joined the fray. Within a mere few months, 5 kings emerged in Westeros, including the Iron Throne's Joffrey Baratheon. The turmoil was not confined to Westeros. Essos was equally unsettled. Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of the Targaryen dynasty, sought to reclaim the ancient dragons that had vanished for over a century. Following a treacherous ambush in Qarth, Daenerys was said to have set her sights on Astapor in Slaver's Bay, preparing to acquire unsullied soldiers to reclaim the Iron Throne. Beyond the re-emergence of dragons, few anticipated the rise of a tribe in the Raza Plains. The rapid ascent of the Reyes tribe was notable, as it was reported that they produced a luxurious commodity known as soap and bred mastiffs capable of hunting elephants. Whispers circulated that the leader of the Reyes tribe possessed a form of sorcery that could brainwash individuals, transforming the timid Raza people into fiercer warriors than the Dothraki. The rumors of Halatin's mind-manipulating sorcery arose from the fact that the majority of infiltrators into the Reyes tribe were assimilated. Those in favorable circumstances severed ties with their past, while those less fortunate assisted the Reyes tribe by providing intelligence on their former allegiances. In the Griffin Temple, Cassius was reporting his findings. The population of the tribe was 36,897, and all nearby smaller tribes had been absorbed. Due to the soap factory, nearly 30% of families were still raising goats. "Has the piglet we procured been sold?" Halatin inquired. Last month, he had purchased 5,000 piglets for low-cost distribution within the tribe. All had been sold. Many opted to buy piglets for raising, as the tribe had been acquiring animal fats. The abundant fat from the pigs, combined with your suggestion that castrating boars would eliminate unpleasant odors, would inevitably drive up pork prices, making it highly cost-effective for ordinary families to raise 2 pigs. Since the tribe established its roots here, Halatin has diligently propagated the essentials of agriculture while guiding the common folk to nurture some poultry within their means. The hall descended into silence. After a brief moment, Khashu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Halatin, "Great Spirit, do we truly stand a chance against Jaskeo?" As the Thunder Griffin tribe gradually asserted its dominance over the surrounding 100 miles, it inevitably drew attention, particularly from the Dothraki, many of whom had set their sights on the Thunder Griffin tribe. Jaskeo emerged as a new call from the splintered khalasar of Drogo after his demise, and he was among the first to focus on the Thunder Griffin tribe. As a newly appointed call, he urgently required a large-scale war involving tens of thousands to validate his strength. Observing Khashu's worried demeanor, Haladin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We have treaded cautiously thus far, navigating each step as if on thin ice. Yet here we stand, do we not? Jaska's khalasar is formidable, boasting 8,000 roaring warriors. Yet they cannot vanquish our tribe. Neither can the slave masters of Slaver's Bay, nor even the deities themselves, shatter a united and resolute tribe." A glimmer of determination flickered in Khashu's eyes. Indeed, not even Jaska, nor the gods themselves, could topple a tribe led by the Great Spirit. Chapter 23. Supreme Glory. For the tribe, Halatin found it unacceptable to contemplate the consequences of the Dothraki's incursion into their heartland. There was an abundance of freshly cultivated land, and the walls were woefully low. Jaska's khalasar was but a day's march from Thunder Griffin City. We must take the initiative, Halatin asserted. Khashu, tomorrow I shall lead our forces to strike first. The defense of Griffin City is entrusted to you. Khashu clenched his right fist across his chest, proclaiming, Great Spirit, I, Khashu Assad, vow to you, where I stand, the city stands. A day swiftly passed. The impending clash between the Thunder Griffin tribe and Jaskeo captured the attention of the entire Essos continent. They were keenly intrigued to ascertain whether the Thunder Griffin tribe was truly as valiant and martial as the rumors suggested. In truth, most of Essos remained skeptical of the tales surrounding the Thunder Griffin tribe. The term valiant and martial applied to the Lazans seemed laughable. Moreover, in such a grand battle involving thousands, the influence of two wild mastiffs would be greatly diminished. The contest would ultimately hinge on genuine combat prowess. Even the slave masters of Slavers Bay had brazenly stationed slave soldiers at the Kessar Pass. Should Halatin fall, they would descend upon Griffin City and Zal City like vultures upon carrion. During this period, the Daznak family had profited immensely from the silk trade. Who could resist such temptation? Attila departed from Zal with 3,000 conscripted soldiers heading towards Griffin City for support. These 3,000, equipped haphazardly with arak blades, polearms, longswords, and even some wielding pitchforks, were fortunate to have Attila procure steeds for them, thus rendering all as cavalry, albeit a motley crew. In contrast, the forces of Griffin City appeared far more impressive, with 3,000 clad in leather armor, wielding Lazan curved blades designed by Halatin, and mounted on uniform Lazan steeds. After Halatin united with 3,000 elite warriors and met Attila, they promptly advanced to a location 30 miles east of Griffin City, where the terrain was flat, a crucial passage for the Jash tribe. Halatin had long anticipated that the tribe would become a target, potentially from the ruthless Dothraki or the avaricious slavers. Thus, he sold everything he possessed to arm these 3,000 elite warriors, forging them into the most formidable shield of the tribe. Now, it was time for this shield to fulfill its purpose. With his head held high, Halatin, mounted on the robust Nidhogg, commenced a pre-battle rally. Brothers and sisters, we have scarcely enjoyed a few days of peace before we are targeted. The Dothraki approach with ferocity, and the slavers of Slave Bay are equally predatory, akin to wolves and leopards, ever yearning to rend us apart, since they desire to engage in battle. Let us confront this pack of wolves and leopards head-on. If we do not fight today, our descendants shall be compelled to do so. Perhaps many of us will fall this day, yet I wish for all to understand that our progeny shall not forget us. Those souls, sanctified by the fires of war, will merge with the essence of the eternal sky. Today, we shall unequivocally convey to the world that the tides of offense and defense shall henceforth shift. Everything we do today is of the utmost glory. His impassioned speech ignited fervor among the crowd, even rendering the inexperienced recruits, who had never faced the Dothraki, devoid of fear. Suddenly, a thunderous roar and an eagle's cry pierced the heavens as two griffins, each the size of a direwolf, descended from the skies. The onlookers gazed in astonishment and fervor at the majestic griffins flanking Halatin, finally comprehending why their tribe was called the Thunder Griffin tribe. Just as the warriors' spirits soared, the ground trembled slightly. A multitude of roaring warriors appeared in the distance, led by Jas. Jaskeo had long dispatched scouts to monitor the movements of the Thunder Griffin tribe. Confronted with their unmistakable intent for a decisive battle, Jaskeo could hardly contain his eagerness. He feared nothing more than the enemy evading him like an elusive eel, complicating the slaughter. Unbeknownst to him, the opposing side had completed their pre-battle mobilization, nor did he notice the descending Thunder Griffins, perhaps mistaking them for dire wolves. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence, intent on proving to the world that only the Dothraki were the true rulers of the Essos continent, while the Lazans would forever remain sheep. Observing the prepared Lazan forces from afar, a cruel smile crept across Jaskeo's lips. With a flick of his curved blade, the 8,000 roaring warriors unleashed a cacophony of battle cries and charged forth. Halatin donned his helmet, perfectly matched to his armor, and drew his longsword, pointing it at the advancing Dothraki. Clansmen, in the name of the eternal sky, unleash a massacre. For the tribe, the spirit of battle ignited completely. The warriors' eyes blazed crimson as they launched a death charge against the Dothraki. The scouts from various factions, secretly observing from a distance, were also left in awe. The appearance of the two griffins and the battle fervor of the Lazans filled them with incredulity and even a hint of dread. especially the slave scouts sent by the Millen tribe, who suddenly realized that their master might have been deceived. The alliance between the Leisure Griffin tribe and Millen may not have been a genuine pursuit of partnership, but rather a strategic maneuver to buy time for themselves. In Chapter 24, the might of the heavy cavalry, both sides, consisting of cavalry, clashed violently from the moment of charge. In the instant of impact, Giacico discerned something amiss. The expressions on the faces of the opposing forces were not those of profound fear as he had anticipated. Instead of terror, their faces were twisted with madness. There was no elaborate battle strategy. Halatin's approach was purely a matter of morale. He led the charge on Nidhogg, skillfully evading the rain of arrows from the Dothraki by utilizing his extraordinary physical prowess, taking refuge at the flank of Nidhogg. Given the speed of both armies' charges, the Dothraki had but a single opportunity to unleash their arrows, significantly mitigating the disadvantage posed by the Laza's lack of archery skills. Warfare in the Age of Cold Steel was brutally savage, with limbs severed and chaos reigning amidst flashing blades. Riding Nidhogg, Halatin targeted those with long braids among the enemy ranks. Halatin had thoroughly assimilated the essence of the griffin egg, pushing his physical capabilities to their utmost limits. No Dothraki could withstand the might of Halatin, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword, for more than 3 seconds. At this moment, the Dothraki, who normally eschewed armor, began to grasp the terrifying advantages it conferred. Faced with Halatin, who was armed to the teeth, even his steed clad in armor, they found themselves at a complete loss, resorting to incessantly surrounding Halatin in an attempt to deplete his stamina. Both Halatin and Nidhogg had ingested fragments of the griffin's shell. While they had not yet reached the point of disregarding thousands of foes, their endurance would undoubtedly last until the end of the conflict. Moreover, he was not alone in this battle. 6,000 fearless tribesmen stood behind him. In the narrow confines of a direct confrontation, courage prevails. In the cold steel warfare, morale is one of the crucial factors determining victory. Facing such a frenzied assault from the sheepmen for the first time, Giacica's centaur warriors were evidently taken aback. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly, and this initial moment of confusion immediately placed the Dothraki at a disadvantage. As the colossal beings, once thought to exist only in myth, appeared on the battlefield, the Dothraki's defeat became inevitable. Zeus and Uranus, both named after deities from ancient Greek mythology, symbolize hope and the future, representing the heavens. Zeus embodies the skies as well as thunder. The two griffins did not betray their divine names. From the rear of the Dothraki forces, Zeus descended from the heavens. He let out a furious roar, and blue lightning began to swirl around him. After a brief moment of gathering energy, a 30-meter radius around Zeus was enveloped in electric light. From a distance, the area where Zeus stood resembled a realm consumed by thunder. The Dothraki, deeply superstitious, were thrown into disarray upon recognizing the figures of Zeus and Uranus. As the lightning crackled, all the Dothraki within a 30-meter radius were felled. The remaining Dothraki, stricken with horror, exerted every ounce of strength to control their steeds, disregarding even their kin beside them. With a sharp snap, Uranus crushed a Dothraki's skull. Her cry filled with unrestrained excitement. Despite the intelligence of the Thunder Griffin reaching that of a 15-year-old human, their primal instincts remained intact. For over half a year, Targaryen had issued strict orders to ensure their safety, forbidding their presence during the day and allowing them only to hunt under the cloak of night. Now, at last, Targaryen permitted them to appear openly, and their debut coincided with a grand battle, unleashing a ferocious killing instinct that could no longer be contained. The 8,000 roaring warriors led by Jas began to falter, yet at that moment, Jas was oblivious to their plight, for he had become the target of Halatin's gaze. Each Cows of Karassa would select the 3 mightiest warriors from the tribe to serve as his blood oath guardians. These guardians could share everything with the Cows, except for his steed, including his wife. Still reveling in the thrill of slaughter after dispatching 4 sheepmen, Jas was suddenly jolted by a soul-chilling roar. His body stiffened, and the surroundings seemed to plunge into eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breathing emanating from the right front. The guttural breaths of man and mastiff intertwined, akin to a grim symphony of death. Sensing the gaze of the heavily armored knight fixated upon him, cold sweat beaded on Jas's brow. He felt as if he were ensnared by some terrifying beast, his movements growing sluggish. Another spine-tingling roar echoed as the armored knight charged forward, the clash of steel heralding a death knell. Under immense pressure, Jas let out a scream, surging towards the armored knight alongside his 3 blood oath guardians. Within mere breaths, they closed the gap of several meters, entering the range of attack. Faced with the heavy sword aimed at his neck, Jas dared not confront it head-on. Gripping the saddle tightly, he shrank down, narrowly evading the colossal blow. Seizing the knight's momentary vulnerability, Blood Oath Guardian Otto swung his curved blade fiercely towards the knight's chest. Clang. The strike was repelled by the knight's thick breastplate, producing a deafening clang of steel. Before Otto could withdraw his blade, a fierce wind swept past him, followed by the knight's iron fist crashing into his face. With a sickening crack, Otto's visage caved in, and he was sent flying from his mount. Chapter 25. We have won. After a brief clash, both sides realigned. A look of terror painted Jas's face. In that fleeting moment of combat, he had grasped the vast disparity in strength. Such a monumental gap could no longer be bridged by mere combat prowess. Observing Otto, bloodied and on the brink of death, all remnants of his courage evaporated, and he turned to flee. As Jas hurriedly retreated, Hari inflicted the blood from his left hand. Nidhogg surged forth with all his might, swiftly closing in on Jas. In the face of formidable adversaries, there exists a glimmer of hope. However, turning one's back to them guarantees annihilation. The instant Jas's head was severed, fear and regret lingered upon his visage. With a thunderous roar, Nidhogg howled to the heavens, while Halidin triumphantly raised the severed head aloft. The outcome was unequivocally determined. Following the beheading of Jaskeo, the Dothraki swiftly retreated in disarray. Halidin, accompanied by his kin, relentlessly pursued them for 50 miles before halting. Blood stained the grasslands, and the lifeless bodies of both the Lazen and Dothraki lay scattered everywhere. Upon ordering the cessation of the pursuit, Halidin removed his helmet, gasping for breath. After catching his breath momentarily, he proceeded to unfasten the iron armor from Nidhogg. With a sense of relief, Nidhogg collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Despite the fact that the egg of the Thunder Lion Griffin could mature within 6 months to a year, it presently resembled a mere 16-year-old human youth. To reach the zenith of adulthood, at least another 6 months would be necessary. Clad in iron armor and engaged in combat for nearly 2 hours. Not to mention the relentless pursuit over 50 miles, this endurance was hardly inferior to that of a warhorse. By the heavens, we have triumphed. Attila rode forth on his steed. In that moment, this towering Lazen giant, standing at 6 feet tall, unexpectedly shed tears of joy. Halidin smiled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, why weep? Have we not emerged victorious? This marked the first time in history that the Lazens had decisively defeated the Dothraki, shattering a curse that had persisted for centuries. The news of Jaskeo's demise at the hands of Halidin spread like wildfire, and the slave soldiers stationed at Kai's mountain vanished without a trace. This battle shattered the Lazens' reputation as mere sheep. While the Thunder Lion Griffin tribe paid a considerable price as well, from 6,000, only 4,000 remained. Yet, the triumph of vanquishing over 8,000 Dothraki warriors at the cost of merely 2,000 was undeniably a resounding victory. Attila gathered the remaining 4,000 to scour the battlefield, bringing back all uninjured warhorses. The injured and deceased steeds were culled and prepared for a celebratory feast that evening. Additionally, the Iraq curved blades were not overlooked, as they were all retrieved. The Dothraki left behind over 3,000 corpses, and Halidin commanded that all their heads be severed. He intended to construct a pyramid of skulls outside Lion Griffin City, a stern warning to the predatory wolves lurking nearby. However, after the Battle of the Lazen Plains, it was believed that those wolves would reconsider their intentions. The Thunder Lion Griffin tribe was no longer a mere lamb to be bullied. Upon Halidin's return to Lion Griffin City with more than 3,000 horsemen's heads, the once silent city erupted into deafening cheers. The heavens had returned, signifying that the tribe had triumphed over the invading Dothraki. Roar! Caw! 2 Thunder Lion Griffins soared overhead, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The majestic creatures of myth and legend, the sacred griffins, had indeed graced Lion Griffin City. Such awe was beyond words. Dragons and griffins alike were the sovereigns of the skies in ancient tales. Yet the distinction between the two lies in the fact that 5 millennia ago, the Valyrians brought forth dragons into the realm of men, while the sacred griffins remained mere figments of myth and legend. However, from this moment forth, the sacred griffins shall no longer be confined to the realms of lore. Perhaps they ought not to be referred to as sacred griffins, but rather as thunder griffins. The common folk of Griffin City gazed up at the 2 thunder griffins soaring in the sky, their minds ignited with visions of the future. 5,000 years prior, the Valyrians had dominated the continent of Essos through the might of dragons. Now, the Lazens have claimed one of the sky as sovereigns, the Griffin. The next ruler of the Essos continent may very well emerge from among the Lazens. A jubilant atmosphere enveloped both Griffin City and Zayli City, as this victory held profound significance for the Lazens. As evening descended, the 2 cities remained ablaze with lights. Halidin, a rarity in his silk finery, typically eschewed such opulence. At this moment, Cammy donned a custom gown, flitting around Halidin, chattering animatedly about the various legends of the Griffins. Had I known you meant these 2 Griffins as gifts, I would have asked you for one. Cammy pouted. Ah, the thunder griffin is a creature of hope and peace in the divine realm of the eternal sky. And they are remarkably intelligent. I shall construct a griffin nest behind the griffin sanctuary, where you can cultivate a bond with them. How large will they grow? Will they return with you to the divine realm? Hallaton, charmed by the sparkle in Cammy's eyes, smiled tenderly and ruffled her hair. Of course not. Adult griffins can reach a length of 40 meters. They will endure through the ages, safeguarding our progeny. Then let us have children tonight. I recently had my first menstrual cycle, and my mother says I am ready to bear your children. Cammy stated this without a hint of shyness. For her, bearing children was a wife's duty, a task that couples were obliged to fulfill. Hallaton scrutinized Cammy closely. You remain but a slender sapling, lacking any prominent features. You are still too young. We shall discuss this again in 5 years. Being too young could be perilous. Chapter 26. Ulmit. Cammy puffed out her chest defiantly. Am I not quite large? Hallaton, avoiding the sight of her youthful innocence, replied, Stop teasing. It is time to observe a moment of silence. As the bonfire in the midst of the banquet was ignited, the guests rose silently to pray for the departed. Although the tribe currently lacks a formal standing army, the families of the fallen warriors will still receive support from the tribe, with compensation provided at the rates of a regular army. It is not that Hallaton is unwilling to establish a standing army, but rather that the population of the Thunder Griffin tribe is currently too sparse. A normal standing army should comprise about 1% of the population. Given the current numbers of the Thunder Griffin tribe, they could sustain at most around 1,000 professional soldiers. However, after today's battle, it is certain that more Lazans will seek the tribe as protection. The entire Lazan plain likely harbors around 500,000 Lazans. If all of these individuals could be assimilated, Hallaton would be poised to establish a nation. Even a mere 100,000 individuals can establish a nation, let alone 500,000. Hallaton intends to proclaim the establishment of a nation named the Empire of Laza once the population of his tribe reaches 10,000. As the moment of silence concluded, the atmosphere of the banquet began to swell with revelry. Amidst the celebrations, Hallaton pondered the bestowal of rewards. This battle had witnessed the emergence of numerous five-man slayers, with several young warriors leaving a profound impression on him, particularly a stout young man nearby who was guzzling from a barrel of wine. In the realm of Game of Thrones, individual martial prowess has its limits. To face 5 foes alone is a mark of elite strength. Yet this rotund youth had vanquished 7 Dothraki, placing him among the pinnacle of warriors. Among the Laza people, there exist exceptionally gifted fighters, but for too long, many have been hindered by self-imposed stereotypes. Raising his goblet, Hallaton approached the chubby lad. What is your name? The boy set down the barrel, belched loudly, and when he recognized Hallaton, hastily wiped his mouth. I am called Sheepman. I survived the Dothraki hunt by hiding behind dung. In Sheepman's gaze, there was a mixture of admiration and fervor directed at Hallaton. Sheepman? Such an unseemly name. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Ulmit. How old are you? Ulmit was taken aback with joy. Thank you. Long life, Sky. That name is truly melodious. However, I am not certain of my age. Perhaps I am around 14. Hallaton was somewhat astonished, realizing Ulmit was merely about 14 years of age. You have slain 7 enemies today. What reward do you desire? Hallaton inquired with a warm smile. Without hesitation, Ulmit replied, I wish to kill, to slay more Dothraki. Admirable ambition, young lad. You have a promising future ahead, and I shall keep an eye on you. Hallaton was delighted, envisioning a future campaign against the Dothraki plains. He patted Ulmit's small belly. You shall accompany me henceforth. In due time, I will seek a mentor for you in Meereen to learn the art of war and leadership. Hallaton was determined to cultivate this young warrior. The Bay of Slaves housed many aging mercenaries, survivors of countless battles, rich in battlefield experience. Provided the price was right, they would not mind earning a little extra income. After arranging Ulmit's training, Hallaton selected 6 others, bringing their total to 7. These 7 would undergo training together, leading the tribe's future regular army. Hallaton planned to take the time to transcribe Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 stratagems. Although he might not capture every detail, any knowledge gleaned would be of some worth. Particularly, the principles of the art of war remain relevant even in modern times. One cannot simply engage in battle with both sides standing in formation, exchanging blows. The earlier clash with Jas was a unique circumstance, necessitated by the dire implications for the clanspeople within Griffin's Roost and Zayles if he had chosen otherwise. As the banquet drew to a close, Hallaton honored those tribesmen who had exhibited exceptional valor during the conflict. The rewards bestowed by Hari were straightforward: silver coins, wheat, and mutton, rather than the allocation of lands. His intention was to establish a centralized imperial authority in one decisive step. Delaying this pursuit of centralization would render the task far more arduous than it was prior to the nation's founding. Chapter 27. The Cunning Scoundrels Soon. 3 days had elapsed since the battle on the plains of Laza. In this brief span, the continent of Essos underwent a radical transformation. Not only did the legendary sacred griffin emerge into the world, but the last scion of the Targaryen lineage also returned dragons to the realm. The two mythical sovereigns of the skies appeared in the same epic. The atmosphere between Essos and Westeros became inexplicably tense. On the first day following the war, the Raelian Griffin tribe compiled a list of the deceased, etching their names upon the gates of eternal life. Subsequently, they constructed a pyramid of skulls outside the city using the heads of the slain Dothraki. It was said that this pyramid would be displayed for 3 consecutive days. And only after the souls of the fallen warriors reached the divine realm of eternal life would the structure be set ablaze. On the second day post-conflict, the Raelian Griffin tribe announced that the western expanse of the plains of Laza would henceforth fall under their governance. All Lizani residing in the western plains were compelled to migrate to Griffin City, bearing the consequences of any refusal. Simultaneously, the tribes from the Laza Wastes and western plains of Laza were welcomed to seek refuge in Griffin City. By doing so, the Raelian Griffin tribe effectively asserted their authority over the western plains. The slave catchers who had previously roamed the western plains found themselves silenced, with the likes of Millen, Yuan Kai, and Astapor remaining mute witnesses. The battle on the plains of Laza had solidified the position of the Raelian Griffin tribe and established their de facto authority in the region. Consequently, the slave owners found their protests futile, for unless they waged war to vanquish the Raelian Griffin tribe, their words held no weight. However, warfare is not a matter to be undertaken lightly. The financial toll is considerable, and should they fail to eradicate future threats, allowing Haritan to escape would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from a military alliance of griffins and Dothraki hounds, a risk no slave owner was willing to shoulder. On the third day after the conflict, the Raelian Griffin tribe issued a public announcement stating that over the next 3 months, they would gather funds to construct Castle Khalasar at the Khalasar Pass. This mountainous pathway, strewn with gravel, is the sole route from Millen to Laza. The Raelian Griffin tribe was resolute in their ambition to pave this thoroughfare and erect a fortress at its terminus, to the north of Griffin City. Contributors to the endeavor would be rewarded with points commensurate to their investment, which could be exchanged for discounted soap. In essence, those with sufficient points would be able to procure soap at the low price of 5 silver coins in Griffin City. Upon learning of this initiative, Daznak furiously confronted Haritan, accusing him of breaching their contract. Yet, Haritan contended that the agreement merely granted Daznak exclusive wholesale rights, without stipulating that he could not engage in retail sales himself. After this news spread, slave owners and merchants flocked to Griffin City to gather intelligence. Upon their arrival, the esteemed lords, wise leaders, and benevolent rulers found themselves ill at ease. The once subservient sheepfolk had suddenly grown formidable, no longer flinching from their litters as they passed. Moreover, the dungeons of Griffin City housed several minor slave owners, apprehended for habitually injuring the unsuspecting Lazans who inadvertently obstructed their paths. After paying exorbitant mediation fees, they preferred to languish in prison for 15 days rather than continue to shell out astronomical bail amounts. Halatin had long anticipated that some slave owners might unconsciously overlook the current state of Griffin City, prompting him to enact stringent laws directed at outsiders. Among these, mediation fees were mandatory, with a portion allocated to compensate the Lazan citizens, while the remainder would belong to the tribe. Bail, on the other hand, was optional. One could either pay it to avoid incarceration or forego it and face imprisonment. Many prominent slave owners, having transgressed the regulations for foreign populations, had no choice but to acquiesce, opting to pay bail to maintain their grace and dignity. Over the past few days, the tribe had amassed tens of thousands of gold coins solely from bail fees. At this moment, within the Griffin Hall, Halatin was addressing dozens of slave owners regarding the points system. Gentlemen, the general rules are as follows. At the price of 5 silver coins, one may procure 5 silver coins worth of soap. The Khalasar Griffin tribe has raised a total of 500,000 gold coins, and 100,000 bars of soap is our utmost limit. Seated upon the Griffin throne, Halatin observed as Uranus quietly groomed himself beside him. The slave owners exchanged glances, realizing that Halatin intended for them to labor without compensation, aiding the Khalasar Griffin tribe in constructing a city. Yet, even under these circumstances, given the current market value of soap, they could still expect to reap approximately 3-fold profits. Daznak sat calmly, though inwardly he berated Halatin as a cunning villain. He did not require fundraising, as he already possessed the wholesale rights to soap. He now pondered how to acquire the soap-making technology. Should these individuals gain access to a supply, the market price of soap would undoubtedly plummet. A price war would ensue. and possessing the technology to produce soap would ensure his family's dominance in the market. However, obtaining the soap-making technology was no simple feat. Daznak had learned of the soap factory's location, situated at the foot of the mountain to the west of Griffin City, guarded by no fewer than 500 purified. Upon receiving this news, Daznak felt an urge to slap himself. He had several benevolent friends in his stable who could procure purified slaves at prices below the market rate. Thus, when settling the payment, he had filled nearly all of the 10% of high-class slaves with purified ones. At the time, he had expected Halatin to raise an objection. But to his surprise, Halatin remained silent, evidently intending to employ some purified to guard the soap factory. Chapter 28. The Backstabbing Slave Owners to Ensure Fairness. The 50,000 gold coin share would be divided into 5 portions and auctioned off through a blind bidding process. Once everyone returns, please contemplate a suitable price. Any amount exceeding 100,000 will suffice. After the moon rises high in the night sky, deliver your bids to me. The top 5 highest offers will share a bounty of 1 million pieces of exquisite soap. After Harian concluded his statement, he instructed Kashu to see the guests out. Indifferent to the heights of their bids, the soap, through the hype generated by Daznak, has ascended to become a coveted luxury across the continent of Essos, with individual bars fetching as much as 15 gold coins, even when accounting for the conversion of points into 5 silver coins. The cost of procuring soap from Harian amounts to merely 10 silver coins, equivalent to 1 gold coin. Transacting 200,000 bars of soap, even with potential market fluctuations, promises a profit exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Harian is confident that slave owners will collude to suppress prices. Yet there will undoubtedly be those who secretly inflate their offers. Such is human nature. In the face of greed, even the bonds of blood can be readily cast aside. Thus, Haritan feels assured of his advantage over these slave owners. Who could resist the allure of garnering such immense profit from a mere transaction? Especially when dealing with a cadre of avaricious slave masters. As night fell and the silver moon ascended, Haritan's expectations were met. The bids from the slave owners adhered to a discernible pattern. More than half of them offered amounts below 100,500, as if they had conspired together. The remaining bids included those of 100,001, 100,002, and 100,003. Harian selected the 5 highest offers. The Nafian family from Yilin bid 150,000, indicating that they have been significantly suppressed of late. It is crucial to recognize that these slave owners are not foolish. They understand the intricacies of bundled sales. Daznak will undoubtedly use the soap to poach clients from the Nafian family, a notion too obvious to overlook. Apart from the Nafian family, the Carolel and Pal families both submitted bids of 130,000. These 2 families are allies of the Daznak and Nafian families, evidently seeking to capture a larger market share. The remaining slots were claimed by 2 eminent families from Yuan-Kai, each bidding 120,000. The highest bid from the charitable city of Estebo was a mere 110,000, truly reflective of its impoverished status. The following day, Haritan convened once more at the Griffin Hall with the slave owners of Slave Bay. After announcing the families granted the authority to raise funds, a chorus of complaints erupted among the slave owners. Observing the chaotic assembly, Haritan anticipated such a scene. The esteemed and virtuous among them are far from united. They harbor their own factions and are, in fact, business rivals. Achieving unity among them is a formidable challenge, unless someone arises with aspirations to dismantle the institution of slavery. Only when their foundations are threatened will they rally together against such a peril. Otherwise, even the slightest profit can incite these greedy leeches to turn against one another. A piercing cry echoed through the hall, restoring silence among the multitude of slave owners. Many gazed at Uranus with eyes brimming with avarice. The prospect of transforming the griffin into a prized specimen for their collections would constitute a truly heirloom-level luxury. The covetous glances from the assembly caused Harian to furrow his brow, yet he had anticipated that the griffin would inevitably attract attention. The thunder griffin is not a social creature, only temporarily cohabiting with male griffins during the mating season each year, thereafter raising its young alone. Consequently, the offspring of the thunder griffin may face the peril of predation, and it is noteworthy that the thunder griffin reproduces hermaphroditically. This means that should either Uranus or Zeus perish, the continuation of the thunder griffin species would become impossible. To ensure the safety of the 2 griffins, Halatin has restricted their activity range to a 50-mile radius centered around Griffin City. Fortunately, the vast and sparsely populated Laza Plains and the northern Dothraki grasslands provide a natural sanctuary for the 2 young griffins, who were less than a year old. Based on Halatin's observations over the past 6 months, he has discovered that the growth rate of the thunder griffins far exceeds his predictions. Perhaps it is due to the presence of magic in the world of Game of Thrones, or perhaps other factors that Halatin has yet to comprehend. Each thunder griffin grows 4 meters in a year, suggesting that they will reach maturity in less than a decade. Uranus unfurled her wings. Casting a disdainful glance at the slave masters, she was genuinely tempted to crush the heads of these noisy humans, whose incessant chatter was profoundly irritating. As the atmosphere quieted, Halaton deliberately remained silent until Uranus retracted her wings, at which point he spoke. The fundraising has concluded. It matters not whether you wish to return home or explore Griffin City. The families granted the privilege to purchase soap, the nation, Carolel, Pal, Imran, and Nap families are to deliver their gold to Griffin City within 3 days. Upon receipt of the gold, they may commence the procurement of soap. As our Thunder Griffin tribe will increase production to supply 50,000 bars of soap per month. This production rate will ensure each family receives an average of 10,000 bars, sustaining this for 1 year and 8 months. While the duration seems lengthy, the quantity of animal fat required for soap production is limited, and the monthly output of 50,000 bars is already at its maximum. The tribe will even have to procure animal fat from the slave bay. Chapter 29. It's not that permanent armies cannot be formed, but the innocents are more cost-effective. Halaton can assure you of that. He certainly does not intend to restrict production and then renege on the deal once Daenerys Targaryen arrives. Indeed, Halaton harbors such thoughts. Once Daenerys liberates the slave bay, these slave masters will find themselves wounded or dead. At that point, he would simply default on the debt, reaping the rewards from these 5 families, amounting to 650,000 gold pieces. Delightful. However, there are still 3 months until Daenerys arrives, and these 3 months are of utmost importance. 3 days later, the 5 families simultaneously delivered their funds, and Halaton's coffers swelled with 650,000 gold pieces. By the heavens, the count is complete. 650,000 gold pieces, of which 410,000 are Myrish golden coins, and 240,000 are Valyrian gold marks. Cashew reported the tally to Halaton, confirming that this sum was indeed correct. If there are no discrepancies, the families involved will be informed to collect their goods in 3 days, but only through barter. Cashew noted Halaton's instructions and then inquired if there were any additional requests. Is it sufficient to merely acquire equivalent resources? Halaton pondered briefly. He required farming tools such as shovels, hoes, and manure forks, as well as livestock including oxen, pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, requesting 40% of each, with the remaining 20% to be settled in grain. Understood. I shall engage in negotiations with their envoy, Cassius remarked before turning away from the Griffin Hall. Halaton stood, stretching lazily. Despite the establishment of a cabinet, he remained burdened with an endless array of tasks. Presently, only Attila and Cassius could assist Halaton with governance, while the others had yet to fully grasp even the basics of literacy. This was, after all, the result of Halaton's diligent efforts in acquiring a few teacher slaves in Emin to provide careful instruction. Nevertheless, Halaton felt content to have Attila and Cassius to aid him. He could not reasonably expect every individual to possess the same talents and abilities as they did. As long as the 12 families remained loyal to him, that was sufficient. Halaton assigned surnames to these 12 families: Attila Gagula, Daphne Cocabrella, Kumar Hidalgo, Gregor Galza, Murray Sargent, Tamara Kaiser, Polyas Foes, Sybil Caddis, Seth Royd, Cassius Assad, Okan Kalos, and Mio Val. He intended to divide the entire Laza Plain into 12 districts, each featuring a central city, thus utilizing these 12 cities as a nexus to govern the entirety of the Laza Plain. Therefore, for Halaton, the strength of one's abilities was of little consequence. What truly mattered was their loyalty to him. The position of city lord was not hereditary, hence, in the early stages, unwavering loyalty to Halaton was paramount for ensuring the stability of the entire Laza Plain. A week swiftly passed. During these 7 days, Halaton worked tirelessly for 14 hours each day. The influence of his battle against Jace had thoroughly disseminated, prompting the Laza tribes in the western plains to begin migrating towards Griffin City. Initially, only several hundred arrived daily, but the influx of migrants steadily increased. In the past 2 days alone, over 2,800 individuals had come, with many more expected to follow. Spreading out a map, Halaton centered on Griffin City and drew 20 circles extending eastward and southward, 10 in each direction. He planned to establish 20 small towns in these designated areas to accommodate the incoming Laza tribes. Fortunately, most Laza families possessed tents, allowing them to temporarily reside therein while they cultivated the land and constructed homes. Halaton's sale of soap, accepting only material goods as payment, was aimed at providing for these newly arrived populations, as land cultivation depended not on words but on tools and oxen. At Griffin Hall, Cassius approached Halaton again. By the heavens, we possess an excess of jerky, yet the tribesmen are reluctant to purchase meat, leaving us unable to manage it, Cassius lamented, his brow furrowed. 7 days prior, Halatin had mandated that all livestock brought by the new populations must be surrendered to the tribe. The tribe would compensate with equivalent grain, while also offering interest-free loans of tools and oxen to them. This indeed resolved the issue of land reclamation. But the handling of the livestock collected by the tribe had now emerged as a new dilemma. Fat is readily available for soap making, yet an abundance of fresh meat must be transformed into jerky for preservation. However, even though jerky can be stored for extended periods, accumulating it in excess is not a viable solution. Eventually, it will spoil. After much contemplation, Halatin resolutely declared, "You should instruct the tribe to continue the collection, once gathered. We shall proceed with slaughtering, sending the fat to the soap factory, while the remainder is to be processed into jerky for storage." With a new plan forming in his mind, Halatin recognized the value of jerky. It would not be difficult to utilize the stored supply. In due course, he intended to journey to a stable and procure 2,500 unblemished, supplementing the 500 stationed at the soap factory, thus assembling a formidable force of 3,000. Currently, the tribe's population was insufficient to establish a sizable standing army, nor were there enough junior officers. The unblemished, once acquired, would serve as competent warriors, fearless in the face of death and utterly obedient to their master's commands. Consequently, the cost-effectiveness of the unblemished was quite favorable. Once the unblemished were brought back, they would be provided with a daily meal of meat porridge, ensuring the jerky would find its purpose. Moreover, the tribe's warehouse contained 3,000 sets of leather armor. With sustenance in their bellies, donning the armor would elevate the combat prowess of these 3,000 unblemished by at least 30%. Chapter 30. No Mushroom Picking Year 299. March. Griffin Palace, Garden. The clash of blades echoed incessantly as Halatin, wielding a two-handed sword, found himself besieged by 7 adversaries. He was not exerting his full strength, primarily focusing on defense. Nevertheless, the 7 found the encounter quite taxing, as Halatin would occasionally launch unexpected counterattacks. "Enough," Halatin declared, sheathing his sword. "Your progress is commendable. Be sure to review the battlefield techniques taught by Bilson." The group, led by Urimit, bowed respectfully before taking their leave. The white-haired Bilson remarked approvingly, "Long life. Your physique is extraordinarily rare. In my experience, no one has ever wielded a two-handed greatsword with one hand." At 64 years of age, Bilson was a rarity among mercenaries. Few individuals reach such an age. Unfortunately, Bilson's penchant for gambling had squandered his savings within a few years of his early mercenary days. Acknowledging the adage that one loses 9 out of 10 bets, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. Having fallen to destitution, Bilson had resigned himself to waiting for death beneath a bridge. However, fate intervened when he encountered Halatin, who was seeking instructors in swordsmanship, horsemanship, and battlefield command. The enticing terms offered by Halatin led to Bilson's successful appointment, leveraging his 45 years of mercenary experience. Bilson's extensive background included serving as a senior commander in the Golden Brigade, providing him with a wealth of battlefield knowledge. Under Bilson's tutelage, Halatin and Urimit experienced remarkable advancements, particularly in battlefield command, which would have otherwise necessitated the costly price of lives for practice. "Haha, it is not so exaggerated. I am merely a bit stronger," Halatin humbly replied. Just then, Kashu approached briskly. "Long life. The team is ready and can depart at any moment." "I understand. I will bathe first," Halatin responded. Harleton returned to his chamber, where Cammy was tugging at Uranus's tail, her bottom raised high as she desperately pulled backwards with her heels digging into the ground. "What are you doing?" Harleton inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. The little girl was relentless. Ever since she had become the wife of the Eternal, she had dismissed the need for any maidservants. "I'm bored." Engaging in a tug-of-war with Uranus, she replied. Uranus rolled her eyes. Had it not been for Cammy's close relationship with Harleton, she would have flicked the girl aside with a single swish of her tail. "How about I arrange a piece of land for you and also hire a swordsmanship and horsemanship instructor? You could learn a bit of both," Harleton suggested. Fully aware that Uranus, with her feline temperament, was likely nearing her wits' end with Cammy's antics, Uranus immediately nodded in agreement, eager to find some productive activity for the little girl. Both Harleton and Cammy had undergone the enhancement of the eggshell, granting them physical prowess far superior to that of ordinary individuals. If Cammy could focus on training, she could undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Moreover, Cammy had a penchant for wielding weapons, making Harleton's proposition resonate deeply with her. "That sounds great, but I prefer guns over swords, specifically long and hefty ones," Cammy declared, referring to the knight's lance. Harleton stroked his chin, contemplating briefly before nodding in acquiescence to Cammy's request. Given her physical capabilities, Cammy could adeptly wield a knight's lance. even if her height of under 1.5 meters made the weapon appear somewhat disproportionate. First, go heat some water for me. I need a bath. Then, we shall visit a stable together. All right, I'm on it. Despite the tribe's transformation over the years, Harleton's daily needs were still attended to personally by Cammy. He had tried to persuade her numerous times, but she remained resolute. Eventually, he ceased his attempts, having grown accustomed to her care. Before undergoing the enhancement from the griffin egg, Cammy was already an energetic little girl. After the enhancement, her vitality surged to an extent that she never seemed to rest. The thought of Cammy's fervent desire for children filled Harleton with trepidation. He could only pray that after she turned 30, she would not be as ravenous as a wolf. Otherwise, with her boundless energy, he feared he might be utterly drained. Cammy soon prepared the hot water, and Harleton, after undressing, settled into the tub. What could be more delightful than soaking in a hot bath after practicing swordsmanship? Of course, there was one thing better, having a little wife to rub his back. In his previous life, until the year 2124, Harleton had never found a girlfriend and had even contemplated commissioning a robotic companion, only to find himself transported to this new world. Although Cammy appeared demure and well-behaved in front of others, she transformed into a playful imp when with Harleton. A back rub is fine, but no mushroom picking. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. Harleton warned with a frown. Cammy stuck out her tongue, disregarding his advice and becoming even more mischievous. After a playful and raucous bath, Cammy licked her lips, seemingly unsatisfied and still yearning for more fun. However, recalling their plan to visit a stable, she swiftly dressed Harleton in a new outfit. Don't wear that. Put on this one instead. Hari presented a blue silk robe to Cammy. Oh, understood. If you know, hurry up and put it on, or else you'll fall ill. Chapter 31. The self-combusting disaster star. The journey from the Raza Plain to Milan takes approximately 10 days, though seasoned travelers can complete it in 6. Harritan opted not to take the waterways, instead meandering through the cities of Milan and Yuankai. The bed slaves of Yuankai left a profound impression on him, being proficient in 7 forms of moans and 16 positions of pleasure. On the 9th day, Harritan, accompanied by Cammy and 16 guards, finally arrived at Astapor, a city renowned for its purity. Astapor is an ancient city, its population diminished over time. With the tallest pyramid standing at just over 100 meters, only half the height of the Grand Pyramid in Milan, Harritan, mounted on Nidhogg, introduced this venerable city to Cammy, who sat atop her horse, indulging in snacks, accompanied by the wagging tail of Tiamat. This city looks rather antiquated, yet those yachts appear quite intriguing, Cammy remarked, her voice muffled by the morsels in her mouth. Astapor is situated at the mouth of the Worm River, where, after the scorching sun sets, slave masters embark on their yachts to revel on the waters. As they conversed and walked, they soon arrived at Pride Square. Here, benevolent masters display their slaves, akin to a vast slave market. The people of Astapor trade in bed slaves, agricultural slaves, scribes, artisan slaves, and soldier slaves, collecting 1/10 of the sale price each time a slave changes hands. Harritan intended to select a translation slave first, to avoid incurring the silent ire of the shark-armed masters, unaware of his ignorance. He was not Daenerys Targaryen, able to comprehend the old Valyrian tongue. Due to the distinctive appearance of the prairie mastiffs, many slave masters recognized Harritan, the young Raza who had risen to prominence in just a year. As he passed, the townsfolk quickly stepped aside, not due to his formidable presence, but rather because of the imposing size of the 2 prairie mastiffs. One of the mastiffs remained unrestrained, and people feared its sudden ferocity. Harritan wandered about until he finally halted in front of a particular stall. The proprietor, noticing Harritan's presence, approached with a broad smile. Roar. Upon the sudden approach of the slave master, Nidhogg issued a low, warning growl. The master's steps faltered, and Harritan, noticing this, patted Nidhogg's head before dismounting. How much for her? Without further ado, Harritan pointed to a disfigured young girl. His choice of the girl was not driven by pity, but rather by the striking coldness of her eyes. The slave master, seeing Harritan's interest in the disfigured child, felt a surge of hope, thinking he could finally rid himself of this ill-fated fire demon. Indeed, this girl is quite perceptive in multiple languages. She can be yours for just 10 golden gleams. Harritan's brow furrowed. He had indeed taken a liking to the young translator, but he was no fool. To demand 10 golden brilliance coins from him is absurd. With such a sum, he could procure a highly proficient translator. Perceiving the shift in Harritan's demeanor, Nidhogg lowered his body, and an ominous growl resonated from him. Do you take me for a fool? Harritan's expression darkened. Observing the unfolding scene, a nearby vendor interjected, Harritan, the city lord, no, eternal heaven. That girl is a harbinger of disaster. Ever since the appearance of the red comet, she has been prone to spontaneous combustion. She is nothing but a fire succubus. Perhaps you might consider my offerings, My translation slaves are both exquisite and reasonably priced. The slave owner, eager to profit from Halaton, interjected, 1 silver coin. Nearly 1 silver coin, or even 50 copper coins will suffice. He had originally acquired this slave for 20 copper coins, not anticipating that he had purchased a calamity. Upon hearing this, Halaton cast a discreet glance, and a guard promptly tossed a silver coin to the slave owner. The slave girl, surprisingly compliant, approached Halaton. Yet, her eyes bore an endless indifference, as if nothing mattered to her. The slave owner, beaming, unclasped the shackles from her neck, knowing he could reuse them and would not part with them lightly. Halaton observed the slave owner intently, committing his visage to memory, pondering that should Estebo fall, he would ensure this man met a grim fate upon the crucifix. Subsequently, Halaton turned to the slave owner who had interrupted earlier and tossed him a golden brilliance coin. I will take the 2 swordsmen. Enlighten me about her circumstances. Halaton was disinclined to inquire directly from the slave owner, knowing he would receive nothing but deceit. Simultaneously, he preferred to gather others' accounts before approaching the girl herself. The sale of the 2 swordsmen brought joy to the slave owner, who eagerly began to elaborate on the girl's background. Chapter 32. The Dog of Love. No one knew the girl's original name, not even her first master. It was only known that she had been sold to Estebo by a slave-capturing team a year prior, and after numerous exchanges, she ultimately fell into Halaton's hands. The titles of Calamity, Fire Demon, and Fire Succubus were bestowed upon her due to her inexplicable episodes of spontaneous combustion following the emergence of the Red Comet. During these episodes, she would transform into a colossal fireball, with the scars on her body serving as evidence of her fiery outbursts. Over time, the frequency of her combustions had increased, occurring almost weekly now. Halaton widened his eyes, not out of fear but astonishment. How intriguing, how fascinating. How long has it been since your last combustion? Halaton inquired of the girl. 3 days, she replied, her voice somewhat hoarse, perhaps a remnant of her fiery episodes. Halaton nodded, then stepped closer, his hands gliding over her form. A soft, muffled sound escaped her lips. Halaton withdrew his hands. Do you have a premonition before you combust? Is it painful? Not in the past, but now I do. It used to hurt immensely, but now it is much lighter. Haritan was not harboring any lascivious thoughts. He and Cammy slept in the nude every night, devoid of any desire for women. Instead, he was examining the girl's skin. The scars on her body were far more pronounced than those on her face, indicating that when she spontaneously combusted, flames truly engulfed her entire form. What is your name? I do not know. The girl's responses were always exceedingly brief. You do not know? How can you speak so many languages if you do not even know your own name? It is instinct. When I think, it is there in my mind. Haritan was somewhat at a loss for words. Then from now on, I shall call you Jelena, and you will serve as my translator. The girl fell silent, tacitly accepting this name. Cammy nudged her horse forward, approaching Jelena. Aware that Cammy was her mistress, Jelena lowered her head slightly in a gesture of respect, believing that Cammy intended to assert her authority. However, Cammy had no intention of proclaiming dominance. Instead, she reached out and effortlessly embraced Jelena. Come, ride with me on a horse. We all ride, and you are the only one without one, Cammy said with a cheerful smile. Harian twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that Cammy might be insulting her, as the words for horse, mother, and such bore a striking resemblance in the Raisin language. Suddenly, Tiamat bounded over, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Cammy frowned and kicked at it, exclaiming, Go away, you look far too fierce and not at all handsome. While many men would covet such a powerful steed, to Cammy, it was nothing more than a nuisance due to its ferocity and lack of elegance. Harian sighed and remarked, Cammy, if you ever wish to wield a knight's lance, Tiamat is your best choice of steed. During their time in Millen, Harian and Cammy had commissioned a set of plate armor, and Cammy had additionally ordered a hefty knight's lance measuring a staggering 3 meters and 2 centimeters in length. Cammy, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, could don the armor and wield the lance, but ordinary mounts could scarcely bear such formidable weight. Cammy glanced at Tiamat, and ultimately her yearning to be a knight prevailed over her aesthetic preferences. Jelena, can you ride? Cammy inquired. Yes, Jelena replied, having swiftly regained her composure. Given her ability to spontaneously combust, it was only natural that this young mistress possessed substantial strength. Upon hearing this, Cammy dismounted and climbed onto Tiamat's back. Fortunate that Tiamat had always been equipped with a saddle, Tiamat bore no ill will towards Cammy for her earlier disdain. The 2 desert mastiffs felt an instinctive bond with her. Spend more time bonding with Tiamat. Familiarity with your steed is fundamental to becoming an excellent knight. Otherwise, why do so many desire a fine horse? Cammy said, You, my dear girl, are blissfully ignorant of your good fortune. Leaning forward, Cammy patted Tiamat on the head and added, Tell me, am I truly unaware of my blessings? Tiamat turned its head and licked Cammy's hand, seemingly affirming that being ridden by her was indeed its good fortune. You fickle creature, when Nidhogg licked you, why did you not return the gesture, but instead turned and bit him? Haritan cast a disdainful glance at Tiamat, who appeared to approve of his observation. In moments devoid of desire, should Nidhogg dare approach Tiamat, she would swiftly retaliate with a bite. Halaton first procured an outfit and then sought out a lodging, instructing Cammy to assist Jelena in her ablutions. After a brief cleansing, Jelena appeared somewhat less menacing. Halaton suddenly pondered, would your hair not be consumed during spontaneous combustion? Jelena lightly tossed her long, straight black hair, replying, no, nor does it emit the scent of burnt hair like one might expect. When she initially ignited, a savory aroma of charred flesh enveloped her, yet her hair remained unscathed. However, during her self-ignition, her hair did catch flame, akin to a material that could burn indefinitely. She gazed skyward at the crimson comet, her eyes devoid of indifference, now brimming with a tumult of emotions, hatred, longing, and trepidation. Chapter 33, He calls you a barbarian. Halaton sought out the most illustrious benefactor in Estebo, Krasnamonacross. He primarily dealt in the business of the innocents, boasting a stock of 6,000. The other benefactors engaged in the trade of innocents collectively possessed fewer than Krosny. The two met in Proud Square. Krosny was accompanied by a young black girl, presumably Miss Sand, a key supporting character in the narrative. Krosny, my old acquaintance, Halaton greeted. Miss Sand translated Halaton's words for Krosny, who responded with a chuckle. He informed this barbarian from Laza that to purchase an innocent, one must exchange soap for points, which could then be used to acquire the innocents. Miss Sand prepared to translate Krosny's message, but Jelena's hoarse voice interrupted. He calls you a barbarian and insists you barter soap for the opportunity to purchase innocents. Miss Sand, Halaton, Cammy, Halaton and his companions, including Miss Sand, fell into a contemplative silence. Krosny was perplexed, not anticipating that Halaton would go so far as to procure a translator to shield himself from insults. What are you dawdling for? Quickly convey my words. Krosny impatiently urged Miss Sand. Without hesitation, she disclosed to Krosny that the other party had indeed provided a translator. Krosny was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a customer who brought their own translator for a purchase. Ordinarily, such a service would be the seller's responsibility. Yet, since the other party had a translator, it simplified matters considerably, and he paid no mind to his earlier derogatory remark. In his eyes, Halaton bore no distinction from the lowly Laza people. Estebo possessed innocence and feared no one. If you desire an innocent, you must trade soap, and only with me. Miss Sand translated his words to Halaton. Agreed, but the transaction must adhere to market rates. 3 pieces of soap for 2 innocents. Miss Sand conveyed Halaton's proposition to Krosny, who immediately scowled in displeasure. Impossible. The trade must be at the rate of 5 silver coins. 1 innocent is worth 40 pieces of soap. Engaging with a fool is truly exhausting. He is utterly dim-witted. Jelena, convey to him that if he chooses not to sell, so be it. I shall decree that henceforth all transactions involving soap must be conducted exclusively with the Unsullied. Let him negotiate with the great masters and the wise masters. Jelena directly relayed Haritan's words to Krasny's. The expression on Krasny's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, for there exists a hierarchy of disdain among the 3 city-states. Meereen looks down upon Yunkai and Astapor, while Yunkai holds Astapor in contempt. Astapor, in turn, is scorned by Meereen and Yunkai and retaliates by deriding the Lazarene and the Dothraki. Although Meereen and Yunkai lack the military might of the Unsullied and Astapor, they are nonetheless capable of imposing economic sanctions on it. 1 Unsullied costs 20 golden dragons, with a minimum purchase of 100. I demand cash, Krasny's reiterated. Currently, the market price for soap is gradually diminishing, yet the valuation of the Unsullied remains remarkably stable. Therefore, for Krasny's, if a wholesale price of 5 silver coins cannot be negotiated, a cash transaction proves far more advantageous. Deal. I require 2,500 Unsullied. The total amounts to 50,000 golden dragons, with payment and delivery occurring simultaneously. With a clap of his hands, the guards promptly descended upon the wagon to retrieve the crates. Hari-An had already inquired about the price of the Unsullied prior to his arrival. Upon confirming the legitimacy of the golden dragons, Krasny's instructed his subordinates to select 2,500 Unsullied and handed the command whip to Hari-An. Among 100 Unsullied, there typically exists 1 secondary commander, distinguished by 2 spikes atop his helmet. For every 1,000, there is 1 tertiary commander, marked by 3 spikes, holding the command whip. Hari-An directed the Unsullied before him to nominate their most capable leader. In due time, an Unsullied adorned with 3 spikes emerged. His skin gleamed like bronze, and his eyes mirrored the color of Haritan's, standing over 6 feet tall. "Are you a Dothraki or a Lazarene?" Hari inquired with curiosity. In response to my master, "I am Lazarene. You may call me Red Dog." Hari narrowed his eyes, discreetly casting a glance at Krasny's. Among the slaves in the Bay of Slaves, nearly 40% are Lazarene. Once Daenerys Targaryen abolishes slavery, he intends to return this group of Lazarene to the Lazarene Plains. The number of Lazarene slaves is approaching the total population of the Lazarene Plains. Red Dog is a rather feeble name for a ferret. From this day forth, you shall be known as Sakasaki, codename Crimson Hound. Understood, my master. Haritan stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. After a moment, his eyes brightened. Furthermore, refrain from referring to yourselves as the Unsullied Legion. The nicknames such as the Spear Maiden, the Bride of War, and the Mistress of Armies carry more derogatory connotations than favorable ones. Henceforth, you shall be called the Fearless Legion, able to identify yourselves as the fearless, unafraid of anything. Chapter 34, The Grain Merchant Unbeknownst to the Aspiring. A reminder prompts you. After reading, please save your collection for greater convenience in future reading. Sakasaki. Go inform the fearless that they should choose a name for themselves. There are no specific requirements, only one stipulation. It must sound like a name. Sakasaki's hand trembled slightly around the spear, a sensation previously unknown to him welling up within his heart. He struggled to articulate this feeling, yet it brought him an undeniable sense of comfort. Haritan waved his large hand. Let us proceed to Meereen. There is a matter that requires our attention. On this expedition, he brought along a staggering 410,000 golden coins. In addition to the Unsullied, he intended to procure grains in Meereen, seeking both old and new supplies. Haritan's aim in acquiring grain was not due to any shortage within the grain of the Griffin tribe, but rather a pursuit of profit. The tribe was currently self-sufficient in food, thanks to the bountiful harvest from both their soap production and cultivated lands. His ambition was to seize the wealth belonging to Daenerys Targaryen, for during her early rule in Meereen, she would find herself ensnared in the web woven by slave masters. At that time, Meereen was nearly besieged, with resources dwindling to nothing, leaving Daenerys unable to procure food even with her riches. Yet Haritan remained undeterred. Unwilling to forfeit any opportunity for wealth, he desired all the treasures that Daenerys had plundered. Thus, he prepared to utilize the remaining 360,000 golden coins to purchase grain. After Haritan departed from Astapor, Krasny returned to his pyramid in a fury, retrieving a letter from a corner. This correspondence had been sent by Daznak some time ago, inviting him to strategize on the soap factory beneath the Valyrian mountains. However, at that moment, the Griffin tribe had just triumphed over Jaskaro, and their might still loomed large. Krasny had not responded to the letter, nor had he outright refused it. The earlier threat from Haritan, using Meereen and the Unsullied as leverage, left him feeling profoundly humiliated. He handed a pre-written letter to a slave, arranged for this to be delivered to the Daznak family in Meereen. Once the servant had departed, Krasny's anger festered. When had a mere goat herder from Lazar had the audacity to threaten him? Accompanied by the Unsullied Legion, Haritan took a full 12 days to reach Meereen. He instructed Sakasaki to station 2,000 men at the pass of the Valyrian mountains. He publicly declared that the Griffin tribe was constructing a city at the mountains, necessitating the closure of the pass. The soap trade continued, albeit now facilitated directly by the Griffin tribe. With the Unsullied backing them, the Griffin tribe's influence surged. However, due to the lucrative nature of the soap trade, the lords of Meereen chose to remain silent regarding Haritan's underhanded maneuver to seize control of the mountain pass, despite it being the sole route to Lazar. For them, only the grain from Lazar was of value for trade. Thus, even with Haritan controlling the mountain pass, they were largely indifferent. Although Haritan had defeated 8,000 roaring warriors, the lords secretly held him and the Lazuri in contempt. Centuries of pride and prejudice could not simply vanish due to a single conflict. Upon reaching Meereen, Haritan swiftly spread the word of his grain procurement, willing to acquire as much as possible. This news brought great joy to grain merchants, as the prolonged summer had lasted for a decade, resulting in an abundant supply of grain from Essos. Many grain merchants have found it increasingly challenging to conduct business in recent years. An abundance of new grain has turned into stale stock due to a lack of sales, resulting in a vicious cycle where capital remains tied up. Presently, there are buyers willing to purchase stale grain without limit, allowing these merchants to reap substantial profits. The grain merchants of Milan, upon receiving this news, swiftly banded together and approached Haliton, offering a price of 20 copper coins per pound for stale grain, whereas the previous price for 1 pound of rye was merely 8 copper coins. Haliton, aware that these merchants aimed to exploit him during this opportunity, had already prepared himself. He made a conspicuous purchase of stale grain amounting to 10,000 gold coins, demonstrating his determination to acquire more. Subsequently, He announced that he was in the process of raising funds to procure grain worth 1 million gold coins. The news spread rapidly, and this monumental project attracted numerous grain merchants to Milan. Even many slave owners began to sell their stored grain, hoping to capitalize on the situation. Under the merchants' collaborative speculation, Milan suddenly faced a food crisis unseen in years, with grain prices soaring dramatically. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At the Khalasar Pass, the stronghold of the unyielding legion, Halatin's custom heavy armor finally arrived, 2 complete sets. The larger set, paired with an 18-meter-long two-handed greatsword, belonged to Halatin, while the smaller set was for Cami, accompanied by a 32-meter-long heavy knight's lance. Noticing the blacksmith who delivered the armor lingering, Halatin inquired, "Why are you still here?" "I do not provide meals." The blacksmith hesitated before responding, "My master has asked me to inquire when you would be available for a meeting." Halatin chuckled to himself. Realizing the time was opportune, he replied to the blacksmith, "Tomorrow, as I intend to procure grain in Milan." Chapter 35. The leader of the grain industry since Halatin disseminated the news of his intention to acquire grain worth 1 million gold coins. The influx of grain merchants into Milan has surged. For merchants, profit hinges on capitalizing on information disparities. Time is of the essence. A single day's delay could result in losses amounting to thousands of gold coins. However, as the number of grain merchants increased, Halatin retreated into the military camp at Khalasar Pass, avoiding all visitors. This caused anxiety among the grain merchants, as the cost of traveling back and forth is significantly high. Should they fail to sell their grain at elevated prices, they would incur substantial losses. After the blacksmith relayed the news to his master, the information quickly spread throughout Milan, alleviating the concerns of many grain merchants. Simultaneously, they began to plot price increases, feeling resentment towards Halatin for keeping them in suspense for so long. The following morning, Halatin indeed arrived at the gates of Milan, accompanied by 2,000 purists. Just as the grain merchants and slave owners were preparing to inflate prices, Halatin unexpectedly declared that he would only purchase grain worth 350,000 gold coins. Moreover, he accepted only inexpensive aged grain, offering merely 70% of the market price. Halatin did not impose a severe price cut directly. Instead, he intended for these grain merchants to engage in a self-destructive price war. Historically, such internal competition has invariably resulted in mutual ruin. Upon receiving the news, the grain merchants were thrown into a state of panic. They banded together, hoarding a substantial quantity of both aged and fresh grain, with their stocks valued at nearly 1 million. Now, Halatin's sudden offer of only 350,000 gold coins for grain, at a mere 70% of the market price, seemed utterly exploitative. The merchants quickly realized that both the prior information and the offer of 1,000 gold coins for grain were merely bait employed by Halatin to draw them in. They all rushed into Milan City with their grain, facing exorbitant transportation and storage costs. After all, the merchants in the warehouse rental industry were also eager to seize this opportunity for profit. The slave traders, preparing to partake in the bounty, felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu about the unfolding scene. Fortunately, their grain was stored in the pyramid at Slave Bay, and they could always choose not to sell. That evening, the grain merchants convened to devise a strategy. Halatin is undoubtedly bluffing. I have reliable intelligence that a large number of Lazans are migrating westward. He must be in dire need of grain, declared Hamadistan with conviction. He was a renowned grain merchant from Slave Bay, with the Stan family having engaged in grain trade for over a century, thus establishing themselves as leaders in the Slave Bay grain market. Hearing such words from Hamadistan revitalized the confidence of the assembly. After all, the grain in his possession was valued at 400,000 gold coins, half of which had been urgently sourced from other regions. Seizing the moment, Hamadistan urged, "Let us remain calm. Halatin is surely in desperate need of grain. His shortage must be significant. Otherwise, he would not resort to this tactic. If we can endure, he will eventually come to us, seeking to purchase the grain we hold. At that point, we can unite to inflate the prices, reclaiming all the costs incurred during the standoff. Indeed, as long as we persist for a while, that cunning and sly Halatin will have no choice but to seek our aid." I concur with Lord Stan's perspective. Just as the grain merchants unified in their resolve to confront Halatin to the bitter end, a vast caravan, shrouded by the cloak of night, arrived at the camp of the fearless. Under the eternal sky, it is a privilege to meet your esteemed self, Lord Halatin, Landenstan stated, immediately bestowing honor upon Halatin and adopting a very humble demeanor. "Greetings, who might you be, in relation to Hamadistan?" Halatin reclined in his chair, gently stroking the white feathers beneath Zeus's head as he inquired of Landenstan. After surveying the plains of Leza, Zeus would return to Halatin. Given his lack of affinity with Uranus, it was quite normal for them to clash upon their encounters when not in season. Landenstan discreetly swallowed a lump in his throat. The boy before him was accompanied by a griffin, while a savage mastiff lay at his feet, creating an undeniably intimidating presence. There is no need for concern. Zeus and Nidhogg are quite obedient, Haladin reassured him. Taking a deep breath, Landenstein mustered his courage and spoke, Hamadistan is my elder brother. It is an honor that you remember our family, the Stans. I have been entrusted by my brother to negotiate with you. Negotiation is certainly not an issue. Provided the price from your family is reasonable, I will accept it without hesitation, Haladin replied. Rest assured, beneath the eternal sky, we are willing to sell you grain at 70% of the market price, for 100,000 gold coins, and we shall only require 280,000. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 36. I am in negotiation. To be frank, I am not satisfied with the 70% price. I believe you are aware that if I merely bide my time, individuals within your ranks will inevitably lower their prices to sell to me. Haladin's words caused a subtle change in Landenstein's expression. His brother's decision to detain the grain merchants while secretly sending him to sell the grain stemmed from a suspicion that Haladin might not be in genuine need of grain. After all, even if Haladin truly faced a grain shortage due to a surge in tribal population, he could easily send someone to Slave Bay for normal procurement. The prolonged summer of 10 years meant that grain merchants were not lacking in supply, and the tribe capable of producing soap from the Griffins certainly had no shortage of funds. Haladin's reaction confirmed his brother Hamadistan's suspicions. However, Landenstein understood that it was not his brother's lack of foresight to blame, but rather the insatiable greed inherent in human nature. At this juncture, those grain merchants still harbored dreams of selling their supplies to Haladin at inflated prices. The daily cost of warehouse rentals and ship docking fees amounted to a significant sum. The longer the delay, the more challenging it became for the merchants to resist and struggle against the trap devised by Haladin. With a deep sigh, Landenstein remarked, "Beneath the eternal sky, truly a clever strategy. 70% of the cost price is our final bottom line. Should you remain unwilling to accept this price, we would prefer to consume the grain ourselves." Haladin released the feather of Zeus and approached Landenstein. Feeling the piercing gazes of Zeus and Nidhogg, Landenstein tensed up, overwhelmed by an instant fear of being targeted by a formidable foe. Yet, this sensation dissipated as quickly as it had arisen. With Haladin blocking the line of sight of the savage mastiff and the griffin, selling to me at 70% of the cost price. Even with numerous slave estates backing your Stan family, you must incur significant losses, no? Why not consider an alternative approach to our transaction? We can value the grain at cost price, and I will purchase it in full. Then, we can unite to profit from the entirety of the world's populace. Would that not be more advantageous? A look of astonishment spread across Landenstein's face. Clearly taken aback by Haladin's proposition, he had never anticipated that Haladin would propose such a scheme to profit from the entire world. Yet, for reasons he could not quite articulate, he suddenly felt inclined to entertain the idea. After all, with Haladin's cunning and guile, he might indeed possess a means to achieve this. At this moment, he finally comprehended why his calculating elder brother had initially fallen for Haladin's scheme. Faced with the prospect of potentially immense wealth, it was difficult not to be tempted. Beneath the celestial canopy, one might wonder how you intend to amass riches from the populace of the world. Fortunately, Landenstein still possessed a semblance of reason and clarity. He refrained from immediately acquiescing and instead sought to hear Haladin's thoughts. Haladin smiled faintly. He was exceptionally adept at spinning enticing tales. Surely, there were still numerous grain merchants awaiting the opportunity to sell their stock at exorbitant prices. All we need to do is collaborate to ensure they hold out for a few more months. The longer we prolong the situation, the greater their losses will be. Subsequently, we shall establish a trading consortium. When they are on the brink of collapse, we will acquire their grain at a minimal cost while simultaneously offering loans to the bankrupt merchants. We could also provide working capital to those whose financial chains have faltered. In exchange, they must join our grain consortium, with prices dictated by the consortium and sales orchestrated by us. As one of the benefits of consortium membership, grain produced in the Laza Plain will be wholesaled to the consortium at a fair price. Furthermore, once I finalize the soap trade with the slave owners, I will also provide sourcing channels for soap. I will allocate a larger share of soap sales to those members with greater seniority and strength. As our membership expands, so too will our financial network, until one day, the consortium ultimately controls the pricing of grains across the globe. Landenstein's breath quickened. Haladin's plan, in essence, was to exploit this opportunity to undermine the majority of grain merchants, subsequently establishing a consortium to dominate them. Ultimately, this immense organization would control the pricing of grains worldwide. The importance of grain was well understood by these merchants. Possessing pricing power would equate to transforming the world into a vast reservoir of wealth, allowing for exploitation at will. However, The execution of this plan would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Setting aside the uncertainties, even if everything proceeded smoothly, it would take decades to establish such a scheme. Yet, the mere thought of achieving the ultimate goal made the Stan family ascend to the pinnacle of nobility, and Essos filled him with both trepidation and obsession. At that time, the great lords, wise leaders, and benevolent masters of Slave Bay would have to heed the Stan family's influence. Landenstein swallowed hard. The Stan family is under my brother's authority. I need to return and discuss this with him, he said, his voice trembling. A peculiar expression crossed Halatin's face. Please. I am conducting business with you, not your brother. You are Landenstein, not Hamadistan. Chapter 37. What nonsense. Our Cammy is the most beautiful. Halatin's voice, like a devil's whisper, lingered in Landenstein's ears. I have already gathered sufficient information about your situation. Your brother constantly barks orders at you, and your family has consistently prioritized him. Yet you are merely lacking in resources compared to him, not in capability. If you had been born a mere year earlier, with your family's resources inclined towards you, I cannot fathom how you would be weaker than him. Halatin clapped his hands, and a guard entered, carrying a small wooden box. Upon opening it, a diminutive crystal vial emerged, approximately the size of half a thumb. Tears of Riss, and this alone cost me several hundred gold coins, Halatin introduced. Landenstan attempted to restrain his gaze from the vial, yet his eyes were inexorably drawn to the small container of Riss's tears. This rare and exorbitantly priced poison possesses a sweet, water-like flavor, dissolving seamlessly in alcohol or water, undetectable to the senses. It induces death through gastrointestinal disruption, akin to intestinal ailments, leaving no trace behind. Are you truly content to remain Hamadi's subordinate, or even a servant for life? Consider this. My alliance with the Stan family is contingent upon our discussions, and once they ascend to the ranks of the world's elite nobility, what shall you gain? All of this was meant to be yours. I believe in you. If you can eliminate Hamadi Stan, I will publicly collaborate with you to establish a commercial association as a show of support. Even if someone deduces that you poisoned Hamadi Stan, what of it? With my backing and your status as the rightful heir, who would dare to oppose you? Halatin replaced the crystal vial back into the wooden box and set it upon the table before Landenstan. You must understand, my plan is destined to unfold. Even if not in partnership with you, I shall work with Hamadi Stan. Now, the time has come for you to choose. Will you remain a mere accessory for life? Or will you rise to become the esteemed grain magnate? Landenstan's eyes blazed crimson, and he gasped for breath. Subsequently, he thrust the small box into his bosom. You have forced my hand, Hamadi. You have compelled me. His expression turned frenzied, only to be replaced by a disconcerting smile moments later. I refuse to be your backdrop. Everything here is a result of my own endeavors. You lack my prowess. Halatin raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, exclaiming, this is more like it. Why should he seize what rightfully belongs to you? He patted Landenstan on the shoulder. Go forth. I await your good news, and wish us a fruitful collaboration in advance. Taking a deep breath, Landenstan replied to Halatin, I will return in 3 days to discuss the details of our collaboration further. I shall eagerly await your good news. Halatin, with a beaming smile, bid farewell to Landenstan, watching his departing figure with a hint of astonishment. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Came Cammy's voice as she skipped over to Halatin. Fortune smiles upon us. Not merely smoothly. I never anticipated it would be this effortless. Halatin pulled little Cammy into an embrace and planted a kiss upon her cheek. You are truly my goddess of fortune. Since our encounter, my luck has never faltered. Cammy blinked in confusion and asked, why don't you kiss me on the lips? With that, she leaned in for another kiss. Until she was nearly breathless, Cammy finally released Halatin. See, this is what my mother described as a kiss, she remarked, her tongue tingling uncomfortably. Cammy stuck out her tongue in distaste. Halatin looked on with a bemused expression. Ever since he established the Rison Eagle tribe, Nika had frequently instructed Cammy on matters between men and women. Piro often hinted at when he would give Cammy a child. To be frank, he could understand Piro and Nika's concerns. They feared that he might abandon Cammy in the future. In their eyes, although Cammy was somewhat presentable, she had not formally wed Halatin. If Cammy bore no children, what would happen if Halatin encountered a more beautiful girl or wed into a powerful tribe? Would he not be free to abandon their daughter at any moment? Halatin had reassured them numerous times, but such promises held little weight in the eyes of adults. Eventually, Halatin chose to say little more. He could only prove himself through time and action. The gods could witness how deeply he cherished the lively little girl named Cammy. Moreover, he was not the kind of man who could be easily swayed by mere beauty. Yet, Cammy was far too young. Halatin could not harbor such thoughts about her, lest she truly be shattered. Let alone having children, it would be madness to conceive at the tender age of 12, just after her first menstruation. Halatin gently rubbed Cammy's cheeks and said, no matter what your mother has told you, do not take it to heart. I found you. and I will always be with you." Immediately, a look of guilt washed over Cammy's face, as if she had been caught in wrongdoing. "How did you know?" she stammered. "Do you think I don't know you?" Cammy pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "But my mother said that if I don't do this, you might be taken away by a girl more beautiful than me." Upon hearing this, Halladin lifted Cammy high into the air and declared firmly, "What nonsense! Our Cammy is the most beautiful." Chapter 38. The terrifying spontaneous combustion not far away. Giolina tilted her head, feeling a twinge of envy, though her gaze remained indifferent. Ever since the onset of her spontaneous combustion, she dared not indulge in emotions too lavishly. After spinning Cammy around in the air, Halladin set her down and said, "Giolina, you will combust again tonight. Prepare yourself." Initially startled and frightened by her mother, Cammy finally set aside her worries and cheerfully replied, "Got it. I'll get ready right away." Halladin smiled knowingly as he watched Cammy bounce away. He had always sensed something amiss with her, but now he finally felt he had set the little girl straight. Halladin turned to Giolina, who lingered in the corner. The frequency of her spontaneous combustions had increased, averaging once every 5 days. "Have you tried my suggestion?" he inquired. At his words, Giolina's previously vacant gaze sparked with life. Only when Halladin spoke to her, or when he broached the subject of spontaneous combustion, did her wine-red eyes glimmer with vitality. "Having attempted to harness the powers beneath the celestial crown, I found myself unsuccessful. It is not that the direction was erroneous. Rather, I sense that the path is indeed correct, yet there remains a critical gap." "A slight discrepancy?" Halladin furrowed his brow. The first time he witnessed Giolina's spontaneous combustion, he was taken aback. There were no forewarnings prior to her ignition. It was not a mere flicker that gradually intensified, but rather a sudden eruption into a roaring blaze. Had Giolina not possessed a premonition of her condition, she would have become a veritable ticking time bomb, capable of igniting at any moment, anywhere. "Halladin, Giolina, I am here," Carmi announced, entering while pushing a large ceramic jar. Once Halladin secured the curtain, he signaled Giolina to commence. Giolina nodded and began to disrobe, revealing her body marred by grotesque scars. Her complexion flushed slightly, for alongside her spontaneous combustion, there was another ominous element at play. It is often said that time is invaluable, yet Halladin had merely expended a handful of copper coins to purchase a moment of it. Previously, Halladin had thoroughly examined her, scrutinizing her inside and out to ascertain whether she might ignite. As a wave of heat surged within her, Giolina's expression shifted. She swiftly tumbled into the large ceramic jar. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, prompting Halladin to urgently pull Carmi back. Although Giolina stood at a modest height of around 1.6 meters, the inferno reached perilously close to the ceiling, towering over 3 meters high. Once the flames stabilized, they diminished to just over 2 meters, yet the temperature remained unrelenting, intensifying further. "Giolina, try to control the flames," Halladin shouted. The first time he witnessed Giolina's self-ignition had left him utterly astounded. He had anticipated a localized ignition, perhaps in a specific area of her body, and had intended to explore the scientific principles behind it. To his astonishment, the flames were ferocious, confirming his suspicion that this was a magical phenomenon. Such an inferno would typically reduce a person to ashes rather than merely leave them scarred. Standing within the large ceramic jar, Giolina endeavored to master the fire within her, but to no avail. The flames surged forth, bringing not only the familiar sensation of burning, but also an indescribable thrill. It was akin to the euphoric release experienced by someone who has been constipated for 5 days. This ecstasy was far more intense than before. A piercing scream erupted, causing the once stable flames to surge once more, reaching the ceiling with renewed vigor. A wave of fire shattered the large ceramic jar, and Halladin instinctively shielded Carmi in his embrace. As the flames swept over, Halladin's face contorted in agony. "So hot," he exclaimed, eyes wide, realizing his garments had been torn in two. Giolina's eyes rolled back, and she fainted as the surroundings ignited into a blazing inferno. "Carmi, you must leave. I will save Giolina," Halladin swiftly decided. Carmi, ever obedient to Halladin, immediately fled. Halladin approached Giolina, ready to lift her, but the moment his hands met her skin, he recoiled. How can it be so hot? As Halladin swung his arm and grumbled. It felt as if he had directly touched the flames, an unbearable sting coursing through him. Scanning the surroundings, Halladin's eyes brightened as he took a couple of steps forward, seizing a whip and binding it around Giolina's legs, dragging her out. Do not fault Halladin for his roughness. The tent was engulfed in fierce flames, and it could not hold for much longer. He could not bear to watch Giolina be buried alive, could he? If she were to be crushed to death, Halladin would be deeply troubled. Cammy was just about to remove her coat to drape it over Giolina when Halladin halted her. "Let us wait to cover her. First, we need to fetch a basin of water and soak it before wrapping it around her." Without delay, Cammy instructed the approaching guards to bring water, simultaneously forbidding the male guards from coming near. She could not allow Giolina to appear before everyone in such a state of undress. Though Cammy was merely younger than Giolina by 5 years, she felt a profound sense of protectiveness over her. Chapter 39. Rest well, Giolina under the celestial canopy. Are you all right? Sakasaki, accompanied by a band of fearless warriors, rushed over in a flurry. Upon noticing the commotion, he presumed that someone had bypassed the patrolling warriors to attempt an assassination on Hallaton. Frightened, he hurried over with his men. Hallaton had restored their dignity, imparting upon them the significance of being human. He held deep respect for Hallaton and would not permit any harm to befall him under his watch. I am fine. Have another tent erected. Understood. Once the crowd dispersed, Cammy draped the damp sheepskin over Giolina, which immediately emitted a hissing sound. My goodness, how hot must she be? Cammy marveled. Hallaton suddenly remembered how scorching Giolina was and reached out to touch her once more. Goodness, it feels just like flames. Hallaton exclaimed, shaking his hand. With a chuckle, Cammy finally asked, how long will it take for her to awaken? I do not know. Let us first carry her to her own tent. Agreed. After deliberating for some time, they resorted to binding Giolina like livestock to transport her back to her tent. Upon reaching the tent, Hallaton gently placed Giolina on the ground. Let her rest here for now. The earth will conduct heat. Her current condition was rather peculiar. They decided to take turns watching over her that night, periodically wiping her body to help cool her down. Cammy nodded in agreement. It was the only course of action they could take for now. You keep an eye on her. I will fetch you some clothes. Due to the sudden wave of fire, Hallaton's clothing had been rendered useless. Fortunately, he was much sturdier than the average person. Otherwise, this incident could have cost him his life. Perhaps, in the original narrative, it was this very moment that compelled the slave owner to decisively eliminate Giolina, leaving no trace of her behind. As time passed, dawn broke, and the sky began to show a hint of pale light. Hallaton, darling. What is happening? Hallaton replied, still groggy from sleep. You must come and see. Cammy's voice called out, and Hallaton turned to look. What? He suddenly became alert as he saw Cammy holding a large piece of charred skin. Giolina revealed a large expanse of delicate skin on her chest. Although scars still marred its surface, the previous grotesque protrusions had faded away. Her body temperature had likely returned to normal. Quickly, the others began to peel away her skin. As Giolina groggily opened her eyes, she felt 2 hands exploring beneath her, instantly snapping to awareness as she kicked out. With a resounding thud, her small foot was caught deftly by Cammy, given Cammy's exceptional abilities. It was indeed remarkable that the kick had reached her. Tilting her head, Cammy offered a charming smile. Awake? Are we? Embarrassed, Giolina retracted her foot and shyly replied. I apologize. I didn't realize it was you. No need for apologies. Congratulations, Giolina. Your skin is healed, though perhaps you should take a look for yourself. It was only then that Giolina noticed her transformation. The dead skin had shed, revealing smooth and tender new skin beneath. The previously ghastly, raised scars had vanished, leaving only a series of fine lines as testimony to their former presence. Even with the lingering dark markings, Giolina felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the past, the grotesque protrusions had filled her heart with resentment, injustice, and anger. Now that the prominent scars had disappeared, a sense of relief washed over her. Do you sense any change within yourself? Hurried and inquired eagerly, oblivious to Giolina's poised demeanor before him. Giolina took a moment to reflect, then shook her head. Nothing particularly different. Just a feeling of lightness. Hurried sighed, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to nurture a true sorceress. In the world of Game of Thrones, true magic existed, albeit in a low magic realm. Should the tides of magic continue to rise, it might evolve into a medium or even high magic world. If there's nothing, then so be it. Yet, feeling light is still a positive outcome, he remarked. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he gently pressed Giolina's legs together. Rest well, Giolina. Randon Shan spent a sleepless night, clutching the tear of Reese as he returned to Millen, enveloped in dread. Though he had been riled by Hari and S provocations when it came time to act, hesitation crept in. The thought of poisoning his domineering brother or envisioning himself as the king of grains filled him with terror and confusion. Chapter 40. Hamadi's method and despair. Rise. Hamadistan kicked open the door and yanked Randanshan from his slumber. You fool, did you truly sell grain to Hari and at cost? A sharp slap struck Randanshan's face, the fury on Hamadi's countenance nearly palpable. Randanshan cupped his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Endure. He reminded himself to maintain composure. The slap had obliterated the last remnants of his fear and conscience. I apologize, dear brother, but I have exerted my utmost effort. Hallaton's price is merely 70% of the cost, and he is certainly not in need of provisions. What a fool. Had I known, I would have gone myself. Although Hamadi had anticipated this outcome, the thought of the lost money ignited a seething anger within him. Unable to confront Halaton, he could only unleash his pent-up fury upon his ineffectual brother. "I am truly sorry, brother. Please grant me another chance. You have yet to have breakfast. Allow me to arrange for the servants to prepare a meal for you." Observing Landon's obsequious demeanor, Hamadi felt a sense of superiority wash over him. "Hurry, for your blunder has deprived me of my breakfast this morning." Hamadi feigned magnanimity, as if such an act could further enhance his sense of superiority. Once Hamadi departed, Landon's expression twisted slowly, his teeth grinding in frustration. Halaton was indeed correct. "You are but a worthless being. I shall eradicate you. I am the rightful heir of the Stan family, destined to become the future Lord of Grain." As dawn broke, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Landon, bearing the breakfast like a servant, approached the table. Hamadi, engrossed with a bed slave, was lost in passion, barely acknowledging Landon's presence. Placing the utensils before Hamadi, Landon humbly remarked, "Brother, it is time to eat." Hamadi, releasing his gaze from the entranced bed slave, began to consume the meal prepared by the servants, stating, "After a week, you shall disseminate the news that the Rishur Griffin tribe lacks provisions. At that time, we shall purchase grain from other merchants at cost and gradually sell it elsewhere." This strategy was conceived after a morning of contemplation. He intended to exploit the information gap to acquire grain at a lower price. After all, the grain he possessed had already been sold, negating the need for warehouse rental fees. In essence, he aimed to pluck Halaton's peaches to compensate for his losses. Landon's eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded, "Rest assured. Thank you, brother, for granting me an opportunity to prove myself. I shall not fail you." Halaton's eyes briefly flashed with disdain as he prepared to mock. But an unexpected sharp pain pierced his abdomen. The intensity of the pain rendered him momentarily mute, and his haze, he glanced at Landon. His once timid brother, who had never dared to meet his gaze, was now fixated on him with a chilling glare. "You huff." At this moment, Hamadi realized the gravity of the situation. He never imagined that his weakling brother would dare to poison him. An overwhelming tide of regret and fury engulfed him, yet he found himself unable to speak. Trembling as he pointed feebly at Landon, ultimately succumbing to despair with his last breath. The bed slave beside Hamadi stood frozen in shock, while Landon exchanged a knowing glance with the servant who had been serving the meal. The latter immediately understood, drawing a dagger and plunging it into the bed slave. "Hamadi, rest assured, I will take good care of your wife," Landon murmured to himself with a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Landonstein felt as though he had broken free from some shackles, a profound sense of relief enveloping him. It was noon. Having made thorough preparations, Landonstein disseminated the news of Hamadi's demise. He attributed the cause to poisoning by a bed slave, yet refrained from disclosing the motive behind the slave's actions. Soon, the elder members of the Stan family caught wind of the news, and they were not as easily deceived as the outside world, particularly Landon's uncle, Chrisney. Chrisney immediately voiced his suspicions, asserting that Hamadi's would not have succumbed to poison so easily unless it had come from someone he least expected. Consequently, Chrisney insisted on summoning Landonstein back to the family for interrogation, as the circumstances surrounding Hamadi's death were shrouded in doubt, especially since the poisoner, the bed slave, had been killed by Landonstein in a fit of rage. Landon made no attempt to resist. The more he did, the more it would reveal his inner turmoil. Upon returning to the family estate, Chrisney convened a tribunal, and Landon was brought before a gathering of the elders. "Landonstein, why did you poison your own brother?" Chrisney's inquiry greeted him upon their first encounter. Yet, since the moment he had eliminated Hamadi's, the only person capable of intimidating him was an individual who was clearly not the frail and aged Chrisney. Nowadays, apart from the demonic whispers of Harit, no one could instill fear in Landonstein with mere words. "Uncle, I did not murder my brother. It was that bed slave. After she poisoned my brother, she audaciously laughed, prompting my wrath and leading me to kill her." His clumsy lie was met with skepticism. "Do you truly believe that I, alongside your third and fourth uncles, have become senile?" Chrisney's eyes burned with anger. The thriving commerce of Erosos had established a system of primogeniture, yet the younger sons did not branch off. Instead, they managed the family's business ventures across various regions. Landon's father, the eldest, had collaborated with his brothers, the second, third, and fourth, to resurrect the family during its decline. It was unexpected that, just as the family began to flourish, the elder brother's two sons would resort to such fratricidal behavior. Had the deceased elder brother known, he would surely rise from the grave in fury. Yet, it was only Chrisney who exhibited anger, as he alone remained concerned for the family's welfare. In his rage, Chrisney failed to notice the peculiar expressions of the third and fourth brothers. Morton, the third, briefly displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. With Hamadi's dead, If he could find an opportunity to eliminate Landon and the childless Christine, the head of the family could very well fall into his grasp. It was not only Morton who thought this way. The youngest, Karak, shared the same ambition. In that moment, everyone capable of speech in the Grand Hall began plotting their own schemes, just as Christine prepared to press Landon further. A descendant of the Stan family entered with shocking news. Following the announcement of Hamadi's death, the Leash Eagle tribe had suddenly declared a long-term grain trade partnership with Landenstein and extended an invitation for him to negotiate business at the Kai's Pass. Christine's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, fixed intently on Landon. Are you colluding with outsiders? Are you still a lowly Lazabian? Mortenstan inquired with indignation. Despite his disdain for the Leo Griffin clan, he had to concede their formidable strength. If Landenstan had indeed secured an alliance with the Leo Griffin clan, eliminating him would become a daunting endeavor. Landenstan's reaction only solidified Mortenstan's suspicions. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it. I have business to attend to. With that, Landenstan turned to leave. The guards waiting outside immediately surrounded him, shielding him from potential threats. Curse you. If you dare step out that door, don't ever return. Krisny's roar echoed behind him. Landenstan paused, a smile gracing his lips, and called out without looking back, Stan is my surname. My father was the last head of the Stan family, and my elder brother was the previous master. Regardless of your claims, where I stand is the true Stan family. You were once a collateral branch, and you shall remain so for all eternity. With that, Landenstan swiftly departed, ignoring the cacophony of shouts and curses that followed him. The proceeds from that batch of grain were entirely in his possession, representing nearly 2 years of the Stan family's reserves. Without that money, the entire Stan family business would collapse due to a severed financial chain. Thus, he had little patience for the old fools who were unworthy of reason. When they finally grasped the gravity of the situation, they would inevitably plead for him to return as the head of the family. Otherwise, with business halted and the substantial loss from the grain sold at a deficit of 400,000 golden coins, how would they continue to indulge in their lavish lifestyles? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Landenstan's steps became lighter, as if he had shed the weight of shackles. When Halidin next encountered Landenstan, he appeared remarkably invigorated. You look splendid, arriving a day ahead of our agreed time. I was concerned you might meet your demise in the city of Milan. Thank you for your concern under the celestial crown, but I never believed I would perish here. I have never felt so rejuvenated. It is as though I have been reborn. From this day forth, I, Landenstan, shall be unshackled. Halidin blinked in astonishment, sensing a strange familiarity in Landenstan's words, reminiscent of a long-forgotten tale. However, the memory eluded him. Nonetheless, Halidin chuckled to ease the atmosphere. This state of mind is excellent. A clear head is essential for business. How can one conduct affairs in a muddled state? He then produced a stack of parchment, filled with contracts written in the script of the Han, along with a translated version in Valyrian. Landenstan took the contract, his expression one of surprise. Yet, he quickly adopted a tone of feigned admiration. Is this the script of your Lazabian people? It is exquisite. He allowed a hint of envy to surface. After eliminating Hamadistan, Landenstan seemed to have activated a switch within himself, reveling in performances he deemed flawless to deceive others, as it granted him a sense of satisfaction in being inscrutable to those around him. Chapter 42. The oblivious slave Master Halidin smiled but remained silent. Observing the somewhat feigned expression on Landenstein's face, he contemplated how to eliminate him. Such an easily provoked individual could indeed be of use. Yet he could never be relied upon consistently or reused. The significance of grain in ancient times surpassed all else. Halidin would never permit such a crucial plan to be compromised by an outsider. His deception of Landenstein stemmed not only from the man's gullibility but also from Halidin's need for him to provide momentum for the merchant guild. Once the guild was operational, Landenstein would serve no further purpose. Seeing Halidin smile, Landenstein felt a surge of pride. The reason the Laza and Dothraki peoples were labeled as savages primarily lay in their language. Neither tribe spoke High Valyrian. They possessed their own languages, yet lacked a comprehensive writing system, thus earning the scorn of others. Fortunately, Halidin, having traversed time, possessed a complete set of written symbols in his mind. The absence of a thorough writing system significantly hinders the advancement of civilization. Landenstein perceived that his flattery had pleased Halidin, alleviating some of the pressure he felt in his presence. He believed he could easily appease Halidin, unaware that Halidin had already begun to contemplate the opportune moment to dispose of him. Landenstein picked up the parchment and began to scrutinize the contract. The merchant guild Halidin intended to establish was named the Wheat Spike Grain Merchants, and Landenstein would only hold 36% of the shares. He was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as the guild would be financed by Halidin, requiring only his provision of the sales chain and management. There were stipulations regarding the construction of grain warehouses, the mobilization of funds, and the destinations for grain sales, all necessitating Halatin's signature for implementation. Moreover, Halatin had embedded numerous textual traps within the document. The beauty of Chinese characters lies in their ability to facilitate wordplay. When translated into Valyrian script, their meanings become obscured. Halatin retained the right to annul the contract at any moment. While he could indeed overturn the table directly, he was not one to abandon a venture simply because it became challenging. The table they had painstakingly stabilized could not simply be upturned. The two further deliberated on the details of their plan, and then, each harboring ulterior motives, commenced their grain hoarding scheme. Upon returning to the city of Myr, Landenstein covertly gathered all the grain merchants together. He claimed to have extracted information from Halatin, stating that the Rashis were currently ensnared in a food crisis, and that Halatin was even contemplating bartering soap for grain at exorbitant prices. These grain merchants remained oblivious to the fact that the Stan family had already sold their grain to the Rashis. They were elated, further solidifying their resolve to recoup losses from the Rashis. However, half a month swiftly passed, and contrary to their expectations that the Rashis would falter, it was the merchants themselves who succumbed to despair. In the 10th year of the long summer, the grain yield in Essos could produce 2 or even 3 harvests a year. Grain was inherently difficult to sell. They had wasted precious time in Myr, and their finances became increasingly untenable. Numerous grain merchants could no longer endure the strain. Under the cloak of night, they stealthily approached Halatin, seeking to offload their stockpiles at bargain prices. As clandestine negotiations multiplied, Halatin perceived with keen insight that fortune favored him. These merchants were far more desperate than he had anticipated. Swiftly, Halatin proclaimed the establishment of the Golden Sheaf Grain Consortium, a joint venture with the Stan family, declaring that their alliance had averted the crisis through the Stan's grain reserves. The announcement left the merchants utterly dumbfounded, as did Landenstan, who found himself thrust into the flames by Halatin's bold declaration. Yet, with the consortium still in its infancy and his own survival dependent on Halatin's protection, Landon had no choice but to acquiesce through gritted teeth. He tacitly endorsed Halatin's claims and began lobbying merchants to join the Golden Sheaf. The merchants, now painfully aware of the trap laid by the Stan family and the Thunder Griffin tribe, faced a bitter choice: join the consortium or face ruin. Signing the contracts felt akin to inking indentured servitude. From that moment onward, their hands were no longer clean. They were no longer proud, independent traders, but half-bound laborers. Food worth millions of golden glimmers fell entirely into Halatin's hands, yet he paid a mere 350,000. A significant portion of this sum was even loaned back to the grain merchants themselves. After extending these loans, Hari and then sold them a fraction of the grain at the original market price. Under his control, these merchants promptly raised food prices in Slavers Bay by 20%. This abrupt shift unsettled the slave masters who had been idly observing the spectacle from the sidelines. Previously, they had been uncertain whether Hari truly faced a grain shortage, though his persistent demands for food and supplies and trade had hinted at the possibility. Content to watch the drama unfold between the grain merchants and the Thunder Griffin tribe from the safety of their own pyramid granaries, the slave masters only belatedly realized that Hari had seized control of every grain merchant in the region, and with it, the price of food in Slavers Bay. Fortunately, this was merely a fraction of the world's grain trade. Had Hari managed to dominate all merchants across Essos, sleep would have eluded them that night. Chapter 43. The collapse of a kingdom often begins from within. While Landenstein busied himself establishing the merchant guild, Haritan was far from idle. Once all the grain was secured, he immediately returned to Griffin City and, through simple arithmetic, selected 50 youths, both boys and girls. These young souls, burdened with aging parents and younger siblings to care for, swore oaths before the eternal sky idol before being dispatched to the guild. Their task was to familiarize themselves with its operations, gain experience, and, when the time came, seamlessly take over its management to ensure continuity. Faced with Haritan's personal appointees, Landenstein lacked the authority to refuse. After all, Haritan remained the principal shareholder. Once the guild stabilized, Haritan allocated the remaining 100,000 golden marks to begin the construction of Fort Khalasar. Initially, he intended to construct an entire city. However, he soon realized that a sum of 100,000 gold marks was insufficient to erect a fortified settlement. Consequently, Halatin had to adjust his ambitions and settle for building a fortress, sealing off the Kaisa Pass near Milan. With the investment of 100,000 gold marks, the construction of the Kaisa fortress commenced. Rather than employing slaves, Halatin summoned workers from the tribe under remarkably favorable conditions. Kasha found this perplexing, as the price for an ordinary slave fluctuated around 2 silver coins, while Halatin offered a wage that included 3 meals a day along with 10 copper coins daily. Although constructing a fortress was significantly simpler than building a city, it still required a minimum of 3 months. In essence, for a worker, 3 months of sustenance alone would amount to 900 copper coins, equating to 3 silver coins per month, enough to purchase a healthy slave. In contrast, slaves did not require subsidies and could survive on just 1 meal a day. Thus, even if they were worn out after 3 months, it would still be far more economical than summoning workers. Paladin raised an eyebrow and addressed Kashu. Do you believe that employing slaves is more cost-effective? Indeed. I think employing slaves is far more advantageous, Kashu replied earnestly. Observing Kashu's serious yet bewildered expression, Paladin abruptly struck Kashu's face with the parchment he held. How long have you enjoyed a comfortable life? Tell me, how long have you basked in ease? Paladin's face was a mask of fury. How can you, after such a short time, contemplate the exploitation of slaves? Not to mention that nearly 40% of those slaves are Raza people. If you are already considering the oppression of slaves, will you, in a few months, begin to scheme against and exploit your own kin? Paladin's spittle flew onto Kashu's face. Kashu stood in stunned silence, not wiping away the saliva that had landed on him, his mind consumed by Paladin's vehement words. It seemed that at some unknown point, his perspective had quietly shifted. Previously, he would have never entertained the thought of exploiting slaves. Instead, he would have felt sympathy and sorrow for their plight. Yet, in just a few short months, his mindset had transformed from empathy for the enslaved to contemplating how to maximize benefits for the tribe through their exploitation. Noting Kashu's stunned demeanor, Paladin softened his tone. Kashu, I hope you comprehend that power is a double-edged sword. While I understand your current drive to maximize the tribe's benefits, what if one day your heart changes and you begin to seek personal gain? When that day arrives, it will signify that you have been consumed by desire, and you will find yourself uncontrollably succumbing to corruption. When the truth comes to light, or someone exposes you, what should I do then? Should I personally order your execution? Kashu, for the original 12 families, I hold great regard. They are reliable and trustworthy. Yet, if that day were ever to come, I cannot foresee how I would respond. Suddenly, Kashu dropped to his knees. I am truly sorry, O Lord of eternal life. It is my fault. Please punish me. I shall forever remember your teachings. Kashu awoke, realizing that had it not been for the events of today, he might have inadvertently traversed a perilous path. Haritan stepped forward to assist Kashu, earnestly advising him, Uncle Kashu, let us forego punishment. As Haritan, I merely wish to counsel you power is akin to a tiger, while one may seek to command it, one must always harbor a profound reverence for its might. Kasha nodded solemnly, a hint of shame washing over him. Rest assured, Chang Shengshan, I shall forever remember your words. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Haritan bid farewell to Kashu, sighing deeply upon Kasha's departure. Haritan reflected on the troubled expressions he once observed on his mentor's face while leading a team. At the time, he had thought his mentor lacked the aptitude for leadership. But now he recognized his own ignorance. Haritan came to understand the immense difficulty of effectively guiding a team. As the tribal leader, he naturally wished for the tribe's perpetual healthy development and hoped that future generations would remain steadfast in their dedication to serving the tribe. Yet, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of this aspiration. Human nature is exceedingly complex. Within a vast, centralized empire, decay often begins from within. Haritan, being human himself, harbored personal ambitions, desiring that his lineage would forever reign over the continent of Essos. However, possessing the griffin alone was insufficient. The formidable Valyrian civilization had ruled Essos for 5 millennia through the might of dragons, yet was ultimately obliterated in a cataclysm. Haritan suddenly realized he could not place all his eggs in the Essos basket. Beyond establishing the Laza Empire in Essos, he needed to expand his influence into the continents of Westeros, Sithorios, and Ulthos as well. Yet, such grand visions felt distant. The immediate priority lay in outward expansion, followed by the assimilation of territory and consolidation of power. He envisioned the creation of an organization akin to the Jinui, tasked with overseeing the entire tribe. Presently, 70% of the tribe opted for agriculture, while 30% continued pastoral pursuits. The stable development of agriculture would inevitably lead to a population explosion. To pursue a path of centralization, an increased number of officials would be essential. Without a mature oversight institution, the expansion of territory could render Haritan oblivious to the tribe's affairs. Chapter 44. The origin of the title King of Griffins after leaving the Griffin Hall. Kashu inscribed Haritan's words, "Power is a tiger," and affixed them within the cabinet office. He did not conceal Haritan's reprimand, instead opting to share the incident widely. To ensure the stable development of the tribe, Haritan established a cabinet, 6 ministries, and an internal affairs office. Initially, Haritan had contemplated directly adopting the system of the Royal Council from Westeros. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Royal Council served a role similar to that of the 6 ministries and the cabinet. The hand of the king essentially performed the duties of the cabinet, while the roles of the Chancellor of Finance and the Minister of Justice corresponded to those of the ministries. Hari aimed to transition directly into a centralized society. But the royal council wielded too much power for his liking. He could not permit its existence. Thus, he opted to establish the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the Internal Affairs Office to replace the royal council and fragment lower-tier authority. The cabinet ministers are tasked with assisting him in the administration of state affairs, serving as a fusion of the king's hand and the learned advisors. However, the cabinet ministers lack decision-making authority, possessing only the power to offer recommendations. The Minister of Internal Affairs functions akin to a personal secretary, responsible for the transmission of messages and other duties. Currently, only Kashi serves in this capacity, as Hari has yet to recruit additional personnel. The 6 departmental ministers are accountable for various specific tasks, operating independently without interrelation, directly reporting to the emperor. Presently, there is a considerable number of officials within the tribe. Harridan's reprimand of Kashi undoubtedly serves to awaken this group of individuals, who are experiencing their initial taste of power and may feel somewhat lost. Following the reprimand, Harridan's stature has not diminished, rather, it has grown. The tribesmen perceive in Hari a leader of exceptional charisma befitting greatness. At present, the tribe is continually welcoming newcomers, with its population swelling to 100,000, sufficient to establish a small nation. However, the moment is not yet ripe for nationhood. Hari intends to fully conquer the Raza Plain before declaring a state, necessitating the capture of Astapor in preparation for maritime trade. Astapor, the ancient city renowned for its Unsullied, has received a distinguished visitor. Khalasar, the Unsullied of Astapor, commands the most formidable slave army in the world. Though they may not suffice to reclaim the Iron Throne, they can certainly help establish a foothold in Westeros. Jorah Mormont introduces the Unsullied to Daenerys, having encountered them during his mercenary days. Thus, Jorah is acutely aware of their might. A robust middle-aged man. His skin is dark and his hair thick. Despite some balding, he remains sturdy. In stark contrast, Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, standing beside Jorah, embodies a juxtaposition of beauty and ruggedness. Daenerys is petite and strikingly beautiful, with silver gold hair and violet eyes. Their conversation leads them to the Plaza of Pride. Upon learning that the Mother of Dragons intends to procure a substantial number of Unsullied to assist in reclaiming the Iron Throne, Krasnys warmly receives them. The Unsullied are the mightiest of warriors. Even the Griffin King has purchased 3,000 from me, to emphasize their strength and unparalleled value. Krasnys bestows upon Haritan the title of Griffin King. Were Haritan present, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude to Krasnys for refraining from calling him a Raza barbarian. Missandei follows closely behind Krasnys, meticulously translating his words. Krasnys halts, gesturing towards the Unsullied atop the tower. They have stood there for a day without food or drink, a testament to their formidable strength. Daenerys gazes at the Unsullied, her brow furrowing slightly upon hearing Krasnys' words. Krasnys continues to extol the virtues of his Unsullied, asserting that they will never flee before death and are exceedingly obedient to commands. Daenerys observes the Unsullied, who move in perfect unison to clear a path for them. Feeling deeply satisfied, they can meet my needs. Let us discuss their training regimen. This Western woman is quite pleased with the Unsullied soldiers. Yet she refrains from broaching the subject of a price reduction, instead seeking to understand the nature of their training. Upon hearing Missandei's translation, Krasnys responded with slight impatience, urging her to hasten the introduction, as the heat was oppressive and she had been dilly-dallying for far too long. Chapter 45. He must be a terrifying individual. As the four conversed, they arrived at a coastal pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Missandei commenced her introduction. They trained daily from dawn until dusk, mastering the agile use of short swords, shields, and 3 varieties of spears. Amidst this rigorous training, only a quarter of the participants managed to survive. At that moment, Krasnys boasted with pride. They possess absolute discipline and loyalty, surpassing even the madmen under the Griffin King. They fear not death. Upon concluding Missandei's translation, Jorah could not restrain himself from countering. Even the bravest among us feared death. Krasnys turned his gaze towards Jorah, and Missandei conveyed his words to Krasnys. In response, Krasnys wore a disdainful smile, instructing her to inform the old man that he emanated a foul odor. Missandei found herself in an awkward position, uncertainly asking, "Is that true?" "My lord?" "Of course not," Krasnys retorted, clearly displeased. "Are you a person or a sheep to even ask such a thing?" Chastised, Missandei fell silent, while Daenerys, observing the Unsullied, harbored a flicker of unease in her eyes. Krasnys continued to extol the virtues of the Unsullied to Daenerys. "The Unsullied are not human. They are devoid of any sensation towards death. My master asserts that the Unsullied are not human, they feel no fear of death. Let this wretched woman from the west take note, he declared, securing his whip before approaching the first unsullied in the front row. My lady, my master wishes you to witness this demonstration clearly. Under Daenerys' puzzled gaze, Krasny's commanded one unsullied to step forward. He drew the short sword from the unsullied's waist and lifted the armor on the right side of his chest. Realizing Krasny's intentions, Daenerys quickly urged Missandei. Tell your master he need not proceed with this. Missandei translated immediately, but Krasny's remained unfazed. Is this wench truly concerned for the unsullied's head? Does she not know we have already gelded them? They are a band of eunuchs. My master states that men do not require heads. Daenerys cast a glance at Missandei but remained silent. Krasny's, feeling triumphant, continued, each unsullied receives a puppy on the day of their castration. At the end of their first year of training, they are compelled to kill their own dog. Should they fail to do so, they will be executed. And their remains will serve as food for the dogs. Ultimately, to earn a shield, an unsullied must purchase a slave infant with a silver coin. Then kill the child before its mother's eyes. Only then can we ensure their absolute loyalty. Daenerys, incensed, exclaimed. You compel them to take a mother's child and kill it before her eyes, offering a mere silver coin as compensation? Even Jorah furrowed his brow. Appalled by the brutality of such training, he had never imagined the unsullied were forged through such cruel methods. Missandei frowned, finding the task of translation exceedingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Missandei could only say, she is angry. She inquires if you have provided silver coins to the mother of the deceased child. Krasny's wore a look of incredulity and sarcasm, labeling her a foolish, brainless harlot. Inform him that the silver coins are meant for the child's owner, not the mother. Daenerys inhaled deeply, gazing at Krasny's, who tilted his head with an air of smugness. How much can you sell them for? She asked. Krasny's clenched his left fist and extended 3 fingers with his right hand. 8,000. Tell that harlot of the Westlands to give me a response by tomorrow. There are those eager to claim the unsullied, and some even wish to gift them to the Griffin King. Upon completing the translation, Missandei followed Krasny's away. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Jorah. She remained silent, fixated on Krasny's retreating figure, as a bold plan began to form in her mind. 8,000 dead infants, such madness. The unsullied had transformed into mere instruments of slaughter, devoid of thought and emotion. As Daenerys and Jorah returned to the docks, they conversed along the way. Upon reaching the docks, a small girl suddenly appeared, charmingly playing with a round ball. Daenerys smiled at the girl, who then ran away. As Daenerys continued her conversation with Jorah, she followed the girl's footsteps, oblivious to the dark-robed figure trailing behind. What do you know about the Griffin King? Daenerys inquired suddenly. Jorah paused for a moment. His name is Herod Lazer, a man of the Lizar, who rose against the oppression of his people, leading 13 Lizar families from the southern wastes. By the time others took notice of him, he had already amassed a large tribe numbering in the thousands and tamed 2 wild mastiffs. It is said that these mastiffs tower over the Dothraki warhorses. Later, his tribe caught the attention of Jaskaro, the one under Khal Drogo. He brought 8,000 roaring warriors to raid the Griffin King's tribe, but was met with a decisive defeat by the Griffin King, who led 6,000 men. It was during that battle that the Thunder Griffins made their first appearance. It is said that wherever the Griffins go, thunder follows closely. I find him to be a rather fearsome individual. Had it not been for Jaskaro, he might have continued to conceal the existence of the Thunder Griffins, allowing the wild mastiffs to capture the world's attention. Chapter 46, The Punishment Square. Since the appearance of the Red Comet, the return of dragons, the emergence of griffins, and the resurgence of magic, what was once unusable has now become accessible for male sorcerers, already adept in the arcane arts. The tide of magical power serves as a conduit. Daenerys felt a lingering dread. She had nearly encountered the conqueror Aegon just moments ago. My lord, thank you. You have saved my life, Daenerys expressed gratefully to the elder. It is my honor, your majesty, the dark-robed elder replied, removing his hood. Jorah appeared somewhat incredulous, and Daenerys noticed his unease. Do you know him? She asked. Of course, it is Barristan Selmy, the greatest knight in the 7 kingdoms. After a brief pause, Jorah added, he is the captain of Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. At this moment, Daenerys cast a vigilant glance towards Barristan. Barristan stole a glance at Jorah, feeling a tinge of discontent. He stepped forward and spoke to Daenerys. Robert Baratheon has perished. I have been searching for you, the Stormborn Targaryen, and I beseech your forgiveness. I once vowed to protect your family, yet I have failed in that oath. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke with sincerity and supplication. I am Barristan Selmy, your father's Kingsguard. Allow me to join your Queen's Guard. I shall not fail again. Barristan lowered his head. Daenerys' heart was tumultuous as she regarded the aged Barristan, uncertain of her decision. The following day, Daenerys, accompanied by Jorah and Barristan, made her way to the Square of Pride. However, prior to that, Daenerys visited the square of punishment. It serves as a warning, Your Majesty. A warning to whom? Daenerys inquired, puzzled. To those treacherous slaves, Your Majesty. There have been numerous slave revolts in Slaver's Bay, all of which ended in failure. Daenerys gazed at a slave crucified, feeling a pang of compassion. Bring me water. Yora. Observing the feeble slave, cautioned, Khaleesi, that man has been sentenced to death. Ignoring Yora's warning, Daenerys seized the water jug, intending to offer it to the slave. Here, drink. The slave rejected her kindness, yearning only for the release of death. A flicker of anger ignited within Daenerys, and the reckless thought from yesterday resurfaced in her mind. We could depart Slaver's Bay tonight and hire mercenaries from Tyrosh, Mir, enlist a fight for you. Barristan sensed the disquiet in Daenerys' demeanor. Yet Yora remained steadfast in his insistence on acquiring the Unsullied. To reclaim the Iron Throne, a price must be paid. Before success, one's hands will surely be stained with blood. Yora implied that Daenerys' compassion would hinder her quest for the throne. Daenerys discerned the underlying message in Yora's words. Yet she remained resolute in her beliefs, unwilling to forsake her innate kindness. The blood on my hands will be that of my enemies, not the innocent. With unwavering conviction, she uttered these words and turned towards the Square of Pride. How many wars have you fought, Sir Barristan? Yora inquired. 3. And in which war has innocent blood not been shed? Barristan fell silent. With each war, it was the innocent who suffered. For the innocent civilians, war is a calamity second only to the Long Night. I have witnessed the sacking of King S Landing firsthand, Khaleesi. Do you know what I saw? A slaughterhouse. The dead lay everywhere, men, women, and children, countless bodies, and women violated beyond measure. Every man harbors a beast within. Bestowing a sword upon him is akin to enabling tyranny. Unleashing the beast. Yet the Unsullied are not men. They cannot violate. They obey commands unerringly, and thus will not pillage or burn. If acquired, they will only slay those you wish to perish. Daenerys did not respond to Yora, but instead turned to Barristan and asked, Do you agree, Sir Barristan? Your brother Rhaegar, commanding the army at the Trident, inspired men to lay down their lives for him, not out of monetary gain, but from their unwavering faith and admiration for him. Sir Barristan's words undoubtedly countered Yora, who favored hiring soldiers and seeking allies in Westeros. That day, I fought alongside the last true dragon, Your Majesty, facing the enemy together. Rhaegar, with his valor and nobility, met his fate in battle. Daenerys furrowed her brow, seemingly preoccupied, yet she continued her discourse with the two. Sir Barristan. Do you know him well? Daenerys inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, he is the epitome of perfection. If perfection did not provoke a flawed springs. It is lamentable I have never encountered him, but he is not the last true dragon. Krasny's met with Daenerys once more. In the same seaside pavilion as the day before. Are you certain you did not misspeak, Your Majesty? Missandei responded in shock. Indeed, all of it, Daenerys asserted confidently. Upon hearing Missandei's translation, Krasny's expression turned to one of disgust. All? That wench cannot afford it, thinking that by flaunting her charms, she can have whatever she desires from us. Chapter 47. The weak must endure. It is that simple. Undeniably, Daenerys is indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet benevolent lords are never devoid of captivating companions. After a moment of contemplation, Missandei spoke. Currently, Astapor possesses 8,000 Unsullied. Are you certain that all you mentioned pertains to these 8,000 Unsullied? Certainly, 8,000, plus those currently in training, Krasny's replied, somewhat perplexed. At this juncture, the nearby Graston interjected, those Unsullied in training could tarnish Astapor's reputation. That brute, Harpy, will undoubtedly return to purchase Unsullied. We require a certain stock. Graston asserted that they do not sell those soldiers still in training. Should they falter on the battlefield, it would damage Astapor's honor. Daenerys' tone was resolute. Either all or none. Battles yield casualties, and I require those reserves. Krasny's bristled with irritation. That wench cannot afford it. Her ships can procure only 100 Unsullied, and that is only due to her pleasing appearance, he remarked to Graston. Moreover, those foolish Dothraki she brought are worth no more than 3 Unsullied, and her gold is only sufficient for 10. However, should she cease her ignorance, I might consider selling her 20. Listening to Krasny's insults, Missandei felt an overwhelming urge to slap his face. How could she translate this? My lord states your funds suffice only for 123 Unsullied. How will you compensate for the remaining amount? Daenerys glanced around at the slaves, then stepped forward, declaring, I shall trade with dragons. Missandei was taken aback as Krasny's face flashed with astonishment and greed upon realizing she intended to barter with dragons. And he began whispering to Graston. Your Majesty, a single dragon is worth 1,000 armies, Barristan urged anxiously. Yora too hastened to dissuade her. 1 dragon for 8,000 Unsullied is a most grievous loss. However, Daenerys merely fixed her gaze upon Yora, expressing her discontent with the actions of both him and Barristan. Yura, compelled by circumstance, averted his eyes. The master had requested 3. At that moment, Missandei's voice resounded. 1. 2. Krasny's haggled. 1. Damn that filthy whore. Tell her we desire the largest one. Deal. And her, she must be gifted to me. Daenerys glanced at Missandei. My master. She says you were to gift me to her. Krasny's turned his attention to Missandei, then back to Daenerys, a cryptic smile appearing on his lips. The intent behind it unclear, whether mockery or something else entirely. You may offer me suggestions, but should you dare contradict me in front of others again, seek your fortune elsewhere. Watching Daenerys depart, Yura and Barristan exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that Daenerys was no longer the young girl she once was. She bore the demeanor of a queen. You belong to me now. I require your honesty regarding the obedience of the Unsullied. You are now my master. The lie would be a grievous offense. The Unsullied will absolutely obey commands. Do you have any family? I have 3 brothers, trained as Unsullied. One of them has perished. I will be constantly engaged in battles. And you may face hunger, illness, or even death alongside me. If you wish, I can send you back home. Though only 10 years old. Missandei was both kind and astute, aware that returning to Astapor would mean confronting ceaseless slave raiders and pirates. Thus, her answer was resolute. All mortals must die. Daenerys smiled. All mortals must die, but I am a true dragon. Dragonstone. Are you certain? Asked Harridan. Indeed. The mother of dragons intends to exchange the largest black dragon for 8,000 Unsullied, with an additional 6,000 currently in training. Harridan narrowed his eyes slightly. If his memory served him right, upon Daenerys' arrival at Slaver's Bay, she had ignited a fervor for the liberation of slaves. This marked a significant turning point in the narrative. It also indicated that the long-awaited opportunity for Harridan had finally arrived. Khonshu, have those individuals been interrogated? Khonshu shook his head slightly. No success. Those individuals are deathly loyal and will take their own lives at the slightest oversight. 3 days prior, the wildlings from the mountains of the Casterly suddenly attacked the soap factory. Fortunately, Harridan had always valued the soap factory, bolstering its defenses to 800 guards during its expansion. Faced with the onslaught of 2,000 wildlings, the 800 Unsullied stood resolute, repelling the attackers at the cost of 100 lives. Harridan was certain this was a premeditated ambush, perhaps merely a test. The largest clan of wildlings in the mountains of the Casterly numbered only a few hundred, making it implausible for them to unite for an assault on the soap factory. Moreover, some of these wildlings were peculiar, deathly loyalists. Harridan chuckled. It matters not that we have not extracted information. Ensure they are well guarded, and do not allow them to perish. As long as these loyalists are in our custody, we can declare them to be anyone we choose. Understood. I shall arrange for personnel to keep a vigilant watch. However, can this truly be accomplished? Khonshu hesitated, aware that Halatin intended to utilize these death warriors as scapegoats. Of course it can work, Khonshu. You must understand that I invest in weapons and armor not for aesthetics, but for the purpose of warfare. As long as the tribe possesses sufficient strength, I can designate these death warriors as my own, regardless of whether the opposing party acknowledges it. The might of the tribe will deliver a blow to their face. The weak shall inevitably suffer. It is as simple as that. Chapter 48, Bloodstupa presently. The tribe boasts not only 3,000 fearless warriors but also 1,000 light cavalry. This 1,000 is not comprised of conscripts, but rather a meticulously selected standing army, aptly named the Bloodstupa. The Bloodstupa consists of robust 18-year-olds, trained in physical prowess and military discipline through modern methods, while seasoned mercenaries impart combat techniques. Their treatment is unparalleled. Even the fearless warriors cannot compare. In addition to a monthly stipend of 30 silver coins, they receive rations of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. They are entitled to receive pay for 13 months each year, with additional benefits in the final month, and those who marry receive extra family allowances. In the unfortunate event of death in battle, their immediate family members are entitled to a death benefit amounting to 30 years' salary. Such generous conditions have attracted thousands of eligible young men, resulting in 1,000 exceptionally qualified individuals after rigorous assessments. Halatin is already crafting standard armor for them, which consists of simple chainmail adorned with a golden ear of wheat. He plans to take these 1,000 recruits to experience the broader world. Halatin, accompanied by the Bloodstupa and 1,000 pure-hearted warriors, journeys to the Gezer fortress to establish their encampment. Upon hearing of impending changes in the Slave Bay, Cammy insists on accompanying them, along with Pyro. Pyro, having partaken of the griffin eggshell, boasts superior physical attributes compared to Cammy. Were it not for Halatin activating the griffin egg with his own blood, enhancing its effects on Pyro, the latter, who toils daily for a living, would undoubtedly surpass Halatin in strength. Father, if you find yourself with idle time, I can cultivate a plot of land for you. Halaton said, somewhat helplessly to Piro. Each time Halaton referred to him as father, Piro felt a surge of joy, interpreting it as recognition of Cami. However, Piro was not one to lack self-awareness. He understood that his family must also strive for success and not solely rely on Halaton's acknowledgement. He had begun to sense a transformation within himself. The blessings of the eternal sky were indeed real. What land can I cultivate? Its contribution to the tribe would be negligible. I diligently seek counsel from the old mercenaries and have made some modest gains. Halaton sighed, likely guessing Piro's thoughts, and chose not to say more. Father, I am filled with anticipation for the blood stupa. May I entrust this cavalry to your leadership? Piro exclaimed with great delight. Is that truly the case? However, Piro steadfastly declined Halaton's proposal. Halaton had invested a considerable amount of effort into the Unsullied. Lacking experience in leading troops into battle, he could not allow his mistakes to result in significant losses for the Unsullied. Thus, he resolved to start as an ordinary soldier and gradually accumulate experience. Seeing Piro's determination to take action, Halaton ceased to hinder him and instead integrated him into the ranks of the Unsullied. With 2,000 stationed at the gates of Khalasar, the idle Halaton began to oversee the progress of the Khalasar fortress. He only needed to wait for Daenerys to ignite the first spark in the rebellion against slavery, after which he could navigate the ensuing chaos to his advantage. Daenerys did not keep Halaton waiting long. The following day, she arrived at Pride Square with the largest black dragon in tow to conduct trade. By this time, Pride Square had been cleared, and 8,000 Unsullied stood in orderly formation. Daenerys unveiled the cage draped in burlap and led forth the imposing black dragon. Krasnys gazed greedily at the creature. A true dragon, the sovereign of the skies for centuries and a symbol of power. He handed his scepter, a token of command, to Daenerys, eagerly accepting the iron chain from her grasp. The Unsullied are yours, he declared. Daenerys cast a peculiar glance at Krasnys before approaching the Unsullied with the scepter in hand. Unsullied, advance. Upon receiving the command, the Unsullied promptly moved forward in perfect unison. Halt. Confirming her command over the Unsullied, a brief flicker of joy illuminated Daenerys' eyes. This wretched place must face the wrath of the true dragon. Meanwhile, Krasny struggled to control the increasingly agitated black dragon. Tell this bitch her beast is disobedient, he shouted. A true dragon is not a beast. Daenerys turned back, her pure Valyrian tongue rendering the onlookers speechless. You speak Valyrian? Krasny's expression shifted dramatically. I am the true dragon. I am Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm. Noble and ancient Valyrian blood flows through my veins. Valyrian is my mother tongue. She regarded the Unsullied, raising her golden scepter. Unsullied, kill the masters, slay the guards, and eradicate every whip-wielder. But spare the children, shatter the chains of all slaves. With her command, the Unsullied sprang into action. While Barristan and Yora drew their swords, ready for battle, Krasnys panicked, never having encountered a buyer for the Unsullied who would turn against them. I am your master. I am the master. Kill her, quickly, he shouted frantically. Daenerys turned her gaze to Krasnys, a confident smile gracing her lips. Fiery dragon flames erupted, engulfing Krasnys in an instant. The slaughter had begun. Chapter 49. The plea for aid from Yunkai. The mightiest defense of Astapor lay in the Unsullied. Yet, at this moment, all the Unsullied in the hands of the masters had been sold to Daenerys. The masters had conducted their trade for centuries, never imagining that someone would purchase all the Unsullied only to slaughter them outright. With the fall of the Unsullied, Astapor was swiftly conquered by Daenerys. After vanquishing all the benevolent masters, Daenerys gathered the 200,000 slaves within the city. From this moment forth, you are free. You may pursue your desires or choose to remain here and continue your lives. The newly liberated slaves knelt before Daenerys in gratitude. The long-cherished dream of freedom had become a reality, and a jubilant atmosphere enveloped Astapor, accompanied by the Unsullied. Daenerys plundered the pyramids of the masters and the manors of the slave owners, amassing a vast array of resources. Among the spoils were mountains of golden coins, which Daenerys estimated to total approximately 15 million. This wealth had been accumulated by the benevolent masters over centuries. Having long heard that war was the quickest path to fortune, Daenerys finally grasped the meaning of this adage. She allocated 3 million coins among the 200,000 newly freed slaves and distributed a portion of the resources as well. Upon completing these tasks, Daenerys selected a physician, a scholar, and a priest to form a 3-member council to continue governing Astapor. She then set forth with 8,000 Unsullied, 6,000 reserves, and 80,000 eager new freemen who wished to accompany her northward to Yunkai. Among these 80,000, 50,000 were from the Lazarene, yearning to follow Daenerys to Meereen and subsequently to the Pass of Kessel. This was due to the fact that Haritan had long been preparing for this day. frequently sending envoys to Astapor, Ukai, and Meereen to spread the word that the Thunder Griffin tribe would welcome Lázarine refugees. Thus, the Lázarine slaves in the three city-states harbored a degree of curiosity and longing for the Thunder Griffin tribe. For them, staying in Astapor would hardly allow for a stable existence. The arable lands of Slaver's Bay were predominantly concentrated near Meereen and Yunkai, while the territories surrounding Astapor had long been salted by the Valyrians. Haratan, being a Lázarine himself, commanded 2 legendary griffins that symbolized order and protection. Consequently, most of them approached this opportunity with a sense of cautious optimism, wondering if the fabled paradise truly existed. Meanwhile, the wise masters of Ukai received the news of Astapor's downfall promptly. They quickly realized that Daenerys would not easily relent and immediately reached out to mercenaries. Unexpectedly, Haratan, stationed at the pass of Kessel, received a plea for assistance from Ukai. Griffin King, should you be willing to lead the Thunder Griffin to Ukai for support? We are prepared to offer 100,000 golden marks as compensation. Stroking his chin, Haratan queried, are you requesting my griffins to confront those 3 dragons? The slave owners who sought aid nodded without reservation. Indeed, we require your sacred and majestic legendary griffins to battle the 3 dragons of the Mother of Dragons. However, Haratan shook his head, stating, the adversary is the Mother of Dragons. Her dragons will eventually grow powerful. To oppose her for a mere 100,000 golden marks is neither wise nor worthwhile. We must negotiate for more. The slave master let out a sigh of relief and confidently inquired, how many gold marks does the Griffin King desire? Money was the one thing they had in abundance. To his surprise, Halatan shook his head once more. I seek no gold. I demand all the Lazara slaves within the city of Yuankai. Mark my words. I mean all of them. The slave master was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Halatan was one of the Lazara, a group that was plentiful in the slave bay. With an awkward smile, he quickly replied, no problem. As long as you bring the Thunder Griffin to Yuankai, we will immediately release all the Lazara slaves. My sincerest apologies. Halatan waved his hand and said with a hint of profundity, what has transpired in the past is bygone. I do not wish to be your enemy. However, I implore you to refrain from enslaving Lazara in the future. Should I discover any such transgressions, I shall unleash the wrath of divine retribution. The slave master nodded vigorously in assurance. These demands were hardly burdensome for them. There were other individuals in the world more suitable for servitude than the Lazara. If they chose not to procure more, so be it. As for the Lazara slaves within Yuankai, there were at most 100,000, and even including the higher-tier slaves, their value would not exceed 200,000 gold marks, well within acceptable limits. Return to your master and inform him that I shall arrive at the gates of Yuankai tomorrow, at which time I expect to see all the Lazara within the city. Very well, I shall convey your demands accurately. After the slave master departed, Haladan's pupils instantaneously transformed into a golden hue. At that moment, his consciousness had entered the bodies of Uranus and Zeus. Once he transmitted his intent, Haladan promptly exited this state of spiritual communion. A month prior, he had gained the ability to freely access the consciousness of the 2 griffins, a state he referred to as spiritual communion. However, this state was physically taxing and susceptible to the primal instincts of the Thunder Griffins, which is why Halatan seldom entered it. Upon receiving Halatan's command, Zeus and Uranus promptly set forth towards Castle Khazar. It wasn't long before they arrived at Halatan's side. Observing the 2 Thunder Griffins, which had grown significantly, Halatan joyfully approached and caressed the feathers around their necks. Grow quickly and help me expand my territories. The 2 griffins affectionately nuzzled against Halatan. Now measuring 5 meters in length, they had become formidable creatures. Chapter 50, Dragons? Bipedal Dragons? Halatan yearned to witness the dragons of the Game of Thrones universe firsthand. Or rather, the bipedal dragons. The dragons of this realm could withstand crossbows, and were far removed from the mythical creatures that spoke human tongues and wielded magic. Nevertheless, bipedal dragons were still dragons, capable of breathing flames that could melt steel and stone. Halatan felt a genuine need to observe and test them personally to truly understand their nature. Early the next morning, Halatan arrived at Yuankai with Blood Floating Tower in tow. By this time, the wise ruler had already driven the 11,000 Lazara slaves outside the city walls. These Lazara had heard from the slave master that Halatan had promised to confront the evil dragon to save them. The slaves expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Halatan, reminiscing about the recent rumors surrounding the Thunder Griffin tribe. Halatan was undoubtedly a trustworthy leader. As Halatan and Blood Floating Tower made their entrance, the slaves were visibly elated. The heart, once gripped by the fear that this might devolve into a farce, has finally steadied. 111,000 individuals knelt in unison, their cries resonating as if contagious, swiftly spreading through the crowd. A legendary hero, destined to be etched in the annals of history, has suddenly emerged from among them, unhesitatingly committed to liberating those reduced to slavery. The profound sense of security and trust that enveloped the assembly was simply indescribable. Yet, Halidin refrained from superfluous words. The tribe had already risen, endowed with formidable resilience against adversity. There was no need for brainwashing or sentimental speeches. The tribe would proclaim Halidin's greatness itself. He promptly entrusted the first practical mission to the Blood Tower, tasking them with ensuring the safe return of these 111,000 souls to Griffin City before proceeding to await further orders at Kai's fortress. As for the accommodation of these individuals, Halidin harbored no concerns. After all, it was merely an unexpected influx of mouths to feed. The tribe was not lacking in sustenance. Rather, it was in need of a growing populace. Moreover, among this multitude, a glance would reveal that a staggering 70% were women. Halidin had faith that Khashu would adeptly manage their integration. Riding Zeus, alongside Jelena on Nidhogg and Cami on Tiamat, the trio's arrival elicited great joy among the wise leaders. The only lament was that Halidin led a seemingly formidable cavalry, escorting the 111,000 raisin slaves away. What of those cavalrymen, Griffin King? The Grand Sage inquired tentatively. The funds you provided were merely for my defense against 3 dragons. You did not specify the deployment of troops, Halidin replied nonchalantly. The Grand Sage's expression flickered with dissatisfaction, yet he suppressed his discontent, recognizing the necessity of reliance on Halidin. As long as you can assist us in dealing with those 3 malevolent dragons, Yuan Kai will be immensely grateful, the Grand Sage responded with a broad smile. In the Grand Sage's perspective, the absence of Halidin's 1,000 cavalrymen was of little consequence. Within Yuan Kai City, there existed 5,000 standing slave soldiers, supplemented by the employment of the Sun's Company and the Raven Squad. The Sun's Company boasted 1,500 members, notorious yet reasonably competent in combat, while the Raven Squad, though only 500 strong, possessed superior fighting prowess and a more favorable reputation. Together, these mercenary groups totaled 2,000, augmented by the 5,000 slave soldiers, rendering the defense of Yuan Kai City more than adequate. The Grand Sage had even contemplated the 3 dragons of Daenerys Targaryen, specifically inviting Halidin Raisin for this reason. Upon first laying eyes on Zeus, he sensed that the aerial threat posed by the dragons was no cause for alarm. To his knowledge, the largest of the dragons was scarcely 2 meters in length, a far cry from the formidable Thunder Griffin beneath the Griffin King's command, and even lesser than the 2 wild mastiffs ridden by the maidens. Dismounting from the Griffin, Halidin recognized that while the creature could traverse the ground, it was far more graceful in flight. Cami and Jelena followed suit, and under the Grand Sage's guidance, the assembly made its way towards the banquet. Daenerys' unsullied army was not due to arrive until the morrow, and to uplift spirits, the Grand Sage had arranged a grand feast. Among the attendees were Mero, the leader of the Sun's Company, Plandana Jason of the Raven Squad, the Bald Salo, and Dario Naharis. As Halidin entered the banquet hall, he instantly became the center of attention. 2 formidable Dothraki warhounds guarded him closely, causing the other guests to quickly shift their gaze to these magnificent beasts. The eyes of several mercenary leaders glinted with avarice. The warhounds were the epitome of a mercenary's dream steed, with their imposing size, incredible stamina, and strength. Possessing a warhound would not only significantly enhance one's combat abilities, but could also prove life-saving in critical moments. Mero approached first, looking at the young Halidin, and spoke directly. Esteemed king of the Griffins, might you be inclined to sell these 2 warhounds? And you are? Halidin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Mero from Bravos, known as the Bastard of Titan, and I lead the Second Sons. Chapter 51. The Fire Mage from Ashai. Halidin recognized him immediately. It was the infamous Mero. Tall and imposing, with pale green eyes and a thick, waist-length red gold beard, he was notorious for his disreputable reputation. Under his command, the Second Sons had become nearly unhireable due to their ill-famed conduct. In a particularly dramatic turn of events, Mero directed the Second Sons to join the resistance against Daenerys' unsullied army. During negotiations with Daenerys, he demanded a larger sum of gold in exchange for his support, and he brazenly took a wagon of fine wine back to the Second Sons, intending to indulge while discussing her offer. Daenerys readily agreed to send the wine, which led to the Second Sons becoming intoxicated. That very night, Daenerys' forces launched an attack, easily overwhelming the drunken mercenaries, forcing Mero to flee. Jorah Mormont subsequently placed a bounty on his head, disguising himself as one of the freedmen refugees accompanying Daenerys to Meereen. He attempted to assassinate her during her inspection of the camp, though she failed to recognize him after he had shaved his beard. He was struck down before he could succeed, and the freedmen tore Mero apart. In essence, This man was but a minor obstacle on the path to the resurgence of House Targaryen, one easily cast aside. While I do entertain the thought of selling, these two warhounds have already bonded with their owner. You may place a deposit of 10,000 gold coins to reserve a warhound pup. Halidin continued. It won't be long before these two go into heat, and many have already placed deposits. After all, the longer you delay, the longer you shall wait to have one at your side. Mero's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that the mere deposit would amount to 10,000 gold coins. A top-notch Dothraki warhorse, at its most expensive, would rarely exceed 100 golden dragons, and typically could be acquired for 20 or 30 coins. Mero was notoriously frugal, preferring to squander his earnings on wine and brothels, with much of his wealth funneled into the establishments of Ukai. To say that he was reluctant to part with 10,000 gold coins was an understatement. Even parting with a mere 1,000 would be a challenge for him. As he gazed at the two saddled warhounds, a flicker of greed crossed his eyes, and a sudden urge to seize them overtook him. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Despite his covetousness, he had not sunk to the level of foolish hubris. The two thunder griffins of the Griffin King are larger than these two plains mastiffs. And he certainly does not wish to one day find himself ambushed by a descending griffin, resulting in a rather untimely demise. With a hint of regret, he remarked. It is indeed a pity. The plains mastiff is a steed more precious than a Dothraki warhorse. If only I had sufficient gold, I would surely reserve one. With a perfunctory laugh, Halidin replied, No worries. Once their numbers increase, they will be available for sale. For the man destined for the depths of hell. Halidin exchanged a few more casual words before retreating with Cammy and Jelena to a more secluded corner. His purpose for attending was to gauge the might of the dragons, rather than engage in trivial banter with this arrogant group of fools. Fortunately, with two plains mastiffs as guardians, none dared to interrupt the trio as they enjoyed their meal. Halidin felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had insistently brought the two mastiffs to the banquet. Otherwise, he would be facing quite the ordeal. Honorable long life crown. May I have a word with you? A raspy voice interrupted Halidin's feeding of Cammy. Cammy's cheeks resembled those of a little hamster with its mouth full. And upon noticing Halidin had ceased his offerings, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her small mouth could hardly accommodate any more of what Halidin was providing. Who are you? Halidin furrowed his brow, directing his attention to the source of the voice, which belonged to a woman cloaked entirely in a red robe. You may call me Christina. A fire mage from Ashar. Upon hearing this, Halidin's frown deepened. Since the blood of stars, the dragons had returned to the world. And with them came the tides of magic. Ashar was a city steeped in sorcery. Male witches, sorcerers, alchemists, moon singers, red-robed monks, dark sorcerers, necromancers, sky mages, fire sorcerers, blood witches, inquisitors, judgment knights, poisoners, priestesses, nightwalkers, shapeshifters, and followers of the black goat, the pale saint, and the night lion, all could be found in Ashar. In Ashar, there were no taboos. They were free to practice their spells without restraint or criticism. Should they desire, they could conduct lewd rituals and engage in carnal unions with demons. It was said that incantation mages, male witches, and sky mages brazenly roamed Ashar, while shadowbinders and blood witches executed horrifying sorcery under the cloak of night. To put it simply, Ashar was a haven for lawless rogues, teeming with madness. Halidin had no desire to engage with the denizens of Ashar. The minds of these madmen were far too perilous, and even more so was their knowledge of bizarre magics. Christina seemed to sense Halidin's resistance but was unfazed. Smiling as she spoke, in my visions, I foresaw my successor in Slave Bay, a girl who frequently ignites due to her inability to control the fire element within her. As she spoke, Christina's gaze burned intensely upon Jelena, making the identity of her intended successor all too clear. Chapter 52, The Wicked Cry Out First. Halidin scoffed, prompting the two plains mastiffs to emit low growls of warning towards Christina. Fortunately, the banquet was quite raucous, and for the moment, no one paid heed to the commotion in their vicinity. You have arrived late. Had I not purchased Jelena, she would have long since faced execution at the hands of her captors. Now she belongs to me, my private possession. A faint blush adorned Jelena's cheeks. Yet she maintained her composure as she clasped Cammy's small hand. Cammy responded with a reassuring smile, while her idle right hand slowly reached for the glass bottle on the table. A flicker of surprise crossed Christina's eyes. Logically, the timing should have been just right. According to the prophecy, this girl was at her most desperate moment, the perfect opportunity for her to step forward and accept her beloved disciple beneath the esteemed celestial crown. Prophecies do not err. Even if you had not acquired her, she would not have perished. I traversed great distances to learn of her whereabouts. Rather than allow her to suffer nightly torment at your hands, I preferred to purchase her for 100,000 gold coins. After calculating the time, Christina diligently sought Jelena's whereabouts, ultimately discovering that she had been acquired by Haritan. Her prophetic visions were precise, albeit the image is hazy, yet even through the obscurity, she could discern the unfolding events. Thus, Christina was certain that Jelena endured unspeakable agony every night, tormented by Haritan until her very being was torn asunder. Prophecies are not always truthful, nor are they invariably accurate, much like you, who cannot foresee that your demise is imminent. No sooner had Harian spoken than Nidhogg's colossal claws, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon Christina's head. Christina, caught off guard, never anticipated that Harian would unleash the savage beast upon her. It was too late to recite the incantation for fire. The massive claws struck her head with a force of at least 2 tons, shattering it into fragments. The commotion soon captured the attention of the gathered crowd, silencing the once lively banquet. Zeus and Uranus descended from the heavens, shattering the grand windows of the pyramid to stand before Haritan, shielding him with their presence. Haritan seized a wine glass and hurled it at the bewildered Grandmaster, then drew forth a hidden dagger from Nidhogg's saddle, declaring with ferocity, "Grandmaster, do you deem my sword insufficiently sharp, or believe the savage beast and the thunder griffin to be mere sickly cats? How dare you arrange for a fire mage to ambush me at this banquet? Do you truly believe you can extinguish my life? Do you think that upon my demise, the savage beast and the thunder griffin will belong to you?" The Grand Master, feeling the weight of the assembled gazes upon him, became flustered. An ambush on guests at a banquet is deemed an atrocious act, even in the land of Westeros. For instance, in Mir and Karth, the royalty there have garnered infamy for offering poison wine to those they deem dangerous. Griffin King, surely this is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. The Grand Master and other esteemed lords were incensed. Daenerys had already dispatched troops northward, intending to bolster unity and morale with this banquet, only to have this debacle arise. Investigate, ascertain who brought that fire mage into our midst. We must provide the Griffin King with a satisfactory explanation. For it was a case of the guilty party filing the suit first. Hallerton knew when to stop pressing his advantage and signaled the desert mastiffs and thunder griffins to stand down. As the 4 colossal beasts ceased emanating their terrifying aura, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Only the gods knew how petrified they had been when those 2 thunderous griffins had stormed in earlier, their bristling fury making it seem as though they wished to devour everyone present. None doubted that these gargantuan creatures could slaughter them all before the guards even arrived. Soon, the guards rushed in. The High Sage personally conducted a thorough investigation, ultimately discovering that the fire mage named Christina had entered with the entourage of a minor sage. The lesser sage immediately protested that their relationship was purely mercantile and vehemently denied any involvement in the assassination attempt against Hallerton. Hallerton, of course, knew the sage was innocent. Christina had already revealed her true target. "I believe you," he said, "but tell me of this woman's origins." "She is Christina, a fire mage from Askai. Her fleet consists of 3 ships laden with precious gemstones. Our association was strictly commercial. As recompense, I offer you the 3 shiploads of gems I recently purchased." The High Sage turned to Hallerton, probing cautiously, "Griffin King, the value of 3 shiploads of gems amounts to no less than 600,000 gold coins. What say you?" Haritan nodded solemnly and declared, "I accept your apology and recompense, but I must ascertain whether she has any accomplices." The Griffin King reassured him, "Rest assured, the people of Yasha operate alone. Apart from her, the rest of her crew were merely common slaves." Upon confirming the absence of allies, Haritan promptly raised his goblet and addressed the gathering. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. Let us continue. I toast to all of you." With Haritan's gracious gesture, the banquet's convivial atmosphere was swiftly restored. The shattered glass, overturned tables, and ruined delicacies would soon be tended to by the attending slaves. Chapter 53. The Flaming Spear. The farce concluded, and the feast proceeded without further incident. Haritan, Cami, and Jelena retired to the estate arranged by the wise master. After bathing together, the trio settled into the same chamber, guarded by 2 savage hounds within. Meanwhile, the thunder griffin perched atop the roof, ever vigilant of its surroundings. Though Haritan doubted the wise master would be foolish enough to strike within the walls of Yunkai, caution remained indispensable. Inside the chamber, Cami remarked, "According to that pyromancer, you possess a natural affinity for fire magic. Does the prospect interest you?" Haritan inquired of Jelena. Jelena remained silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating over something. Haritan continued, "I suggest you study fire magic. With the rising magical tides, sorcery is no longer mere legend. Mastering fire magic could help you better understand your own physical condition." Perhaps reminded of her own state, Jelena nodded. "You're right, master. But I must trouble you to find a fire mage to instruct me," she replied with a hint of bashfulness. "No problem. I shall first arrange for a few fire mages to guide your initiation. When time permits, I shall take you to Westeros, where dwells a stunningly beautiful, yet ancient sorceress well-versed in fire magic." Haritan was referring to Melisandre, that alluring and ageless enchantress over a century old. Melisandre, a devout follower of the Lord of Light Lawler, was a master of fire magic. Lawler, also known as the Heart of the Sacred Flame, the deity of shadows and infernos, originated from Essos and remained relatively obscure in Westeros. The denizens of the Seven Kingdoms often referred to him as the Red God, symbolized by a flaming crimson heart. Poor Stannis, tragically mistaken by Melisandre, foolishly believed himself to be the prophesied savior. However, his inherent disposition and the catastrophic defeat at Blackwater Bay destined him not to be the reincarnation of the legendary hero. Yelena knelt gracefully upon the bed, bowing her head in gratitude toward Halaton. Yawning languidly, Halaton found solace in slumber on this uneventful night. Carmy nestled into Yelena's embrace, burying her face against the woman's ample bosom. "Dearest sister Yelena," she murmured, "let us retire as well." Yelena's expression, having just regained its usual serenity, faltered once more as Carmy nuzzled against her chest. Clad only in a delicate silk nightgown, the contact sent tremors coursing through her body. Stealing a furtive glance at Halaton, she noted with relief and a faint, inexplicable melancholy that he had already turned to his side in slumber. Gently caressing Carmy's cheek, Yelena drew her close and surrendered to dreams. In her dream, she stood atop an impossibly vast, endless wall, beyond which raged an infinite blizzard. Arms outstretched, she transformed into a towering inferno of a giant. From the storm emerged a frost giant, its visage twisted in fury as it lunged toward her. A searing spear of flame materialized in her grasp, and with instinctive force, she swung. "Ah, damn it. Yelena, what are you doing?" Harridan's piercing cry abruptly jolted Zelena from her slumber. Bewildered, Zelena gazed at the equally perplexed Haritan, realizing she and Cammy had somehow flanked him on either side. The flaming spear she had been brandishing in her dream seemed to tighten its grip with renewed intensity. Hari and let out a soft grunt, his expression darkening as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Release me this instant." Jelina's usual composure had vanished entirely, her face burned hotter than the flaming spear in her grasp. Instinctively withdrawing her hand, she lowered her head, unable to meet the gazes of Halaton and Carmy. When Carmy's eyes turned toward her, Jelina's posture crumpled further, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of shame, as though caught in some illicit act. Yet Carmy remained utterly unperturbed, simply drawing Jelina beneath the blankets with her. By the time the sun climbed high, Nidhogg and Tiamat, the two mastiffs of the steppe, stretched lazily, releasing contented groans. The trio rose swiftly, donned their armor, and set out toward the Great Pyramid. Today, Daenerys would arrive beneath the walls of Yunkai, and before long, Halaton would witness the dragons of this world with his own eyes. "Yunkai, the city of gold," Yora explained to Daenerys. "They breed bedslaves here, not warriors. We could crush them easily in open battle, but they will not meet us on the field. They have supplies, grain, patience, and walls, all tools to bleed us dry. Drop by drop, I will not lose half my strength before we even cross the narrow sea." Daenerys furrowed her brow, a flicker of hesitation stirring within her heart. Yora, discerning her uncertainty at a glance, urged, "Capturing this city will yield no benefits for you, nor will it bring you closer to the Iron Throne. How many slaves reside within the walls of Yunkai?" Daenerys had already resolved that if the number of slaves within Yunkai was not substantial, she would journey to Meereen and procure a ship to depart Essos. Yora felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this, tempted to deceive Daenerys, yet fearful that she would blame him upon discovering the truth. Ultimately, Yora spoke candidly. At least 200,000. The specifics remain unclear. Daenerys trembled at the revelation, the harrowing plight of the enslaved flooding her mind, and her fury ignited anew. "Then we have no fewer than 200,000 reasons to seize Yunkai," she declared resolutely. Yora silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. Apologies. Fair Lady Daenerys dispatched an Unsullied to the gates of Yunkai, who loudly conveyed her commands. "The Mother of Dragons awaited your surrender outside the city. Otherwise, Yunkai would meet the same grim fate as Astapor." Despite Daenerys' forces encroaching upon the city, Yunkai remained reluctant to engage in battle. The esteemed wise master, Yezin, sent a slave master to negotiate with Daenerys. The appointed slave master, seated in a litter, paraded through the streets, accompanied by 10 guards, clanging gongs and beating drums. Observing the Unsullied standing tall on either side of the road, the slave master furrowed his brow, a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. Little did he expect that the most renowned slave soldiers of the Bay had now become its adversaries. The illustrious Razdal Mo Eraz, hailing from the ancient and noble house of Eraz, a civil diplomat and a mediator between the civilized and the barbaric, arrived to engage in peaceful discourse. Missandei introduced the guest to Daenerys, while Razdal's gaze fell upon the young dragons beside her, causing him to swallow nervously. Suddenly, Viserion, the largest black dragon, let out a deafening roar, startling Razdal. A smile graced Daenerys' lips, pleased with the display of power. At that moment, Missandei began to introduce Daenerys to Razdal. Noble wise master, before you stands Daenerys Targaryen of the Targaryen lineage, the mother of dragons, the breaker of chains, the queen of the Undulls and the first men, and the Khaleesi of the great grass sea. Daenerys gestured, you may approach and take a seat. Razdal glanced at the three dragons before settling into a chair brought forth by a servant. However, the chair was rather low, requiring him to tilt his head slightly upward to meet Daenerys' gaze. Razdal understood this was Daenerys' intent, yet he dared not voice any complaint. Even if she commanded him to stand, he would have no recourse. Missandei approached with an exquisite teapot, maintaining her courteous demeanor. Noble wise master, would you care for a cup of tea? Razdal nodded and, after taking a sip to calm his nerves, spoke. Yunkai embodies ancient glory. We predate Valyria by centuries, and many armies have faltered before our walls. Conquering this place is impossible, Khaleesi. Daenerys maintained her serene smile as she silently retrieved a piece of raw meat from the porcelain bowl beside her and tossed it toward Razadamo. The three dragons immediately began to scramble for it, causing Razadamo to instinctively lean back in fright. You are correct. However, my Unsullied require practical combat experience. And there are 6,000 of them in training, all in need of bloodshed. Bloodshed? But a river of blood serves no purpose, does it not, Khaleesi? Upon saying this, Razadamo clapped his hands, and 4 slaves entered, carrying 2 chests. We, the Yunkai, are proud and generous. The noble lord has sent you gifts. Your ships await you. 80 grand vessels sufficient to transport the Unsullied back to Westeros, along with provisions from 20 more ships, as a token of the noble lord's assistance. At this moment, the slaves opened the chests, revealing gleaming bars of gold within. Daenerys glanced at the 2 chests of gold and felt an immediate urge to set sail. Yet, upon seeing the trembling slaves kneeling on either side, she suppressed that thought. She could not abandon these wretched souls. I, too, have gifts to bestow upon you. Razadamo was taken aback. Gifts for us? Indeed, my gift is your lives. Immediately liberate all the slaves in the city and provide them with ample food, clothing, and gold, considering it their compensation for years of servitude. In return, I shall spare your lives. A confident smile adorned Daenerys' face, while Razadamo wore an expression of fury. The Yunkai, had demonstrated sufficient goodwill, with the noble lord prepared to invest hundreds of thousands for Daenerys' return to Westeros. Unexpectedly, Daenerys not only refused their gratitude, but also spoke so audaciously. Are you mad? This is not Astapor or Karth. This is Yunkai, where we have formidable allies who would gladly annihilate you and your army. Those who survive will forever remain slaves, and perhaps you will join them. I am certain the Griffin King would take a keen interest in you. The Black Dragon roared once more, causing Razadamo to recoil in terror. You promised to ensure my safety. Daenerys felt a weight in her heart. If Yunkai had allied with the Griffin King, trouble lay ahead. Yet, she maintained her confident smile, stating, I have ensured it, but my dragons have not. Roar. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a resounding crash as the colossal beast descended, stirring up dust. And a clear voice echoed, I apologize, dear lady, but having accepted payment, I must ensure his safety. The imposing figure of the sacred griffin appeared before them. The 3 young dragons instantly fluffed their feathers, roaring wildly at the griffin. They had never encountered such a creature, yet instinctively sensed the formidable danger it posed. Chapter 55. Daenerys' invitation. Daenerys' gaze widened as a striking young man entered the tent. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his hazel almond-shaped irises appeared extraordinarily lively. Harridan strolled leisurely to Daenerys, gently lifting her hand to kiss the back of it. I wonder if my manners are sufficient. The voice of Harridan roused the dazed Daenerys from her reverie. She withdrew her small hand and smiled, saying, Griffin King, your gentlemanly demeanor is both comforting and warm, far superior to that of certain barbarians. As she spoke, Daenerys cast a sidelong glance at Razadamo, the identity of the barbarian being all too evident. I am here to escort Razadamo back to Elleraz safely. As you wish, but I wonder if the Griffin King would care to stay and converse? Daenerys invited, her gaze drifting towards the griffin outside the tent, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Harridan turned to Razadamo and said, You may return for now. I shall converse with this dragon queen. Anxious, Razadamo feared Harridan might be swayed, and quickly interjected, Griffin King, under the celestial crown, might we return together? Please do not heed her fanciful words. Our Yuan Kai is willing to offer additional remuneration. Name your price. Since I have promised you Yuan Kai assistance against the dragon, I will certainly honor the commitment. Do you think I'm the kind of king who would betray his word for gold? Seeing that he could not persuade Harridan, and having received Harridan's assurance, Razadamo turned and departed. Once Lazadamo had left, Daenerys had the chair he occupied removed and a new one brought for Harridan. Please. Take a seat, Griffin King. Thank you. Daenerys glanced outside at Zeus and remarked, he is magnificent, appearing strong, noble, and majestic. His name is Zeus, the god of sky and thunder in the celestial mythology, symbolizing order and protection. Your dragons are also beautiful. Do they have names? Daenerys had yet to bestow names upon her 3 dragons, though she had been contemplating them. The black dragon would be called Drogon, the white dragon Viserion, and the green dragon Regal. The names of the 3 dragons honored 3 individuals, Daemon, Viserys, and Rhaegar. This practice of naming among the Westerosi nobility often commemorates someone significant. Sometimes ancestral names or the names of mythological deities are employed, such as Aegon II and Aegon III, named after the conqueror Aegon. Balerion and Vhagar are titles of the ancient Valyrian gods. Harridan's choice of names for his griffins and the direwolf, Zeus, Uranus, Nidhogg, and Tiamat, was a precursor to establishing a narrative rooted in celestial mythology. He was crafting a mythological framework that began with the creation by the celestial god. The more renowned the griffins and direwolves became, the greater the acceptance of the mythos would be among the people. Do not question Harridan's choice to adapt rather than invent a new mythology. He simply lacked the intellect and energy for such an endeavor. With established myths and concrete texts, alongside folk ballads, a historical narrative could be composed, thus completing the legacy of the Lazad civilization. The griffin symbolizes order and protection. Daenerys fixed her gaze upon Harridan. While the institution of slavery represented oppression and deprivation, she questioned why he would assist the deeply sinful slave masters. The enormous griffin that had descended from the sky had momentarily unsettled her. Yet, Daenerys had now regained her regal poise, her voice tinged with inquiry. She possessed 3 dragons, while Harridan had but 2 griffins. In mythology, while griffins share the skies as sovereigns alongside dragons, there exists a disparity among these rulers. She is assured that the griffin cannot rival the dragon, and it is highly likely that Harridan's griffin has already reached maturity. Meanwhile, her dragon remains but a fledgling. As time passes, the advantage of size in dragons will only amplify, provided Harridan refrains from seizing the opportunity to hunt her dragon. There is no reason for her to harbor fear of him. Harridan discerned Daenerys' thoughts at a glance, yet chose to remain silent. Daenerys continued, you possess a griffin. And I have a dragon. We could forge an alliance. You must understand, my ambitions have never been confined to the Bay of Slavers, but rather extend to Westeros. We can unite to eliminate the slave masters, after which the Bay of Slavers will be yours, and I shall return to Westeros, provided you do not reinstate slavery. It must be said that Daenerys' proposal is undeniably enticing, yet Harridan finds himself disinterested in engaging in a battle of wits with the slavers. He hopes to seize control of all of Lazarin, while Daenerys is preoccupied with them. I apologize, but my only desire is to lead my tribe to a prosperous life. I have no interest in war. My purpose here is merely to earn some extra coin. As long as you refrain from deploying your dragon in battle, I shall not disturb your grievances with the slavers. Harridan accepted the employment of Yuan-Kai solely for the opportunity to observe the dragon up close and incidentally to recover 110,000 Lazarin slaves. Having carefully observed, Harridan noted that each of the 3 dragons possessed 2 tubular organs within their mouths, which he surmised were instrumental in their fire-breathing ability. Now that he has witnessed this firsthand, his apprehensions have been alleviated. In the realm of Game of Thrones, dragons are merely fire-breathing lizards, devoid of any relation to legendary creatures that wield forbidden magical powers. Consequently, Harridan's worries have been entirely dispelled. As long as magic is not involved, the technological marvel that is the lightning griffin is undoubtedly superior to the naturally evolved dragon. Chapter 56. The escaping Cammy. Daenerys cast a glance at the griffin outside the tent. Dragons shall not appear on the battlefield, I assure you. But I hope you can assure me that you will not command your griffin to engage in battle. Certainly, I assure you, Harridan replied. Upon returning to Yuan-Kai, Lazadamo immediately sought out the esteemed Aeson. He vociferously condemned Daenerys for her arrogance and ignorance, subtly revealing Harridan's discussions with her. Aeson unconsciously glanced at Cammy, who was dozing in the corner. In that moment, the drowsy Cammy suddenly became alert, and the resting steppe mastiff rose to its feet. In an instant, Aeson's face broke into a smile once more. The Griffin King may assist us in persuading the Mother of Dragons, and if that is the case, we must express our gratitude to the Griffin King. Gold is not an issue. It must be said that Aeson, the esteemed sage, had a way of alleviating the tension that had just arisen with a single remark. Lady Cammy, if you wish to depart, you may return to rest. Aeson said with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Harridan allying with Daenerys. Though young, Cammy was astute. After acknowledging Aeson, she departed with the steppe mastiff back to the residence. After Cammy's departure, Lazadamo hesitated. Should we simply allow her to return? Certainly not. Aeson glanced out the window, where a dark figure circled nearby. If we had detained that little girl earlier, it would likely have ended in failure and could have provoked the Griffin-s retaliation. It is wiser to let her return for now. We shall have time to gather our slave soldiers. Moreover, did you not mention that Halaton claims to be a trustworthy individual? He may not betray us. Lazadamo nodded and promptly mobilized the slave soldiers within the city to encircle Cammy's estate. Though he felt confident Halaton would not turn against them, it was prudent to remain vigilant and prepared. Upon leaving the pyramid, Cammy swiftly returned to her estate, where Jelena expressed surprise at her early return. Cammy blew into the bone whistle hanging around her neck, summoning Uranus, who descended from the sky. We must depart from here. I will explain later. With that, Cammy lifted Jelena and climbed onto Uranus's back. Uranus, can you carry both of them? The two plains mastiffs gazed up with innocent expressions, and Uranus cast a disdainful glance at them. With a powerful flap of his wings, he took flight, gripping the mastiffs by the scruff of their necks as they soared into the sky. However, the weight of the two mastiffs, each several hundred pounds, made Uranus's ascent laborious. Yet he managed to awkwardly navigate towards the outskirts of Yuankai City. Many witnesses observed Cammy's flight, and by the time Lazadamo and his men arrived, she had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I knew it. Hurry, notify Lord Aeson. Meanwhile, Cammy had reached the outskirts, where Uranus set them down gently, stretching his wings in relief. Cammy and Jelena swiftly mounted the plains mastiffs and raced towards Kes Fortress. The mastiffs ran with remarkable speed, and it would not be long before they reached their destination. Within Yuankai City, Aeson was taken aback. What did you say? That little girl truly escaped? Indeed. Many witnessed it. I searched but could not find her. Cursed be it. I must. Before Aeson could finish his statement, a dark shape descended rapidly from the horizon, causing him to gasp in alarm. Quick, someone. Just as Aeson uttered his command, the shadow approached, revealing a massive griffin that lowered its head to scrutinize him, its beak gleaming with a metallic sheen. Halaton dismounted from the griffin's back, a puzzled expression on his face. Does Lord Aeson fear me so? Aeson momentarily lost his words, uncertain how to respond. When Halaton had charged towards him on the griffin, Aeson had genuinely felt that Halaton was allied with Daenerys, intent on his demise. Ultimately, it was Lazadamo who stepped forward to clarify the situation, while Halaton cast a knowing glance at Aeson, internally commending Cammy for her decisiveness in fleeing with Jelena. Let us return to the pyramid. I have already warned Daenerys. She will not command her dragons into battle. On the journey back, Halaton entered a harmonious state, finally at ease once he confirmed that Cammy and Jelena were out of danger. Night fell. Haritan rode back to Castle Kestrel on his griffin, encountering a contingent of 110,000 Laza people escorted by the blood float. The sheer number of these Laza individuals stirred the appetites of several slavers, who, despite knowing they were under Haritan's protection, were tempted to make a move, believing that a few missing would go unnoticed. However, their ill-fated hopes were swiftly dashed as the blood float detected and dispatched them, turning these would-be captors into mere instruments of bloodshed. Chapter 57. The thoughts of Jelena upon learning of Haritan's return. Cammy hurried to his side. Have you allied with Daenerys Targaryen? She inquired, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. Haritan playfully tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? While I may not harbor affection for slavers, I would never betray my promises. A smile crept across Cammy's face at his words, and she continued, Isn't Daenerys Targaryen breathtaking? Indeed, she is beautiful. A mere 15-year-old young matron, yet I still find you more enchanting, Haritan replied with a grin, gently adjusting Cammy's hair. Cammy blinked, instantly seizing upon the crux of the matter. So, you prefer young matrons? Someone else's wife? I do not specifically favor young matrons. I am simply drawn to beauty, or to those I find appealing, Haritan confessed without deceit. It is often said that young matrons are delightful, but in his eyes, all who possess beauty are equally captivating. Of course, an attraction to beauty can be seen as mere lust. Genuine affection and love arise when one connects on a deeper level. In the case of Cammy and Daenerys, if given a choice, Haritan would unhesitatingly choose Cammy. Although Daenerys is undeniably stunning and the mother of dragons, her temperament leaves much to be desired. Her singular ambition to reclaim the Iron Throne in Westeros starkly contrasts with the understanding and charm of the sweet Cammy. Given Daenerys' character and her fixation on the Iron Throne, even if Haritan were to ally with her to reclaim it, he would likely find himself sidelined and denied the kingship. Thus, he had never entertained notions of a relationship with Daenerys, viewing her instead as a pawn to expedite his dominion over Essos. After conversing with Cammy for a while, the temporary leaders of the Blood Float, Ulmit and Sikaski, entered the room. How are preparations proceeding? Haritan inquired of them. All is well, by the grace of the Eternal, Everything is as you desire, awaiting only your command. They replied. 2,000 unsullied and 1,000 bloodfloat warriors stood ready, a total of 3,000 poised for action. At Hariton's command, they would charge towards Astapor. With the Unsullied gone, the walls of Astapor had aged and could no longer withstand the might of Hari and his griffin. There's no need to rush. Let us wait a while longer. An impulsive assault on Astapor will only render us targets for the slavers. In due time, assistance will arrive to draw fire away from us. Although Astapor had been liberated, its internal chaos persisted. When Daenerys established the Council of Three, she failed to endow it with any power to maintain authority. After Daenerys departed from Astapor, the Triarchs established a garrison of 3,000 to defend the city. However, these 3,000 souls were former slaves, lacking any semblance of combat prowess. The current regime in Astapor was fraught with division, rendering the Triarchs mere figureheads. Several formidable merchants had carved up the various districts of Astapor for themselves. Hariton intended to seize the opportunity to claim Astapor once Daenerys settled in Meereen, having long coveted the city for its prime location along the banks of the Worm River. The Worm River flowed eastward into the sea, meandering inland, with the Jaskari Mountains to the south and a vast plain to the north. Regrettably, the plain had been salted by the Valyrians. Although it had seen some recovery over the years, cultivating crops remained a challenge. Consequently, most of the slave owners' estates were nestled within the Jaskari Mountains, providing refuge from the heat and the opportunity to cultivate fruit and olive trees among the forested terrain. I shall not return to Yunkai. It holds no allure for me. I wish to go back to Griffinstone, Cammy expressed to Hariton. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her spontaneous desire to visit Yunkai had waned after the day's events. Upon your return, enlist Cassius's assistance and, in your capacity as the wife of the Eternal Sky, facilitate the settlement of the 110,000 Lizari. Do you understand? Although Cammy was uncertain why Hariton tasked her with this, the prospect of executing it as the wife of the Eternal Sky brought her great joy. After Cammy departed on her steed, Uranus, Hariton mounted his griffin, accompanied by Jelena, as they made their way back to Yunkai. The moonlight shimmered, illuminating Jelena's flushed face atop the griffin. She felt the familiar presence of the flame giant sword, her body stiffening with trepidation. Since her first spontaneous combustion, she had become a pariah, enduring disdain and scorn from others. This experience had dulled her spirit, fostering a disinterest in the world around her. It was only when Hariton bought her freedom and dedicated himself to resolving her fiery affliction that her circumstances began to change. Hariton, a remarkably charming youth, was not only handsome but also erudite and wise. His courage was such that even the sacred griffin recognized him as its master. To say that Jelena was unaffected by his allure would be disingenuous. Yet, she could not overcome the inner barriers that plagued her, her indifference serving as a facade for self-preservation. The days spent as a fiery calamity and a slave had instilled a profound sense of inferiority within her. What troubles you? Your face is so flushed. Are you cold? Hariton tightened his embrace around Jelena. The temperature on Essos was quite warm, and clad in light garments. Jelena felt as though she might be scorched by his hold. Chapter 58. Zeus in Confusion Master. I am not cold. Could you perhaps loosen your grip a bit? Hariton chuckled inwardly at Jelena's slightly trembling and stammering voice. He had anticipated that this little girl would maintain her aloof demeanor for a while longer. However, he had no intention of releasing her. She radiated warmth, akin to a small sun. Harleton is by no means a paragon of virtue, nor is he a eunuch. Rather, he harbors a fondness for Cammy, and he finds a certain allure in Jelena. However, the tender age of Cammy poses a significant concern. Although it is commonplace for Laza girls to marry, for Harleton, living in the 22nd century, even the idea of a mere bite is pushing the boundaries. Were it not for Cammy's persistent affections, he would have refrained from even that. Jelena, on the other hand, has reached adulthood and is of an age where more intimate encounters are permissible. What captivates Harleton the most is her extraordinary body temperature, which he discovered during her medical examination, igniting a sense of eagerness within him. Jelena, would you consider marrying me alongside Cammy? Harleton inquired. Despite the possibility that Jelena might refuse, he felt it more respectful to ask rather than resort to force. Jelena's cheeks flushed crimson as she remained silent. Among the Laza, there are no strictures mandating monogamous unions. Both polyandrous and polygamous arrangements exist. However, the latter is far more prevalent, as it allows for greater offspring production, with women and children regarded as invaluable resources for labor. Polyandry, however, is a rarity, typically found only in tribes where women are scarce, as it does not lend itself to rapid tribal expansion. Harleton turned Jelena to face him. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Realizing she could no longer evade the situation, Jelena shyly nodded, her ears tinged with embarrassment. But I am an ill-fated individual, marked by unsightly black patterns. If you desire, I can be your lover rather than your wife, she murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper, revealing a hint of self-doubt that tugged at Harleton's heart. He understood that Yelena harbored some affection for him. Otherwise, she would not have been so compliant when Cammy pulled her toward the bedding. What surprised Harleton was the depth of Yelena's self-deprecation. She did not dare to vie for the status of a woman or her rightful place. This contrasted sharply with Cammy, who, hailing from a happy family and possessing a cheerful disposition, could be easily guided with a few encouraging words. Yelena, however, had been marked by misfortune. Even after being sold into slavery, she was seen as a burden and a harbinger of disaster. Though she did not voice her grievances, the weight of her humiliation and self-worth was a burden only she truly understood. Harleton gently lifted Yelena's chin, observing her long, thick eyelashes tremble delicately. Her lips a rosy hue pressed tightly together. Had it not been for the dark patterns adorning her face, she would undoubtedly be considered a breathtaking beauty. Yet, in Harleton's eyes, those ebony markings did not diminish Yelena's allure. Instead, they bestowed upon her an enigmatic charm. Yelena, unable to meet Harleton's gaze, let her wine-red eyes flit about nervously. I do not seek a lover. That would be akin to infidelity. It is far better to marry openly. In that case, Cammy shall be the primary wife, and you will be the secondary wife. Harleton gently lifted Yelena's chin, speaking softly. I cannot fathom how deeply your past experiences may have wounded you. I have not lived through them, so I cannot truly empathize. Yet, I vow that as long as you are by my side, I shall not permit you to endure even the slightest injustice. Upon hearing Harleton's tender words of comfort, Yelena could no longer contain her tears. Her usual aloof demeanor was merely a facade to mask the pain and sorrow she harbored within. At just 17, she had lost her memory after her first spontaneous combustion, leaving her utterly helpless, a truth known only to her. Due to the nature of her condition, no one was willing to take her in. Thus, she was forced to wander endlessly, retreating to desolate corners to silently endure the agony of her fiery affliction, until she was ultimately captured by a slaver's crew and enslaved. Harleton ceased speaking, instead gently patting Yelena's back, allowing her to curl up in his embrace and weep freely. Zeus, with a hint of suspicion, glanced back at the two in his father's arms, his keen intellect piqued. Based on his observations, it was evident that his father had initially intended to procreate with this creature, yet had suddenly succumbed to tears. He had been surreptitiously eavesdropping, yet perhaps had overlooked some crucial detail. Zeus was still quite young. Had he lived a few more years and grasped human language and emotions, he would undoubtedly have given his father a resounding thumbs up with his talents. Upon arriving at the abyssal fortress, Harleton carried the still sniffling Yelena into his chamber. Initially, he merely wished to hold her close so she could find solace in sleep, but to his surprise, Yelena clung to him with an unexpected fervor. He felt her warmth akin to that of a blazing flame. Even the dark markings on his skin seemed to emit a faint crimson glow. The moon shone brightly, and the night was alive with the sounds of chirping insects. Despite the tumult within the room, Zeus remained comfortably nestled atop the ceiling, listening to the commotion below. He yawned in boredom, flicking his tail to swat away the pesky mosquitoes. Chapter 59. The siege as dawn broke. The winding path led to tranquility. Yelena's complexion was flushed. Last night felt akin to her initial experience of spontaneous combustion, a searing pain. However, she gradually gained mastery over the fiery greatsword, alleviating much of her earlier discomfort. Is this going to lead to a pregnancy? Harleton inquired lazily. Not a problem at all. My body is quite resilient, so you need not worry, Yelena replied, now embodying a love-struck girl, shedding her previous coldness and insecurity. All right, but last night, during those pivotal moments, the dark markings on your body radiated a dazzling red light. How did that feel? Oh, it was exhilarating, she began, wanting to express the pleasure she felt, but finding it too embarrassing, she settled on exhilarating instead. Indeed, it was a profound sensation. How to describe it? It was akin to a flickering candle flame finally receiving controllable fuel. Exhilarating? Never mind, let's rise quickly. Today, the mercenary group and 5,000 enslaved soldiers have already set off, preparing to confront Daenerys 3 miles outside the abyssal fortress. I must keep watch over her dragon. Once they were dressed, Harleton summoned Zeus, who landed and stretched lazily. Instinctively, he understood the paramount importance of procreating his lineage. Thus, in an effort to safeguard his father's progeny, he remained vigilant throughout the entire night. As Harleton made his way towards the Great Golden Tower, Daenerys convened a meeting with the leaders of the Second Sons and the Stormcrows. Merrill, a man of considerable arrogance, addressed Daenerys with foul language, showing her no respect whatsoever. Daenerys, wishing to win over Merrill, resorted to both threats and enticements, first expounding on the might of the Unsullied and subsequently promising him castles and riches. However, Merrill seemed to harbor his own thoughts, perhaps genuinely afraid to gamble with the reputation of the Second Sons again, ultimately declining Daenerys' overtures. Furthermore, he brazenly declared his intention to capture Daenerys alive, intending to use her and her dragons as leverage to exchange for a dire wolf. Faced with this rejection, Daenerys, maintaining her composure, graciously gifted Merrill a cartload of fine wine, urging him to contemplate her proposal carefully. Merrill acquiesced, assuring her that he would savor the wine while reflecting on her words. In contrast, the leader of the Stormcrows was markedly more straightforward, firmly rejecting Daenerys' attempts to win him over. A blue-bearded captain trailing behind him narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Daenerys, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his gaze. Daario Naharis had long coveted the position of the leader and perceived an opportunity in Daenerys Targaryen. The Second Sons were encamped on the left flank of the army of Yunkai. Upon returning with the cart of wine, Merrill waited in vain for Daenerys to launch an attack until evening fell. Thus, the entire Second Sons indulged in a drunken revelry. True to her word, Daenerys refrained from unleashing her dragons and dispatched a mere 4,000 Unsullied in the twilight, successfully annihilating the inebriated Second Sons. Regrettably, Daenerys did not sever the hand that had once swatted Missandei. Hallaton observed the entire obliteration of the Second Sons, with the genes of an eagle coursing through its veins. The Griffin possessed extraordinary vision. Hallaton could even discern the look of terror in Merrill's eyes when the Unsullied launched their ambush. Through Zeus's perspective, Hallaton watched as Daenerys effortlessly vanquished the Second Sons with just 4,000 Unsullied, unable to suppress a curse directed at Merrill, whom he deemed a fool. Earlier that morning, he had purposely reminded Merrill that Daenerys would not adhere to battlefield etiquette and would not engage the Second Sons in a fair fight. Yet it seemed Merrill had paid no heed. Hallaton had hoped for Merrill to confront Daenerys head-on, thereby depleting some of her Unsullied forces. Victorious in battle, Daenerys' confidence surged. After enjoying dinner at the camp, she immersed herself in a bath. However, she was taken aback when Daario Naharis, disguised as an Unsullied, infiltrated her quarters and seized Missandei. No longer the naive girl she once was, Daenerys endeavored to calm herself, inquiring about Daario's identity and intentions. Daario instructed Missandei to remain silent and subsequently released her, revealing to Daenerys that he had come to assassinate her. Upon hearing this, Daenerys felt a sense of relief. Daario's declaration of intent indicated a potential for negotiation, as he had not acted immediately. Yet, before Daenerys could respond, Daario opened his satchel and 2 severed heads tumbled forth. He knelt on one knee, a confident smile illuminating his face as he conveyed to Daenerys that the Stormcrow was now hers. For a moment, Daenerys was taken aback, unable to fathom that he had come to pledge his allegiance to her. This revelation instilled both fear and pride within her. She was apprehensive about how effortlessly Daario had integrated himself into her ranks, yet she felt a surge of pride, believing that her royal demeanor had captivated him. Indeed, her beauty, grace, and identity as the mother of dragons had profoundly enchanted Daario Naharis. Consequently, one mercenary company perished while the other surrendered. Upon learning that the last company had pledged loyalty to Daenerys, the lords of Yunkai were thrown into disarray. Unsurprisingly, the remaining 5,000 enslaved soldiers were swiftly defeated and incorporated into Daenerys' growing forces. Hallaton declined Azan's proposal to fight to the death in defense of the city. He had no desire to confront Daenerys at this juncture. Chapter 60. They believed when Yunkai resolved to have the enslaved soldiers and 2,000 mercenaries fight outside the city. The war had already reached its conclusion. Long-standing habits had led Yunkai to place unwarranted trust in the combat efficacy of the mercenaries. Thus, Hallaton categorically rejected Azan's entreaty, asserting that the war was over and he intended to return. Following Hallaton's departure, Yunkai had no choice but to surrender and at Daenerys' behest, abolish the institution of slavery. Only after the expulsion of 140,000 slaves from Yunkai did Daenerys learn that 85,000 of the Lazarene had been taken away by Hallaton. She felt a flicker of joy, as this suggested that Hallaton had likely accepted Yunkai's employment for the sake of those 85,000 Lazarene. If possible, Daenerys wished to avoid conflict with Hallaton. She sensed that her dragons would require at least 2 to 3 more years to contend with the Griffins. After conquering Yunkai, Daenerys led her substantial force of 200,000 northward, directly toward Meereen. Meanwhile, Hallaton made a brief stop at the Khalasar fortress before returning to Griffin's Roost. With Hallaton's return, the Griffin tribe officially commenced preparations for the unification campaign of the Lazarene Plains. Although the Lazarene as a whole were perceived as weak, this did not imply that those in positions of power were devoid of ambition. The eastern region of the Lazarine Plains was home to 3 large tribes and numerous smaller ones, totaling nearly 200,000 individuals. Harlaton knew he must secure these 200,000 by conquering the eastern Lazarine, along with the 85,000 who had migrated from Ukai. The entire population of the Lazarine Plains would swell to 500,000. There were approximately 160,000 Lazarine remaining in Meereen, all of whom Harlaton was determined not to forsake. With a total of 660,000, nearing 700,000 inhabitants, establishing a nation would render them a formidable medium-sized state. 2 days swiftly elapsed. The morning sun cast its golden rays across the plains as the 85,000 Lazarine traversed the Kesser Pass, arriving in the western Lazarine Plains. In stark contrast to the previous days of trepidation, the sight of Lazarine villages and wheat fields brought them a sense of tranquility. Master, will we also be able to possess such things in the future? A young girl, just over 10 years of age, inquired in her somewhat rusty raisin tongue of the nearby Blood Tower soldier. Upon perceiving the soldier's frigid gaze, the girl's mother hastily shielded her daughter behind herself. Trembling with fear as she implored, "Sir, I beg your pardon. She is but a child. Please, do not take offense. We would never dare to hope for such things." The soldier's eyes remained icy, yet he refrained from chastising the mother and daughter, showing no inclination to resort to violence. However, one of his comrades interjected, "Fear not. Though his demeanor is stern, he possesses a warm heart. During his leisure, he even tends to the elderly and the destitute at the relief shelter." The soldier gazed into the distance at the wheat fields, undulating like waves in the wind, and a genuine smile graced his features. "You shall have everything: land, livestock, a home, everything." At this moment, the little girl realized the soldier was amiable, and she darted from behind her mother, her gaunt face illuminated by a joyful smile. "Are you saying we can have our own house and little calves, lambs? Is it true that the everlasting sky can drive away the Dothraki?" The soldier laughed heartily, fervor igniting in his eyes as he resolutely declared, "The everlasting sky is a reincarnation of the divine. He shall lead the Raisin people northward to vanquish all horsemen. In the future, everyone will have an abundance of food, endless wealth, and limitless land to cultivate. And you shall grow up healthy and become a beautiful maiden, marrying a handsome young man, living a blissful life." The girl's eyes sparkled at the thought of endless provisions. How much food would that be? She mused, gazing towards the distant wheat fields, the playful children, and the adults silhouetted against the blazing sun. Everything appeared so harmonious and beautiful, stirring an irresistible longing within her heart. This scene unfolded across various sections of the vast army. The Blood Tower, a meticulously crafted legion of Harlaton, upheld military discipline that rivaled that of the Immaculate. Faced with a myriad of inquiries, they answered all questions, provided they did not touch upon certain secrets. Throughout their discourse, a palpable reverence for the everlasting sky permeated their words, as if he were an omnipotent entity. Although most had yet to lay eyes upon Harlaton, their hearts brimmed with profound awe for him. Only a great leader could command the respect of all soldiers. Such genuine faith and adoration could not be feigned, instilling in them a burgeoning anticipation for the life that lay ahead. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson. The grand procession of 11,000 souls approached the outskirts of Griffin City. A spine-chilling roar echoed, reverberating through the blood-red sky as a shadow swept overhead. The feathers of the griffin, illuminated by the dying light, shimmered as though clad in golden armor. Upon sighting the griffin, the Blood Tower dismounted in unison, their right fists clenched upon their chests. "Honor." A harmonious chorus erupted. Harlaton, astride Zeus, circled above the heads of the assembled multitude before landing atop the city wall's tower. "This shall be our first official meeting, my kin. I am Harlaton Laza, the embodiment of the god of nature, the eternal Tion. The sovereign of the holy griffin and the leader of the griffin tribe. I am the guardian of the Laza Plains, the king of the Lazalan people, and the creator of the wild mastiffs." With arms outstretched and the setting sun behind me, my vast shadow seemed to embrace all. "Welcome to Griffin City, a divine realm crafted by the eternal Tion, where no hunger or cold plagues our existence. To those willing to toil, the land, sustenance, and shelter shall be abundant." This scene profoundly moved all who witnessed it. The figure standing beneath the dying sun, arms wide open, radiated an unparalleled brilliance. In that fleeting moment, they believed they had gazed upon a deity. Chapter 61. Engra. 110,000 souls prostrated before the divine Tion, a spectacle of indescribable awe. Harlaton accepted their reverence, solidifying his status further. The roar of Zeus echoed once more, and the gates of Griffin City swung wide, countless provisions being drawn forth. Griffin City could not accommodate these 110,000, forcing them to temporarily camp outside. Fortunately, the tribe's resources were ample, sustaining the multitude. As night fell, tents sprang up, and the flickering flames dispelled the engulfing darkness. Halatin slaughtered 500 cattle and sheep. The first meal consisted of thick rice porridge, rye bread, and even meat soup, evoking immense gratitude from the crowd. Halatin, Cami, and Jelena traversed the encampment, accompanied by 2 wild mastiffs. From the depths of the night, the innocent voices of children emerged as a few approached. "Hello. Have you eaten well?" Halatin smiled and knelt down. "Of course, thank you, Eternal Tion. This is my first time tasting meat. It is simply exquisite," exclaimed a little girl, licking her lips with lingering delight. Halatin ruffled the hair of the children, making a solemn promise. "I am the reincarnation of the Eternal Tion, the god of nature, and I vow that you shall always have meat to eat." A little boy clung to Halatin's leg, wiping his nose on him. With fervor, the boy declared, "Eternal Tion, when I grow up, I will join the army and fight for you." Halatin laughed heartily. "Ah, if all were as brave as you, we shall reclaim all that we have lost." He felt immense joy. He feared not the warrior spirit of his kin, but rather their lack of desire to fight. Throughout this not-so-grand feast, Halatin remained present, moving among the throng of 10,000 without the earlier sense of oppression. By the night's end, the multitude had fully pledged their loyalty. In Halatin, they recognized a leader exuding compassion and justice, balanced with an appropriate distance and warmth. On the following morning, Halatin unexpectedly enacted a new law. This decree stipulated that from this day forth, the tribe would embrace a system of 1 man with 3 wives. A man may take up to 3 wives. The law was comprehensive, detailing the obligations and responsibilities of both husbands and wives. In the depths of the night, Halatin pondered the future marital laws of the tribe, concluding that monogamy was simply untenable. Among the 110,000 rescued Laza, a significant portion were women. These women had been trained from a young age in the art of seduction, adept at pleasing men, yet lacking in skills such as baking bread or curing sausages. They were incapable of even washing their own garments, let alone managing the more arduous tasks of tending to livestock. After much contemplation, Halatin determined that to ensure a stable increase in the tribe's population, a system of 1 man with 3 wives would be most suitable. Ideally, a diligent and capable man would marry a homemaker and 2 concubines, allowing the latter to gradually acclimate to a normal life. Consequently, while enacting the new laws, Halatin also organized a campaign to promote these changes. For each additional wife a man could marry, he would receive a subsidy of 10 gold coins. Marrying 2 would naturally yield 20 gold coins. To prevent fraudulent claims for subsidies, the new legislation stipulated that should a man divorce his second wife, he would be required to pay a divorce tax of 10 gold coins. Similarly, divorcing both a second and third wife would incur a fee of 20 gold coins. Fortunately, Halatin's esteemed reputation, coupled with the Lazua's customary practice of polygamy, facilitated the acceptance of the new laws. Following their announcement, many ventured to the camps outside the city in search of wives. Among them was Ingra. He was part of the initial followers of Chongqing Tian. Throughout the tribe's northern migration, he had participated in numerous skirmishes, his valor evident in the battle against Jaskeo. Following that victory, the rewards bestowed by Chongqing Tian were substantial. Each warrior received 10 silver coins, and an additional gold coin for every enemy slain. Though Ingra was already 30 at that time, he exhibited remarkable prowess, slaying 2 foes. Subsequently, he joined the land reclamation efforts, where Chongqing Tian allocated 15 acres to each household. Although these 15 acres remained tribal property, those who cultivated the land would gain a 70-year lease. The newly cleared land would be tax-free for the first 2 years, after which a modest tax of 15% would be applied. This was a life Ingra had scarcely dared to envision. His wheat, nourished by fertilizer from the factory, thrived exceptionally well, and he confidently anticipated a yield of 150 pounds per acre. Had it not been for the earlier tragedy of his wife's murder at the hands of the Dothraki, leaving him with a 6-year-old daughter to care for, he would have undoubtedly planted wheat across all 15 acres. Nevertheless, even with just 10 acres planted, he expected to harvest at least 1,500 pounds of wheat in a month. With the first 2 years exempt from taxes, this bounty would be more than sufficient to sustain himself and his daughter for an entire year, ensuring they would eat their fill at every meal. The Laza Plains, blessed with abundant sunlight and ample rainfall, were currently in the midst of a long summer, devoid of winter, allowing wheat to mature in just 4 months. Thus, by adhering to the crop rotation advised by Chongqing Tian, the yield over the course of a year would suffice to feed them for 3 years. Chapter 62. Confidence. It was precisely this abundance of food that inspired him to entertain the notion of marrying 3 wives simultaneously. In this manner, he would also be able to allocate time to cultivate several acres of land and raise some poultry and large livestock at home. Upon nearing the camp, individuals immediately approached to inquire about Angela's status. After Angela registered his information, he was met with a warm reception from the management staff. Marrying 3 wives at once is indeed a commendable achievement. Among the 11,000 individuals, after meticulous statistics, excluding the existing 7,500 households, there remained 16,000 male bed slaves and 64,000 female bed slaves. The 7,500 households had already been separately extracted from the camp, leaving only 80,000 single bed slaves within. The camp had effectively transformed into a matchmaking hub. Should a male bed slave and a female bed slave find mutual affection, they could indeed wed. The tribe would assign elders from the relief center, still capable of activity, to impart essential life skills to the couples. Additionally, the tribe would subsidize initial land clearing costs and reward gold coins based on the number of wives taken. However, the women in the camp seldom associated with the male bed slaves. They eagerly anticipated being taken home by men who possessed land and property. They would even accept serving others like slaves if necessary. Consequently, men like Angela, who owned land, property, and savings, were exceedingly sought after. The management staff escorted Angela to District 1. The entire single camp was divided into 3 large districts. District 1 was exclusively for young, beautiful, and healthy women. Only men of affluence and vigor would be brought to District 1. At this moment, outside each tent in District 1, there were 4 women, each exuding captivating charm, standing or sitting in various poses. Angela, who had previously been merely a laborer tirelessly striving for survival, had never encountered such an enchanting spectacle and was momentarily entranced. Observing his daze, the management staff remained patient and, once Angela regained his composure, began to guide him through District 1. As they walked, the staff introduced Angela to the profiles of these young women. Many of the young maidens cast flirtatious glances at Angela. After all, despite his slightly dark complexion, Angela was robust, had seen battle, and exuded an aura that provided immense reassurance. After wandering about, Angela ultimately chose 3 voluptuous women, the youngest being 16 and the eldest 20. He deemed these 3 women easy to care for, with their ample figures being conducive to childbirth, making them the most suitable choices. The staff, beaming with smiles, recorded the information of the 3 women and subsequently informed Angela, "I have registered their information here. After you return, take them to the General Bureau for marriage registration. On the 60th day post-registration, remember to collect the subsidy at the General Bureau in your district of residence. After the marriage is registered, they must work at the relief center for half a month, where elders will teach them essential life skills, such as baking bread and curing sausages. Be sure to remember this, otherwise, fines may be incurred if reported." After nodding in gratitude, Angela led the 3 girls home. Along the way, he shared his circumstances with the trio, who in turn introduced themselves. The youngest girl, named Yasi, is 16 years old, the most beautiful among the trio, and the only virgin. Originally a prized auction item, she was considered a luxury among bed slaves. Just a day before her auction, Hallaton rescued them from the hands of their owner. As they stroll through the streets of Griffin City, Yasi curiously gazes around, marveling at the cleanliness surrounding her. Unlike the usual sight of refuse and filth, the tidy streets are adorned with various flowers intended to by elderly individuals clad in gray. "Isn't it peculiar why there is no litter or waste on the streets?" Ungra suddenly inquired. Yasi nodded in agreement. "It's so clean here. Is this the noble district? In Yuan-Kai? Only the noble areas have slaves assigned to keep the streets clean. Most other places are littered with garbage and excrement. Griffin City lacks a noble district, distinguishing only between the outer and inner cities. Here, it is forbidden for anyone to dispose of waste indiscriminately, and violators face penalties. It is imperative to transport refuse to designated sorting areas. Moreover, excrement holds greater significance than garbage, with individuals engaged in its low-cost collection. For those wishing to earn a little extra, they can personally deliver it to the fertilizer factory outside the city." Yasi and her 2 sisters attentively absorbed Ingra's teachings, aware that their future lives would starkly contrast their past. They were no longer the property of a slave owner, but free individuals and wives of the man before them. Any misstep leading to expulsion would spell trouble. Having been chosen by a trustworthy man, they could not afford to err. Although the tribe mandates mutual consent, they, as bed slaves, possessed neither survival skills nor land to call their own. Thus, being selected was a stroke of fortune, leaving no room for picky choices. Chapter 63. The disparity of auditors. Ungra first took the 3 back to their home, introducing them to her youngest daughter. "Let me make it clear. You must treat Annie as your own daughter. If anyone has objections, speak now, or else do not blame me for being unsparing in the future." Ingra laid down the law, and the 3 girls dared not voice any dissent, understanding their position as dependents. "It is our fortune to be brought back by you. We will ensure that we care for little Annie well." Satisfied with their assurances, Ungra nodded and led them to the administrative office. The jurisdiction of Griffin City spans several miles, divided into 9 districts, with the fortified areas designated as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts, collectively referred to as the upper 3 districts. Due to her valor in previous battles, Ingra was assigned a stone house in the 2nd district, conveniently located near the central administration. In due time, the 4 arrived at the administrative office, a 3-story stone building constructed for this purpose. A long queue had already formed in front of the office, all directed towards the household registration department. Ungra waited until the afternoon to complete the paperwork before returning home with her 3 wives. The following day, the 3 wives were escorted to the relief center by Angela. After verifying their information, they were assigned to care for an elderly woman in the backyard. This woman, at the age of 50, was considered a remarkable longevity figure among the Laza people. Upon seeing the 3 women, her gaze immediately fell upon Yashi, who walked with a noticeable limp, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her lips. "Have you just lost your virtue?" the elderly woman inquired of Yashi. "Oh, it's nothing. I will adapt soon enough," Yashi replied, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Although, as a former bed slave, she was not supposed to feel shy. Any semblance of shyness was merely a facade to please men. Her mindset had shifted silently, and she now genuinely experienced the sensation of embarrassment. The old woman picked up a clay statue from beside her bed and began to pray, expressing gratitude to the eternal sky for all that it had bestowed upon her. Once her prayers were complete, she turned her attention to the 3 women before her. "Come with me. Today, we shall learn to cook. Thanks to the eternal sky. We even have someone to teach us how to cook now." In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The 500 households from the outer camp had been relocated to establish a settlement 100 miles east of Griffin City. Hallaton then consolidated the surrounding population, gathering 10,000 households to form a new city named Berlin, which boasted a population of 38,652. Hallaton implemented a town system, where each city governed a varying number of towns, managing hundreds to thousands of square kilometers of land. Eternal sky, the construction of Berlin has commenced. There are still 40,000 people outside the city. Should they be dispersed around Griffin City and Zayli City? Cassiu placed the parchment on the table. Hallaton, however, did not glance at the parchment but instead reached out to tap Cammy on the head, startling the drowsy girl awake. Yes, I am listening," Cammy exclaimed. Her eyes still glazed over, but she continued to insist she was paying attention. Hallaton sighed in exasperation and turned to Jelena. "What are your thoughts on this?" He had taken to allowing Cammy and Jelena to sit in on his discussions of state affairs, particularly Jelena, as she was a crucial element of Hallaton's world plan. It was imperative for her to grasp governance swiftly. Jelena tilted her head slightly, reflecting intently on what Hallaton had taught her. After a moment, she tentatively suggested, "We could establish another city to the southeast of Zayli City. The tribe currently has an abundance of resources, so founding a new city would not be burdensome. Moreover, the remaining individuals outside are pitiable. The men lack farming skills, and the women are unfamiliar with domestic tasks, so their progress in cultivation would likely be slow. Relocating them to the southeast of Zayli City would allow for better oversight. We can arrange for them to learn self-sufficiency skills, and with Zayli City's support, a slower pace of cultivation would be acceptable. Once the new city is established, not only would we provide for them, but we would also strengthen the tribe's control over the Laza Wilderness. This would create a forward base for future development of the Laza Wilderness." Cammy blinked in astonishment as she listened to Jelena articulate her suggestions with confidence. "Wait, sister, weren't we supposed to be listening together? Have you been studying on your own?" Cammy, who had been dozing off, was taken aback by Jelena's impressive insights and cast a sheepish glance at Hallaton. If Jelena were merely dozing off, that would be one thing. However, the stark contrast became immediately apparent. Hallaton cast a fleeting glance at Cammy but refrained from voicing any criticism. Cammy's future was meticulously arranged by Hallaton. She need only embrace her role as queen with tranquility. In contrast, Jelena was to be nurtured under the queen's auspices. Indeed, all pertinent considerations had been addressed, thus the responsibility of this matter shall fall upon you to execute personally, with Kashu's cooperation. Chapter 64. Do you presume her to be the Eternal One? As Hallaton's words echoed, Kashu subtly surveyed the space between Cammy and Jelena. "Rest assured, Eternal One. I shall devote myself to supporting the queen." Among the tribe, Hallaton is revered as the Eternal One, while his wife is honored as the queen. You are not to merely assist her. Your duty is to assume Attila's position, and when necessary, to mobilize resources to offer support. Furthermore, appoint Definka to take your place. Does he not incessantly proclaim that he is capable? Let him assume your position as chief minister. Understood. I shall promptly arrange the transition of responsibilities. Dothraki is of a similar age to Khonshu, yet the complexities of their relationship run deep. In their youth, they were brothers. But the dynamics shifted when a lad from the Khonshu family won the affection of a girl from the Dothraki family. Such unions are typically commonplace within the tribe. However, the close bond they once shared left Dothraki feeling quite uncomfortable, particularly when witnessing his daughter and Khonshu's son growing affectionate. It was a sight that never sat well with him. Over time, their rivalry evolved into a contention of whether his daughter was worthy of his son or vice versa. Yet, the young couple flourished in love, inseparable as if bound by glue. To evade the meddling of two stubborn elders, they relocated to settle in Jolly City. Hallaton retained Jelena and began to impart some critical details. Khonshu sought out Dothraki, who was still engaged with matters of state in the cabinet. "What brings you here?" Dothraki inquired, his expression darkening upon recognizing Khonshu. "Of course, I have come to extend my congratulations," Khonshu replied, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Congratulations." Dothraki countenance brightened. "Has my daughter cast aside your son?" Rising with surprise, he exclaimed, "I knew it. How could a girl from the Cabrera family ever be enamored with your son?" Suddenly, Dothraki brow furrowed, and he began pacing anxiously. Observing Dothraki agitation, Khonshu prepared to speak, but was interrupted as Dothraki seemed to recall something. "Huh, how could a tigress marry a puppy?" Dothraki declared, a smug expression on his face. Khonshu's smile faltered, frozen in place. During the northern migration of the tribe, Hallaton would regale them with delightful tales over dinner. He could never have anticipated that Dothraki would stoop so low as to use such words against him. "I truly cannot fathom why the Eternal One would appoint you. Such a fool, to succeed me. With your intellect, you are unworthy of even the title of cabinet minister." Dothraki was about to retort but paused abruptly. "What did you say? I am to succeed you?" he queried, his brow furrowing. "You haven't made another blunder, have you?" "Certainly not. Do you think I am like you?" To this day, even the most commonly used characters are incomplete. "I am here to assume Attila's position. From now on, I shall be the prime minister of the cabinet, and I have come to hand over the responsibilities to you." Upon hearing this, Dothraki silently breathed a sigh of relief, yet his demeanor remained obstinate. "Congratulations," he said. "I thought it was Maya who had kicked Singe out. But on a different note, if you are to replace Attila, where will he go?" "Attila has always held a stature second only to Hari and among them, and this remains unchanged." Khonshu fell silent for a moment, speculating. "I suspect that the Eternal Heaven intends to transfer him to Astapor or Berlin, but I believe it is more likely to be Astapor. Is action against Astapor imminent?" Dothraki expression grew serious. "Indeed, it should be soon, no later than the day after tomorrow. That madwoman has already stationed herself outside the city of Malin." The madwoman referred to by Khonshu was none other than Daenerys Targaryen. Dothraki clicked his tongue, his tone laced with admiration and a hint of relief. "I never expected her to possess such audacity, a woman attempting to abolish thousands of years of slavery. Impressive. Daenerys Targaryen is no ordinary woman. She is the Dragon Queen. With 3 dragons. If she succeeds, we shall indeed owe her our gratitude." Although he spoke thus, a calculating glint flickered in Khonshu's eyes. As a pure-blooded Lazen, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the institution of slavery. Had Daenerys Targaryen not appeared, he would have undoubtedly urged the Eternal Heaven to wage war against the Bay of Slaves, subsequently abolishing slavery. Alternatively, he could have become a new slave master, relegating the Dothraki and the Giscari to servitude. Upon hearing Khonshu's words, however, Dothraki resolutely shook his head. "She cannot succeed. Do you think she is the Eternal Heaven? She has not even shaken the very foundation of slavery. Do you remember the book The Rise of Empires written by the Eternal Heaven? Indeed, she cannot succeed." Shortly after her departure, Yunkai and Astapor reinstated slavery. Dothraki suddenly broke into a dark smile, a sinister expression crossing his face. The tribe could select some students from the Lazen Academy to send to Malin. Not only would they gain free practical experience, but they could also incite Daenerys Targaryen to massacre the slave owners. Khonshu narrowed his eyes. Dothraki proposal was highly feasible. Should it succeed, the benefits would be substantial. Chapter 65. Black Blood. When the tribe first took root in Griffin's Roost, they established the Lazen Academy. The academy was divided into the primary school, the intermediate school, and the university. The primary school allowed enrollment upon payment, lasting for 2 academic years, where students learned basic literacy, arithmetic, and moral education. To advance to the intermediate school, one not only had to pay tuition but also needed to achieve excellent results in the primary school. In the intermediate school, students would acquire more complex knowledge and could choose a specialized course, such as iron smelting, medicine, animal husbandry, or culinary arts, lasting 3 years. After 3 years, those with outstanding comprehensive results and without any political issues in their families could proceed to the university. Although tuition at the university was exorbitant, Graduating from it would grant one a prestigious diploma. When the tribe recruits officials, it prioritizes talents who possess a graduate degree, as graduate schools offer specialized political courses. The educators at the academy are predominantly high-ranking slaves purchased from Yulin. After undergoing training, some of these slaves are dispatched to the Laza Academy by Halaton. Although many families remain unable to afford education, the tribe's population is substantial, resulting in hundreds of individuals within the academy. Among them, approximately 20 exceptionally intelligent individuals are directly sent to the graduate school. They are the fortunate ones, as the tribe is currently in dire need of grassroots talents. This group is still in the midst of their studies, yet sometimes practical experience proves more effective than theoretical learning. Particularly, opportunities for free practical experience are rare. You may personally discuss this matter with Chang Shingshan, as the specifics will depend on his inclination. Afterward, Ka Shou began the transition of responsibilities with the Finka. The head minister of the cabinet handles the most governmental affairs daily. With the tribe's rapid rise, an overwhelming number of tasks arise each day. As the sun rises and sets, time elapses swiftly. The following morning, Giolina, accompanied by 100 pure souls and 40,000 individuals, embarked on a migration to the southeast. Halaton provided her with material support but no grassroots talents. Everything relied on her own efforts. She rode a chestnut steed, contemplating her next steps as she journeyed. The vulnerable elderly and children among the 40,000 had already been absorbed by the relief institutions in Lion Griffin City and Zalachang. The remaining individuals were aged between 14 and 45, with the majority around 20, representing a pool of quality labor. The new city was named Nojing by Halaton. Strategically located at the juncture of the Laza Plain and the Laza Wilderness, ensuring safety in the vicinity, Giolina planned to construct the main city first, as it was impractical for all 40,000 to gather in one place. The jurisdiction of Nojing is extensive, necessitating the dispersal of the population. It is initially estimated that Nojing could accommodate 5,000 residents. The remaining 35,000 would be divided into 14 groups. Once the construction of Nojing approaches completion, they would establish routes around the city. Those wishing to reside in Nojing would need to assume a housing loan for a duration of 10 years to secure a home within the city. This reflects the tribe's current developmental strategy. The tribe finances the hiring of workers for constructing houses and walls, subsequently offering a 6-month, zero-down payment plan for selling the properties. If one prefers to avoid debt, they may choose to cultivate land and build houses in the small towns or villages surrounding the city. The tribe encourages such endeavors. But self-built houses cannot exceed 150 square meters, and land cultivation is limited to 15 acres. Nonetheless, although the loans provided by the tribe bear no interest, the majority of individuals ultimately opt to develop in the vicinity of the city. It is only when the tribe's free material assistance proves insufficient that individuals seek loans from the tribe. Halaton imposes no stringent requirements in this regard, as this is not a time akin to the future. The people of this era harbor a deep-seated aversion to borrowing. They fear that Halaton might unexpectedly impose interest, leading them into a quagmire of compounded debt. After the establishment of the nation, Halaton founded the Imperial Bank and created an exclusive monetary system for the empire. Once the authority of the empire's currency is firmly established, these issues will gradually be resolved. At the Kaithshan Pass, Halaton was gathering his troops, mounted on a magnificent steed with a lustrous black coat, standing over 1.6 meters tall. This black horse, a gift from Azen, was a purebred Dothraki warhorse, aptly named Black Blood by Azen. Halaton found the name quite fitting and chose not to alter it. Black Blood had a fierce temperament and initially refused to submit to anyone. It was only after Halaton subdued it with sheer strength that the horse became obedient. Had it not been for Halaton's extraordinary physique, which was several times stronger than that of an average person, taming the newly matured Black Blood would have proven quite challenging. A low growl echoed as 2 direwolves, clad in heavy armor, shook off their discomfort. The cumbersome armor was far less comfortable than a saddle. Halaton nodded in satisfaction, approving their appearance and instructing them to remove the armor for now, to be donned when necessary. The handlers promptly approached to remove the heavy armor from Nidhogg and Tiamat. The direwolves, with their optimized and enhanced genetics, exhibited exceptional explosive power and endurance. Halaton required these 2 direwolves, adorned in full armor, to pave the way for his army during the assault on the pyramids. Each pyramid within the 3 cities of Slave Bay was akin to a fortress, easy to defend yet difficult to breach. The pyramids were well stocked with supplies, featuring narrow and intricate passageways. Relying on human lives to breach these defenses would prove inefficient. Instead, the armored direwolves, with their keen senses, were far better suited for combat within the labyrinthine interiors of the pyramids. Moreover, Halaton no longer intended to ride the direwolves into battle. In fact, Riding them was rather uncomfortable due to the significant motion of their backs while running. Previously, he rode the dire wolves out of necessity, seeking a formidable mount to charge into battle and boost the morale of his troops. However, as the tribe grew increasingly powerful, Halaton no longer required the direwolves for such charges. Riding a warhorse equipped with a saddle was noticeably easier and far more comfortable. Although the direwolves excelled in explosive power, endurance, and combat prowess, their movements were too broad and they preferred close-quarter combat. This often necessitated coordination between the knight and the direwolves, making it challenging for the rider to achieve that desired synergy of man and beast during a charge. They were instead forced to engage in close combat with the enemy. Additionally, the griffin, known as the Thunderlion Griffin, was quite an ideal mount. However, its rapid growth posed a dilemma. Equipping a saddle would require constant adjustments, while riding without a saddle was impractical for daily use. Until the griffin reached its peak size, it was unsuitable for saddle equipment. Furthermore, Halaton was not fond of fighting from the back of a griffin, as it would restrict the creature's agility. Moreover, when the Thunderlion Griffin unleashed its high-voltage electric field, it did not discriminate between friend and foe, causing harm to all living beings within its range. Thus, should he ride upon the back of Zeus, the deity would be incapable of unleashing an ultra-high-voltage electric field. A griffin, hindered from manifesting such power, would see its combat effectiveness diminish by at least half, if not more. Halaton needed to operate alongside the main forces, which is why he brought forth the dormant black blood from the stables. Regardless of its current state, black blood remains a premier steed. Its speed when fully galloping is not significantly slower than that of the prairie mastiff, though its endurance falls short. Nonetheless, black blood runs with remarkable steadiness. For routine marches, black blood proves to be entirely adequate, offering a level of comfort that surpasses that of the prairie mastiff. Chapter 66. Tense situations. The assembly of 3,000 was swift. Whether among the 2,000 fearless or the 1,000 blood-floating towers, both were elite troops with strict military discipline. This time, the blood-floating towers would have the opportunity to see some combat alongside the fearless, particularly the former, who would certainly be evaluated on their performance. Halaton chuckled as he patted Omit's shoulder. The young man, having undergone Halaton's training, now bore a more robust physique, truly embodying a strong and sturdy appearance. Halaton had not mandated a reduction in weight. In fact, a layer of thick fat enveloping the muscles is beneficial when frequently engaging in battle. Omit thumped his chest and assured, "Rest easy, long life heaven. I have retained all that you have taught me." He spoke with utmost confidence, having previously managed to fell several foes on the battlefield without formal instruction. After systematically studying horsemanship, swordsmanship, and command, his overall capabilities had ascended to a new dimension. "Very well, but remember not to be arrogant, and do keep an eye on my father," Halaton specifically advised. The father referred to was, of course, Pyro, who at that moment was merely a foot soldier. Halaton intended to seize this opportunity to elevate Pyro's rank during the expedition to Astapor. In fact, he believed that he need not grant Pyro any special favors. Cammy's extraordinary talent was likely inherited from Pyro. The father and daughter swiftly grasped swordsmanship and horsemanship, quickly achieving a comprehensive understanding. This was the essence of pure talent. When Halaton and Cammy studied swordsmanship together, it was undeniable that she learned at a pace superior to his own. Thus, Pyro's combat prowess remained formidable. Once the fearless secured Astapor, a well-deserved task could be arranged for him to earn military merit, making his promotion entirely justifiable. The seasoned legislators would require 6 days to traverse from Meereen to Astapor, while the army would take even longer. Halaton estimated that at the fearless pace, the journey would take approximately 8 days. This was remarkably swift. The army would need to establish encampments, make fires, and prepare meals, managing only about 30 miles a day. 30 miles is no small feat. Should it have been the conscripted soldiers from Westeros or the enslaved soldiers from Essos, they might only cover a mere 10 miles in a day. Traveling overland from the gates of Castor to Astapor would inevitably lead through Meereen, the largest of the 3 slave cities, with a population that exceeds the combined total of Astapor and Ukai. However, Meereen possesses only 2 principal gates, the western gate facing the bay and the eastern gate overlooking the Skahazadin River. As Haraton's army approached the eastern gates of Meereen, tension gripped Daenerys and the Meereenese, who were stationed at the western gate. They feared that Haraton had come to assist their adversaries and promptly sent envoys to seek an audience with him. "Honorable under the eternal heaven's crown, it is a privilege to meet you," Bali Stan, Missandei, and Grey Worm bowed respectfully. The entourage Daenerys had dispatched was indeed a show of deference to Haraton, as she had sent her most trusted allies. "I am Bali Stan Samir, and this is Grey Worm," he introduced, gesturing towards Missandei. Upon hearing her name, Missandei immediately translated Ballistan's words into Valyrian. Harriton waved his hand, signaling for his men to bring tea. I apologize, but we cannot indulge in alcohol while marching. This floral tea will quench your thirst and cool you down. Do give it a try. The three quickly accepted the tea, savoring its sweet flavor, which invigorated them. After scouts reported the presence of Harriton's substantial forces, they hastened to visit him at Daenerys' insistence, pausing little along the way. Daenerys had issued them a strict mandate. If Harriton had been summoned by the Meereenese for assistance, they must do everything in their power to sway him to their side, or at the very least, dissuade him from supporting their foes. Following the fall of Astapor and Yunkai, the Meereenese had learned their lesson. They ceased all communication with Daenerys and instead took refuge behind the formidable walls of Meereen. The Meereenese fortified their defenses, stripping the farmlands surrounding the city and incinerating the trees, leaving Daenerys with nothing but scorched earth and poisoned wells. Furthermore, they impaled a child slave on every mile marker along the coastal road from Yunkai to Meereen. These children were gruesomely affixed, their intestines exposed, one arm outstretched, pointing towards Meereen. The great master of Meereen intended this act as a grim warning to Daenerys. However, it only served to infuriate her further. She vowed to repay them in kind, to teach these slavers a profound lesson in blood and vengeance. Thus, she could not allow Harriton to lead the Unsullied into battle. Her forces could not afford to engage both the Meereenese and the Lazarenes simultaneously, especially against a tribe that commanded griffins. Your Excellency, I regret our sudden arrival, but we have prepared a gift for you, just behind us, Ballistan stated. He then sipped his tea, cautiously inquiring about the purpose of Harriton's presence. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire as to the reason for your gathering of troops? There was an edge of anxiety in Ballistan's voice, stemming from the two dire wolves that watched him intently and his concern that Harriton might indeed be there to aid the Meereenese. Having served as the captain of the Kingsguard for 3 kings, he possessed a keen insight into the dynamics of warfare, making him acutely aware of the dire implications should the Lazarenes choose to intervene on behalf of the Meereenese. If the Lazarenes truly intended to assist the Meereenese in their defense, they would stand little chance. It was essential to remember that Daenerys, advancing from Astapor, had not only brought her 8,000 Unsullied but also 200,000 newly liberated freemen. At that time, the carts in Daenerys' entourage were predominantly laden with plundered treasures rather than provisions such as food. With over 200,000 mouths to feed, they required more than 300,000 pounds of sustenance daily. Presently, the people of Meereen had laid waste to the land, harvesting the crops surrounding the city and casting the corpses of the deceased into the waters. This dire circumstance plunged Daenerys' forces into a state of hunger and thirst, rendering a prolonged siege untenable. Should they also contend with the disturbances caused by the Lazarene, Daenerys would ultimately face the grim choice of defeat, with even her dragons at risk of being hunted by griffins. Yet, she remained resolute in her desire to dismember the slave masters. From the perspective of Barristan, the most prudent course of action would be to negotiate with the slave masters to procure ships for a return to Westeros. Although the 8,000 Unsullied might not be capable of reclaiming the Iron Throne for Daenerys, they could certainly establish a foothold in a chosen location. Once firmly established, with the Targaryen name and the support of 3 dragons, Daenerys could effortlessly attract allies. As for the slaves, to be frank, their fates were of little consequence to her. What Daenerys truly needed was the support and affection of the people of Westeros, not the slaves of Essos. Harriton, having anticipated that his passage would incite tension between Daenerys Targaryen and Meereen, was unprepared for the extent of the strain. So much so that Barristan, having taken just a couple of sips of water, eagerly inquired about his purpose. You need not worry. I am not here to assist the great masters of Meereen. My objective is Astapor, Harriton replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Barristan breathed a sigh of relief. It was sufficient that he was not there to aid the people of Meereen. With the answer he sought, Barristan's mind began to churn with possibilities. Under the auspices of the eternal sky, would you be willing to accept employment? Her Majesty the Queen will provide a remuneration that satisfies you. Everything is negotiable. Barristan, without any circumlocution, directly expressed his desire to employ Harriton to fight for Daenerys. Harriton raised an eyebrow, having anticipated Barristan might attempt to hire him. Yet he was taken aback by the directness of the proposal. He had envisioned Barristan would first denounce the slave masters for their actions against the Lazarene before attempting to recruit him. Whether he had overestimated Barristan or the latter simply deemed the matter unworthy of mention remained unclear. I fear I must disappoint you, Sir Barristan. The Astapori have stolen my soap-making technique, and I must pay them a visit. Missandei, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Astapor had already been liberated by Daenerys. Although reports had surfaced indicating that a butcher had overthrown Daenerys' council of 3 and reinstated slavery, Missandei did not believe that this Butcher King would possess the audacity to appropriate Harrington's soap-making technique, for such an act would only hasten his demise. Are you suggesting that the Astapori have pilfered your soap-making technique? Are you certain? Astapor has just been seized by a butcher. Missandei was astounded. Even forgetting to translate Harrington's words to Barristan. I do not know precisely who has stolen my soap-making technique, but I have captured some survivors who claim to be in the employ of the Astapori. Harrington refrained from providing a definitive answer, opting instead for ambiguous responses that conveniently allowed him to eliminate whomever he desired. Missandei translated Harrington's words, and Barristan cast a slightly peculiar glance at him. Perhaps Barristan was not a political savant, but his prolonged presence in the court had endowed him with a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of such matters. To him, it was evident that Harrington sought to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of a stable. However, Barristan did not dissuade Harrington from his intentions. After all, Harrington had already crafted his rationale and was evidently resolute in his decision. If that is indeed the case, Estebo must provide you with a justification, Barristan concurred. Harrington chuckled, declaring that whether the claims were true or false held little significance. He insisted that if Estebo had appropriated the soap-making technology, then they had indeed done so, and must possess sufficient strength to withstand his forces. Yet, the clearly tumultuous regime of Estebo lacked such prowess. As for the so-called Butcher King, Cleon, Harrington regarded him as nothing more than a jester, a mere buffoon. There is no room for hypotheticals. I assert that Estebo has stolen my technology, and thus they have. Furthermore, he expressed his disinterest in waging war against the Queen, extending an olive branch by offering food supplies for sale, should they find themselves in need. Balliston's expression brightened at the mention of provisions. They were in dire straits, unable to spend their wealth, consuming 300,000 pounds of food daily. Yet no merchants were willing to engage in trade with them. Those treacherous merchants had the audacity to feign a lack of supplies as an excuse to evade them. Had it not been for Her Majesty's decision to dismantle warships to construct siege engines, he would have certainly dealt with those unscrupulous sea traders first. With the surrounding lands scorched and water sources polluted, even wild vegetables had been reduced to ashes. It was evident that even the most formidable warriors, the Unsullied, were struggling to find sustenance, highlighting the severity of their plight. If the Unsullied were starving, one could only imagine the dire circumstances faced by the newly freed citizens accompanying Daenerys to the north. Should Her Majesty persist in the siege, it was likely they would collapse before 3 days had elapsed. Chapter 68. The burden of food under the eternal sky. We demand all the food you possess. Barristan exclaimed with fervor. Much of it is stale and somewhat pricey. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Harrington inquired with a smile. Indeed. We will take all you have. We will negotiate the price, Barristan replied, aware that Harrington intended to inflate costs. Yet he had no choice. The immediate priority was to satiate their hunger. Those gleaming gold coins could not fill their bellies. Hunger could drive a person to madness, and those driven mad could commit unspeakable acts. Very well, 1 pound of rye. Harrington's words were interrupted by another voice. Under the eternal sky, please wait. We, at Ms. Lynn, are willing to pay double for the food you possess. A richly dressed individual entered. A somewhat hurried Jisky Zak approached them. He is one of the esteemed lords of Meereen, albeit the weakest among them. His lineage has only held the title of a great family for a little over a century, and he has been dispatched to negotiate with Harrington. Daenerys harbors concerns that Harrington may be an ally of Meereen, while the Meereenese equally fear that he is there to support Daenerys. After all, neither side knows if the other has engaged the services of the mercenary company known as the Second Sons, and neither dares to take a gamble. The people of Meereen, or rather those from the Slavers' Bay, are well aware of the formidable prowess of the Storm Lions. The memory of the battle between the Lion's Claw tribe and the Jaskalaras is deeply ingrained in their minds. Upon witnessing the ostentatious attire of the visitors and their willingness to pay double for grain, Balliston's countenance darkened, and his hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Clearing his throat, Harrington gently reminded Barristan to refrain from drawing his weapon. As the cough echoed through the air, Barristan reluctantly withdrew his hand from the sword's grip. The diminutive lord took note of Balliston's action and felt a sense of relief wash over him, bolstering his confidence. When it comes to financial resources, Meereen fears no one. Harrington remained unperturbed, for the grain was intended for Daenerys, and the timing for a sale was not yet optimal. He mentioned that there were an additional 500,000 pounds of grain at Castle Black, advising that if they were in dire need, they could procure supplies from there. I currently lack the time to engage in trade with you, as I must first deal with the thieves in Astapor, he declared, dismissing any further entanglements and commanding his forces to advance. As Harrington departed, Barristan turned to glare at the slaver, followed by a derisive snort. Her Majesty will eventually conquer Meereen. Indeed, how much grain do you possess? Carrying such a burden of slaves is truly foolish. The two parties parted ways in discontent. Wallistan and his companions promptly returned to camp to relay the news of the grain available for sale at Castle Black to Daenerys. 500,000 pounds of grain? Daenerys initially felt a surge of joy, but it quickly gave way to disappointment. Such an amount was not substantial, especially considering the people who accompanied her. That is correct. Your Majesty, if we can procure this grain, we might manage to endure an additional 3 days. Is there no more grain available? Wallistan shook his head. I am uncertain. But there should be more. It is said that the Lion's Claw tribe made significant purchases of grain prior to our arrival, so their stock may also be dwindling. Darian suddenly interjected. I have heard that he has been gathering the Second Sons daily and has taken 11,000 from Meereen. At this moment, Yura presented a suggestion. Perhaps we could inquire among the freedmen. If they are willing to relocate to the plains of the Second Sons, we might request the Lion King to take them in. He paused before adding, I believe the Lion King is not a tyrannical ruler and is in dire need of population. Otherwise, he would not have taken the men from the depths of Yunkai. Yura's words resonated with the group, as Harriton, being the tribe's chief, would undoubtedly desire to increase his tribe's numbers. Based on their recent encounters, it seemed that Harriton was not of a malevolent disposition. Very well. Let us proceed thus. You shall inquire the opinions of the free folk and consult the Griffin King when procuring provisions. I am also willing to provide him with a sum of money, provided he can shelter those unfortunate souls. Daenerys made her final decision. Though she felt a twinge of regret for having brought along these 200,000 people, had she acquiesced to the terms proposed by the Wise One during their negotiations, she would likely be on her way home now. Yet, the arrow once loosed cannot be retrieved. She could not abandon these wretched individuals. No one is born a slave. Every person deserves to live in freedom and dignity. Your Majesty, someone requests an audience. An Unsullied entered the room. Who? A Lazarian. He claims to represent 50,000 Lazarian people and wishes to ask you for a favor. The others in attendance exchanged glances, and Daenerys replied, Allow him to approach me. Soon, a somewhat gaunt Lazarian was brought in, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Chapter 69. Kumar Hidalgo, you represent 50,000 Lazarian people and wish to request something from me? What is it? Although Daenerys had already formed a suspicion in her mind, she feigned ignorance and inquired. This way, it would not appear as though she was forsaking these people. Rather, they were choosing to leave of their own accord. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your salvation. Please allow us to return to the Laser Plains, for that is our true home. Daenerys felt a surge of joy within her heart but maintained a facade of benevolence. I grant you permission. You speak the truth. That is indeed your home. I shall arrange for 1,000 Unsullied to escort you to the Laser Plains. Nell expressed his gratitude but declined Daenerys' kindness. Your Majesty, your compassion rivals that of the Most High Shepherd, yet we have troubled you too much already. The distance to the Kessel Pass is not great, and if we travel with all haste, we can reach it in half a day. The Eternal Sky will surely care for us. Moreover, due to the favor of the Eternal Sky, we Lazarian people are no longer easily oppressed. Thus, we do not wish to burden the Unsullied with our protection. You require their assistance to deal with those accursed slavers. Do not concern yourself with that. I intend to procure food at Kessel Pass, and it would be fortuitous to escort you along the way. In the end, Daenerys bestowed 3 gold coins upon each of the 50,000 Lazarian individuals and arranged for 1,000 Unsullied and 3,000 newly formed guards to accompany them. The primary purpose of this 1,000 Unsullied and 3,000 new recruits was to escort the provisions, which had become particularly vital for Daenerys. She had discovered a strategy to breach Meereen. Once the food arrived, a hearty meal would prepare her army for action. The migration of 50,000 people immediately captured the attention of the great masters of Meereen. Are you certain it is only 500,000 pounds of food? Daznak inquired. Indeed, it was directly stated by the Griffin King. In that case, we need not worry. I wonder how long she can sustain an army of 200,000. A rotund master laughed heartily, seemingly dismissive of Daenerys, who was besieged. In truth, not only this corpulent great master, but most of the nobility held Daenerys in contempt. As far as they knew, she commanded a host of 220,000 freed slaves, along with 8,000 Unsullied and 6,000 in reserve, nearly 250,000 souls whose daily sustenance demanded astronomical quantities of provisions. Having scorched the earth around them, leaving no supplies to forage, and with Meereen's towering, impregnable walls, they believed mere persistence behind their defenses would inevitably break the mother of dragons. 500,000 pounds of grain amounted to but a drop in the ocean. Suddenly recalling something, the great master of Daznak inquired, by the way, you mentioned that scoundrel Harriton intends to deal with thieves in Astapor. What thieves might those be? I was unaware when I arrived. The envoys from the Mother of Dragons were already engaged in conversation with Hallaton. The great master Daznak's eyes flickered with suspicion, convinced that scoundrel Halaton was undoubtedly scheming something nefarious. He harbored not an ounce of goodwill toward Halaton, particularly after that despicable wretch had stationed 1,000 Unsullied to guard the soap factory during the recent assault. As dusk descended, 50,000 Lazars finally arrived at the khalasar pass before sunset. Upon learning of the dense crowds gathering before the fortress, Kumar Hidalgo immediately mustered the stationed troops. Though the construction of Khalasar Fortress was not particularly extensive, it had only recently taken shape, garrisoned by 200 regular soldiers. While these regulars paled in comparison to the blood revenants, they underwent rigorous training every other day, maintaining a respectable combat capability. Lord Kumar, a Lazar who calls himself Nell wishes to see you, accompanied by a man from the western continent. Bring them forth. Kumar's brow furrowed slightly. The Westerner was likely an envoy of the Mother of Dragons. Kumar could surmise their purpose before departing. The Eternal Sky had forewarned him that they might come seeking to purchase grain. But was it truly necessary to bring tens of thousands for a mere grain trade? Kumar pondered the presence of another Lazarene among them, and his mind swiftly formulated certain conjectures. Shortly thereafter, Knell, Barristan, and Missandei were ushered into the chamber. My lord, it is an immense honor to make your acquaintance, Knell declared with reverence. I am Knell, a humble son of Lazer. With me stand 50,000 of my kin, seeking refuge and alliance beneath the banner of the Thunder Griffin tribe. May the great Sky God, in his infinite mercy, grant us his divine protection. As he spoke, he knelt upon the ground, his countenance brimming with devout piety and supplication. Kumar silently acknowledged the inevitability of the situation and inquired, are there merely 50,000 Razas outside? There are still 1,000 Unsullied and 3,000 soldiers, but rest assured, my lord, their mission is to escort provisions, Missandei explained. Kumar gave a slight nod, confident that the other party wouldn't be foolish enough to pillage the Khalasar fortress. Such an act would only invite the wrath and divine retribution of the eternal heavens. Have you eaten yet? He turned his gaze toward Nell. Although rumors suggested the Thunder Griffin tribe treated the Lazarenes with great kindness, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Nell, fearing their numbers might be deemed burdensome, hastily added, my lord, a mere morsel of sustenance would suffice, just enough to stave off starvation. We shall toil in return. A low, guttural growl erupted from Nell's stomach. Under Daenerys' rule, each soul received but half a pound of provisions per day. After traversing such a lengthy distance today, he could not suppress his imagination of the delectable black bread when the thought of food crossed his mind, resulting in an audible rumble from his stomach. Kumar furrowed his brow, causing Neryl's heart to leap. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Kumar's displeased inquiry directed at Barristan. Do my kin not have enough to eat under your care? Barristan, taken aback by Kumar's sudden interrogation, was momentarily bewildered, doubting whether he had misheard. My lord, it was my queen who rescued them, granting them their freedom. Her Majesty is exceedingly benevolent. Were it not for our limited supplies, she would ensure that every person is well fed, rather than enduring hunger. Barristan, slightly irate, continued, had it not been for the queen's kindness, she would have returned to Westeros long ago, indifferent to the plight of a group of slaves. Upon hearing Missandei's translation of Barristan's words, Kumar was momentarily stunned. He had not considered the matter so deeply. Instinctively, he had assumed that the Dragon Queen was akin to the slavers, forgetting that she hailed from the continent of Westeros. I apologize, please forgive my oversight. As a gesture of goodwill, I can arrange for you to receive 100,000 pounds of grain, Kumar stated with sincerity. 100,000 pounds? Is that true? Upon hearing this, Barristan immediately dismissed Kumar's earlier offense, his thoughts consumed by the prospect of the grain. As for the transaction, there is no rush. I must first see to the needs of my compatriots. Kumar gestured to his subordinates, instructing them, slaughter pigs and sheep. Ensure that my kin are well fed and satisfied tonight. He then assisted Neryl to his feet, reassuring him, tonight, there will be ample food. I will dispatch someone to Griffin's roost to gather supplies. Bread, fine wine, hearty stew, fruits, and pastries will all be provided. The tribe will treat the newcomers to a grand feast. The mere mention of bread, fine wine, hearty stew, fruits, and pastries made one's mouth water. My lord, can someone like me truly partake in such fare? What do you mean by someone like you? We Lazans are kind and united. We are no less than others. After you join the tribe, who would dare look down upon you? Simply set up camp here. No one will dare to attack you. Kumar then pointed toward the cliff on the right side of the mountain pass. Neryl followed his gaze and beheld a colossal creature lying there. His heart raced with excitement. It was the sacred griffin, a being steeped in legend, making its first appearance in the world in millennia. Chapter 70. 1 silver coin for a pound of rye. As night fell, the fire illuminated the area before the Kether mountain pass. My lord Kumar, I did not anticipate that your tribe was so formidable, capable of effortlessly producing such an abundance of grain, Baristan remarked, probing for information. Eager to ascertain the true extent of the Griffin tribe's grain reserves, Kumar merely smiled and replied softly, the tribe's grain is not plentiful. It is largely in the hands of the newly established Grain Merchants Association. You refer to the wheat merchants, do you not? I have heard they maintain a good relationship with the Griffin King. Baristan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It is a cooperative relationship, yet it cannot be deemed particularly favorable. They merely store grain in the Laza Plain. You should be aware that the Laza Plain, while sparsely populated, is indeed a fertile land abundant in agricultural produce, Kumar stated, partly in jest. The alliance is genuine, but it is not led by grain merchants. Rather, it is governed by the tribes. However, the true nature of the grain merchants has not been disclosed to outsiders, a strategy devised to prevent drawing excessive attention to the tribes. In reality, all the grain is hoarded in Griffin City. Should the merchants wish to sell elsewhere, they must procure supplies from the tribe first. Signing a contract to join the grain merchants is tantamount to selling oneself to the guild, prohibiting any procurement from other sources. Should one attempt to clandestinely acquire supplies and be discovered, the guild would swiftly seize their assets, armed with the original contract, unperturbed by any external opinions. Balliston's expression reflected disappointment. They were genuinely in dire need of grain, to the extent that their ranks were on the verge of collapse. I regret to inform you that our tribe will not harvest grain for another month or two. At that time, you may send representatives to procure the grain. Kumar cheerfully remarked. Once the harvest is complete, the tribe will purchase grain from farmers at high prices, subsequently selling the old grain to those urgently in need, such as Daenerys. This strategy not only enriches the tribe's members, but also facilitates the exchange of old grain for new. Baristan shook his head. A month or two was an eternity. After liberating Meereen, they were to set forth towards the continent of Westeros. At this moment, Baristan remained unaware of Daenerys' intention to remain behind to learn the governance of a nation. He instinctively believed that after liberating Meereen, Daenerys would embark on her journey to Westeros. That duration is far too lengthy. We are in desperate need of grain, and I must return by dawn, Baristan stated. Hesitating slightly, Kumar, sensing the urgency, inquired, is there something you wish to express directly? I prefer straightforwardness. Then I shall be forthright. I wonder if your tribe is open to outsiders, specifically humans beyond the Laza tribe. Kumar furrowed his brow. As he was uncertain about this matter, Chongqing Tian had never addressed the issue of accepting other human tribes. However, considering that Chongqing Tian had never taken in members from other tribes, he shook his head. I do not know. I can dispatch someone to inquire with Chongqing Tian. But this will take time. Very well. If there is news, you may send someone to seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Dragon Queen. She will receive you. Baristan replied with delight. The absence of a definitive refusal implied that there remained a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Nell approached. My Lord Kumar, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. It has been far too long since we enjoyed a hearty meal, let alone one accompanied by exquisite wine. This is of little consequence. What was your previous occupation? Kumar inquired with curiosity, noting Nell's evident organizational prowess, suggesting he was no ordinary slave. My Lord Kumar, I was once a senior steward slave. After my benevolent master was slain, I followed the Dragon Queen northward. Kumar's gaze flickered in the firelight, as if contemplating something profound. Tomorrow, you shall lead 50,000 men to establish camp beyond the mountain pass. There lies a vast expanse of untamed plains awaiting cultivation, conveniently adjacent to the Kether Mountains for timber and construction. Many thanks, Lord Kumar. The following dawn arrived with a chill mist hanging in the air. Seizing the cool morning breeze before the sun's ascent, Baristan promptly set forth with the provisions prepared the previous night. In total, 1,000,000 pounds of grain, primarily rye and oats, with some peas, were transported. Note, 1 pound 0.90718458439379G. The market price for a pound of rye or oats stood at 810 copper coins, though aged grain fetched far less. Through certain maneuvers, Hari N had initially procured them at roughly 23 copper coins per pound. Yet now, selling to Daenerys at a silver coin per pound, this 1,000,000 pounds of aged grain yielded a staggering 120,000 golden, a profit exceeding tenfold. Ah, grain. Kumar mused with a sigh. In abundance, it is worthless. In scarcity, its value multiplies tenfold or more. He had initially quoted a silver per pound merely to leave room for negotiation, never expecting immediate acceptance. This transaction had far surpassed the mission's objective. The Eternal Heavens baseline had been a mere 60 copper coins per pound. Without grain, men turned desperate. The Dragon Queen's plight is graver than you imagine, Lord Kumar. Kumar arched a brow at Nell's words. Has it truly deteriorated so far? Nell nodded without hesitation. Indeed. None of us anticipated the Dragon Queen would bring along the 140,000 slaves from Yukai. Had the Eternal Heaven not taken away the 110,000 Lazarene beforehand, the situation would have been far more dire. Chapter 71. The Lordship of Kether will grow increasingly desperate for grain. But let us set that aside for now, prepare for the migration. I shall inform the people at once. Under the blazing sun, 50,000 souls set forth toward the lands Kumul had spoken of, a vast plain near Griffin's Roost, the very site once intended for the construction of Kether Keep. The project had been abandoned for various reasons, but now, with these 50,000, the dream of Kether Keep could be revived. Yet Kumul harbored ambitions of his own. The original 12 families had since risen to become the most prominent within the tribe. However, tribal law decreed that all land belonged to the collective, with only 70 years of usage granted to those who tilled or purchased it. To ensure his lineage's prosperity, he would need to seek influence elsewhere, perhaps by securing the lordship of a city, nurturing a network of loyal officials, or amassing wealth through trade. But first, he must become a lord. Though a lord commanded no armies, political power was his to wield, allowing him to cultivate his own faction. With authority came opportunity. Trade would flourish under his family's name. In the beginning, Kumul was meant to be Kether Keep's lord, yet when its construction was halted, he became merely the commander of Kether's outpost, a far lesser station. The disparity in power was vast, and so, he would write. He would seize this chance. The lordship of Kether Keep was his destiny to claim. Kumar wrote intermittently before finally completing a letter of application. The missive first elucidated the origins of the 50,000 Razaks, then appended his personal recommendations, concluding with an inquiry regarding the acceptance of other ethnicities. Though Kumar never explicitly stated his aspiration to become the governor of Khalasar city, every word subtly exuded his fervent desire for the position. After dispatching the letter, Kumar commenced performing gubernatorial duties, convinced that the eternal sky would discern his intentions. He believed that having humbled himself to plead, the eternal sky would not deny his request. With Nell as his aide, Kumar's workload was considerably alleviated. He began by conducting a census of the Razaks, tallying a total of 483 individuals, among whom 258 were male. Once the precise figures were ascertained, Kumar promptly segregated those with families, amounting to 750 households. These households were then evenly distributed across 5 surrounding regions, while the remaining unattached individuals were temporarily retained in their original location. Though the plan appeared straightforward, its execution proved arduous, primarily due to the lack of sufficient personnel. Illiterate individuals were incapable of even registering information, let alone managing others. To prevent errors, most tasks required Kumar's personal oversight. Fortunately, among the 50,000 Razaks were over a dozen former high-ranking slaves who had served as stewards, possessing administrative experience that allowed them to shoulder some of Kumar's responsibilities. By afternoon, Kumar had finally organized the groups and initiated their relocation. He then hastened toward Griffin City, for the sudden influx of 50,000 mouths meant their stored provisions would be depleted within days. He needed to personally petition for a grain transfer. Otherwise, the miserly Polias would never consent to the redistribution of supplies until their reserves were exhausted. Meanwhile, Barristan returned to camp with provisions. "Your Majesty," he announced, "the Thunder Griffin tribe has sold us 1,000,000 pounds of grain, though the price was rather steep." "1,000,000 pounds? That much?" came the astonished reply. "And the cost?" Yura inquired cheerfully. "A pound of rye for a silver coin? What? Then 1,000,000 pounds would cost 100,000 golden glimmers?" Yura was utterly astonished. To be precise, it was 120,000 golden glimmers, along with peas, oats, and other provisions, as well as fresh vegetables such as cabbages, beets, and cauliflowers. As Yura opened his mouth to speak further, Barristan interjected sharply. "We should be grateful to procure any provisions at all. Presently, only the Thunder Griffin tribe is willing to sell us grain." "Indeed, Sir Barristan is correct. At this juncture, having merchants willing to sell us grain is already a blessing, even if they demand exorbitant prices." A faint smile graced Daenerys' lips, a mere 120,000 golden honors. She still possessed approximately 10 million in her coffers. To alleviate the current crisis, she would readily pay 220,000, even 320,000 if necessary. As Daenerys made her decision known, Yura abandoned any further objections. "By the way, does the Griffin King accept other races?" Daenerys suddenly recollected something. The departure of 50,000 freedmen immediately alleviated the logistical strain on Daenerys. With the absence of so many mouths to feed, the surplus provisions could be redistributed among the remaining inhabitants. Numerous conflicts had already erupted within the camp over the scarcity of food, many of which had escalated to her attention. With the acquisition of 100,000 pounds of grain, the rear camp could be stabilized. The likelihood of breaching Meereen the following day would also increase significantly, for well-fed soldiers possess a vastly different vigor compared to those who are merely sated. Even the formidable Unsullied would not approach the siege of a city with the same fervor when their bellies are empty. Chapter 72. The Fall of Meereen. Barristan shook his head, and Daenerys felt a tinge of disappointment. Your Majesty, I did not meet the Griffin King. Instead, I was received by a man named Kumar, who lacks the authority to make such decisions. However, he assured me he would write to the Griffin King inquiring about this matter, and would send word once he receives a response. Daenerys remained somewhat disheartened, for she held confidence in her ability to conquer Meereen the next day, at which point she could plunder the food supplies of the slave masters. Let us proceed with our discussion of the siege plan. The atmosphere shifted as everyone gathered closely. Understanding that Meereen's stout walls and formidable defenses far surpassed those of Astapor and Yunkai. On the following day, Daenerys commanded an early start to prepare meals. Once the troops were well fed, the Unsullied and the Mother of Dragon's Guard began their alternating assaults on the city walls. Meereen, the largest of the 3 cities in Slaver's Bay, boasted robust defenses, towering walls, and well-maintained fortifications, with watchtowers at each corner and bronze gargoyles that could rain boiling oil upon attackers. A multitude of slave soldiers took their positions atop the walls, while the lavishly equipped infantry also participated in the city's defense. As the flames of war enveloped the ancient city, external foes threatened from without, while the enslaved populace stirred restlessly within. However, Daenerys' strategy to rotate the assaults between the Unsullied and her guard was merely a facade. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Grey Worm, accompanied by several Unsullied squads, stealthily infiltrated Meereen through the sewers of the East Gate. He brought weapons for the gladiator slaves and incited a rebellion. The slaves, banding together, first freed the gladiators from the nearby arenas before surging through the gates. 500 Unsullied, who had long awaited this moment, swiftly entered Meereen and seized control of the gates. Following this, the Unsullied and the Mother of Dragon's Guard surged into the city, while the Unsullied maintained their discipline. The Mother of Dragon's Guard immediately commenced their pillaging. Daenerys found herself powerless to intervene. Barristan and Yura urged her not to stop the looters. The fall of the city was so sudden that many pleasure-seeking slave masters were caught off guard and slaughtered by the invading forces. Of course, the greatest toll was borne by Meereen's free citizens, the middle class, who constituted the largest demographic aside from the slaves. The flames of conflict rapidly spread throughout the city. Meereen was home to 21 pyramids, the Grand Pyramid towering at a height of 384 meters. No other pyramids can match the grandeur of the Great Pyramid. These structures served as abodes for the mighty, yet they fell one after another under the relentless assault of the Unsullied. Only the pyramids of a few lords who surrendered voluntarily remained untouched by looting. The turmoil persisted throughout the night, finally subsiding only with the first light of dawn, when the sun cast its golden rays upon the land. However, this cessation of plunder merely marked the end of one chapter. The true reckoning was only just beginning. After seizing Meereen, Daenerys leaned against the parapet of the Great Pyramid's summit, surveying the entire city below. The view was magnificent, instilling her with a sense of confidence and pride. Is this the perspective one gains from the pinnacle? Daenerys felt a moment of enchantment. Suddenly, thoughts of Yunkai and Astapor, where slavery had been reinstated after her departure, darkened her expression. Resolute, she decided she must learn the true art of governance in Meereen. This way, upon her return to Westeros, she would not be entirely ignorant. Remaining in Meereen would not only allow her to master the intricacies of rulership, but also enable her to dismantle the institution of slavery in Slaver's Bay, achieving 2 noble goals at once. However, when Daenerys shared her intentions with her advisors, she faced opposition. Daario and Grey Worm had already commandeered a fleet of 93 ships, capable of carrying 10,000 men. We can return to Westeros with the Unsullied, they argued. There are ample funds to hire mercenaries to fight for you. There is no need to squander time here. Yura wore a pleading expression, as did Varys, both of whom yearned for Daenerys to return to Westeros as swiftly as possible. Your Majesty, when I departed from Westeros, Robert Baratheon was already dead, and his brother Ned Stark had met a similar fate. The North is bound to rebel. The 7 kingdoms are in chaos, and the situation remains uncertain. This is the opportune moment for you to return. You cannot afford to waste time here. Should the Lannisters win the war, or if the North gains complete independence, it would spell disaster for you. Only amidst sufficient turmoil can you seize the moment to rally allies and stabilize the hearts of the 7 kingdoms. Listening to Yura and Varys, Daenerys hesitated. Her obsession with the Iron Throne was undeniable, yet she feared that if she departed, the liberated slaves would face retribution from their former masters. Sensing her uncertainty, Daario interjected. Perhaps we could inquire whether the Griffin King would be willing to take over Meereen. At this suggestion, all eyes turned towards him. Elaborate, Daenerys urged Dario. The Griffin King harbors grand ambitions, I assure you. Before your arrival, he stockpiled substantial provisions and has been steadily increasing his tribal population. I have heard numerous rumors about him. He aspires to unify the entirety of the Dothraki Sea, and some say he aims to eradicate the Dothraki entirely. Nevertheless, as long as we negotiate with him, offering Meereen on the condition that he does not restore slavery, he is unlikely to refuse. In the end, Dario fell silent for a moment, hesitating repeatedly in his heart before continuing. Did not Ser Jorah mention he is already departed? We can await him in Meereen. Should he conquer Astapor, he certainly would not relinquish the easily attainable Meereen. However, Your Majesty, you must make a choice. For the Griffin King will undoubtedly refrain from assaulting Yunkai. Dario concluded. He was not mistaken. Daenerys fell into silence, the gazes of those present piercing into her. Missandei, Grey Worm, and others naturally hoped that Daenerys would completely abolish slavery before returning to Westeros. In contrast, Jorah and Barristan wished for her immediate return to the continent to engage in the struggle for the throne. As for her remaining bloodbound companions and the mercenary faction led by Dario, they were indifferent to whatever decision Daenerys might make. My queen, you have already accomplished more than enough. You have liberated hundreds of thousands of slaves and vanquished the wicked slave masters. So long as the Griffin King can take control of Astapor and Meereen, the lives of the freed slaves will surely not be too dismal. The usurping family has usurped the throne that rightfully belonged to your family, your father, and your elder brother. You are the last remaining bloodline of House Targaryen. Reclaiming the Iron Throne for your family is both your dream and your mission. You are compassionate, kind, and just. You cannot bear to see the suffering of slaves. Yet you have sacrificed so much for them. Why not consider your own aspirations? Jorah's voice was sincere and humble, filled with genuine concern for Daenerys. He would even risk exposure of his previous undercover identity upon returning to Westeros. He loved Daenerys with a devotion that knew no bounds. Daenerys, troubled and conflicted, turned her gaze to Grey Worm. He bowed his head and respectfully declared, You are my master and my queen. Regardless of the choice you make, I will vow to follow you unto death. Very well, let it be so for now. Upon my return, I shall personally negotiate with the Griffin King. For the moment, I must address the slave masters of Meereen. Her beautiful violet eyes flashed with anger. Were it not for those accursed slave masters, she would not be faced with such dreadful choices. She felt an overwhelming rage, a desire to make the slave masters taste the fury of the true dragon. Leading the Unsullied to the foot of the Great Pyramid, a multitude of slave masters were brought forth. Alongside them were throngs of freed slaves, now citizens of their own accord. At Daenerys' command, numerous crosses were brought forth, ignoring the pleas for mercy from the slave masters. She directed the Unsullied to crucify all the slave masters, along with those great lords who had fiercely resisted. Barristan furrowed his brow at the sight. Your Majesty, I advise against this course of action. Perhaps you could select a few of the most heinous slave masters for execution to establish your authority. Should the Griffin King be unwilling to take Meereen, you will need to remain there to learn the ways of governance. They are, after all, your subjects, are they not? Barristan earnestly counseled, recalling the madness of past kings, Aerys, Robert, Joffrey, none of whom had been sane. He was truly reluctant to see the shadow of the mad king reflected in Daenerys. Perhaps due to the tradition of consanguinity, the Targaryen lineage harbors a propensity for madness. Aegon II Targaryen once proclaimed that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin into the air, deciding between madness and greatness. Thus, Varys hoped that Daenerys would embody the latter rather than the former. However, Varys was taken aback when his words not only failed to dissuade Daenerys, but instead fueled her fury. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That is the way of my reign. I am the true-born child of dragons. Those who defy me shall bear the wrath of the true dragon. Varys was momentarily stunned as the great dragon sword overhead, emitting a ferocious roar. In that moment, he realized that the queen, ablaze with indignation, was not merely the blood of House Targaryen, but also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away, ceasing her conversation with Varys, and commanded that firewood be piled beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the colossal black dragon, upon receiving the command, opened his jaws, unleashing both light and heat. The dragon fire ignited. Drogon, the largest among his siblings, now measured over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames, as dark as night, inspired a profound sense of awe. The cries of agony echoed throughout Meereen as the slave masters cursed Daenerys with venomous vitriol, yet all that responded was the inky dragon fire. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray. Unlike his elder brother, Drogon, Rhaegal's flames bore an orange hue with hints of green, while Viserion's fire shimmered in pale gold tinged with red and orange. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the Meereenese, intensifying their resentment towards Daenerys. Yet, the slaves liberated by her felt a mixture of reverence and exhilaration. Nothing could bring them greater joy than the pitiful wails of their once mighty oppressors. Under Daenerys's command, a multitude of crosses was brought forth. Ignoring the pleas of the slave masters, she directed the Unsullied to nail all the oppressors, as well as the noblemen who resisted fiercely, to the crosses. Varys furrowed his brow in concern. "Your Majesty, I do not advise you to proceed in this manner. Perhaps you could select a few of the most heinous slave masters for execution to establish your authority. Should the Griffin King refuse to take Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of governance. They are, after all, your subjects, are they not?" Varys kindly implored. Haunted by memories of the Mad King, Robert, and Joffrey, none of the kings he had served had been sane. He sincerely wished for Daenerys to avoid the taint of madness that had plagued her ancestors. "An eye for an eye, blood for blood, is the essence of my dominion. I am the scion of the true dragon. Those who defy me shall inevitably face the wrath of the true dragon." Balistan was momentarily taken aback as the colossal dragon soared through the sky, emitting a thunderous roar. In that instant, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The furious queen before him was not merely a scion of House Targaryen, she was also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away, ceasing her conversation with Balistan, and commanded her followers to pile firewood beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the colossal black dragon Drogon, upon receiving the command, instantly opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of light and heat. The dragon fire ignited, and Drogon, the largest among the three brothers, now stretched over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames, as dark as the night, invoked a profound sense of awe. The anguished screams reverberated through Meereen as the slave master unleashed venomous curses upon Daenerys. Yet the only response to his invectives was the ominous black fire. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined in the fray. Unlike his elder brother Drogon, Rhaegal's flames shimmered in shades of orange interlaced with hints of green, while Viserion's fire glowed in a pale gold tinged with red and orange. This spectacle left the citizens of Meereen trembling in fear, their resentment towards Daenerys deepening. Yet, the liberated slaves, while filled with reverence, also experienced a sense of exhilaration. Nothing brought them greater joy or a sense of vengeful satisfaction than the pitiful wails of their once mighty oppressors. Under Daenerys' orders, a multitude of crosses were brought forth. Ignoring the pleas of the slave masters, she commanded the Unsullied to nail all the slave masters, along with those noble lords who fought desperately, to the crosses. This sight caused Barristan to furrow his brow. "Your Majesty, I advise against such actions. Perhaps it would be prudent to select a few of the most heinous slave masters for execution to establish your authority. Should the Griffin King refuse to take over Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of governance, and they are, after all, your subjects, are they not?" Balistan kindly cautioned the Mad King Robert and Joffrey, noting that none of the sovereigns he had served were of sound mind. He truly wished to see no trace of the Mad King in Daenerys. Perhaps due to the tradition of consanguinity, the Targaryen lineage harbors a propensity for madness. Aegon II Targaryen once remarked that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Thus, Balistan hoped that Daenerys would embody the latter rather than the former. However, to Balistan's astonishment, his words did not dissuade Daenerys. Instead, they stoked the flames of her fury even further. "An eye for an eye, blood for blood, is the doctrine of my reign. I am the scion of the true dragon. Those who defy me shall inevitably bear the wrath of the true dragon." Khalasar was momentarily stunned as the colossal dragon circled overhead, emitting a fearsome roar. At that moment, a dawning realization washed over him. The furious queen before him was not merely a scion of House Targaryen, but also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away, ceasing her conversation with Khalasar, and commanded the assembly of firewood beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the colossal black dragon Drogon, upon receiving the command, instantaneously opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of light and heat. The dragon fire blazed forth, and as the largest among the three brothers, Drogon now stretched over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames, as dark as the night, evoked an involuntary sense of reverence. The cries of despair reverberated throughout Meereen as the slavers venomously cursed Daenerys. Yet the only response to their maledictions was the shadowy dragon fire. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray. Unlike his elder brother Drogon, Rhaegal's flames shimmered in a hue of orange interlaced with green streaks, while Viserion's fire glowed in pale gold, tinged with red and orange. This spectacle instilled dread in the hearts of the Meereenese, intensifying their animosity towards Daenerys. However, the slaves liberated by her felt a mixture of awe and exhilaration. Nothing could bring them greater joy than the piteous wails of their once mighty captors. Under Daenerys's command, numerous crosses were brought forth. Ignoring the slavers' pleas for mercy, she directed the Unsullied to nail all the slavers, as well as those noble lords who fought to the death, to the crosses. Barristan's brow furrowed with concern. Your Majesty, I would advise against such actions. Perhaps you might select a few of the most heinous slavers for execution to establish your authority. Should the Griffin King prove reluctant to take over Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of governance. They are, after all, your subjects. Are they not? Barristan's well-meaning counsel arose from his experience serving Mad Kings, Aerys, Robert, Joffrey, none of whom were sane. He fervently hoped that Daenerys would not reflect the madness of her ancestors. Due to the tradition of close kinship within the Targaryen lineage, such insanity was a possibility. Aegon II Targaryen once remarked that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, deciding between madness and greatness. Thus, Barristan yearned for Daenerys to embody the latter rather than the former. Yet, to his astonishment, his words did not temper her fury but instead fueled it further. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, is my way of ruling. I am the son of the dragon, and those who defy me shall bear the wrath of the true dragon. Barristan was momentarily taken aback as the colossal dragon soared overhead, letting out a fearsome roar. It dawned upon him that the enraged queen before him was not merely a scion of House Targaryen, but also a mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away from Barristan, dismissing him, and commanded that would be piled beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon. The immense black dragon Drogon, upon receiving the command, instantly opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of light and heat. The dragon fire blazed forth, and as the largest among the three brothers, Drogon now stretched over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames, as dark as the night, evoked an involuntary sense of reverence. The cries of despair reverberated throughout Meereen, as the slavers venomously cursed Daenerys. Yet the only response to their maledictions was the shadowy dragon fire. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray. Unlike his elder brother Drogon, Rhaegal's flames shimmered in a hue of orange interlaced with green streaks. The flames of Viserion shimmered in a delicate hue of gold, tinged with shades of red and orange. This spectacle left the people of Meereen trembling with fear, deepening their resentment towards Daenerys. Yet, the slaves liberated by her found a strange sense of exhilaration amidst their awe. Nothing provided them with greater joy and vengeful satisfaction than the pitiful wails of their once mighty masters. Under Daenerys' command, a multitude of crosses were brought forth. Ignoring the pleas of the slave masters, she directed the Unsullied to crucify all the slave owners, as well as those noble lords who fought fiercely against her. Barristan furrowed his brow at the sight. Your Grace, I would advise against such actions. Perhaps you might consider selecting a few of the most heinous slave masters for execution to establish your authority. Should the Griffin King be unwilling to take Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of governance. They are, after all, your subjects, are they not? Barristan earnestly counseled. Recalling the mad kings he had served, Aerys, Robert, Joffrey, none of whom had been sane, he truly wished to avoid the shadow of the mad king falling upon Daenerys. Perhaps it was due to the tradition of incestuous marriages that the Targaryen family exhibited such madness. Aegon II Targaryen once remarked that whenever a Targaryen was born, the gods would toss a coin into the air, determining whether they would be mad or great. Thus, Barristan hoped that Daenerys would embody the latter rather than the former. However, to his astonishment, his words did not temper Daenerys' fervor. Instead, they fueled her wrath. An eye for an eye, blood for blood is the way of my rule. I am the blood of the dragon, and those who defy me shall bear the wrath of the true dragon. Barristan was momentarily taken aback as the mighty dragon above roared in response. At that moment, he began to realize that the enraged queen before him was not merely a Targaryen, but also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away, ceasing her conversation with Barristan, and ordered that would be piled beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the largest of the 3 dragons, upon receiving the command, opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of light and heat. The dragon fire ignited, and Drogon, towering over his siblings, measured over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames were as dark as night, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld them. The cries of agony echoed throughout Meereen, as the slave masters cursed Daenerys with venomous words, yet the only response they received was the pitch-black dragon fire. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined in the inferno. Unlike his elder brother, Rhaegal's flames danced in hues of orange with green streaks, while Viserion's fire shimmered in a pale gold, interlaced with red and orange. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of the Meereenese, exacerbating their hatred for Daenerys. Yet, the freed slaves found a sense of awe mixed with exhilaration. Nothing brought them greater pleasure and vengeful satisfaction than the heartrending wails of their former oppressors. Under Daenerys' command, countless crosses were erected, disregarding the pleas of the slave masters. She commanded the Unsullied to crucify all the slave owners, as well as the noble lords who resisted fiercely. Balistan furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, I advise against this course of action. Perhaps you could select a few of the most heinous slave masters to execute as a demonstration of power. Should the Griffin King refuse to take over Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the ways of governance. They are, after all, your subjects as well. Are they not? Balistan earnestly counseled, for he had served under mad kings, Robert, Joffrey, none of whom were sane. He truly wished to see no reflection of madness in Daenerys. Perhaps due to the tradition of intermarriage, the Targaryen lineage harbored a propensity for madness. Aegon II Targaryen once remarked that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Thus, Balistan hoped Daenerys would embody the latter rather than the former. However, to his astonishment, his words did not dissuade Daenerys. Rather, they inflamed her fury. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, is the essence of my rule. I am the true-born child of the dragon. Those who defy me shall face the wrath of the true dragon. Balistan was momentarily stunned as the colossal dragon soaring above let out a roar. It dawned on him that the queen before him, ablaze with rage, was not merely of Targaryen blood but also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away from Balistan, choosing instead to command that would be piled beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the largest of the black dragons, upon receiving the command, opened his maw, unleashing a surge of light and heat. The dragon fire ignited, and Drogon, being the most massive of the three siblings, now measured over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames were as dark as night, instilling an involuntary awe. The screams echoed throughout Meereen, as the slave masters cruelly cursed Daenerys, but only the inky dragonfire responded. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray. Unlike his elder brother Drogon, Rhaegal's flames bore an orange hue with hints of green, while Viserion's flames shimmered in pale gold interspersed with red and orange. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the Meereenese, deepening their resentment towards Daenerys. Yet, the freed slaves, witnessing the spectacle, felt a mix of awe and exhilaration. Nothing could bring them greater joy and a sense of vindication than the wretched screams of their once mighty oppressors. Under Daenerys' command, a multitude of crosses was brought forth. Ignoring the pleas of the slave masters, she directed the Unsullied to crucify all the slave owners and the noble lords who had fought to the death. Balistan's brow furrowed once more. Your Majesty, I strongly advise against this. Perhaps you could select a few of the most egregious slave masters to execute as a demonstration of your authority. Should the Griffin King refuse to accept the governance of Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of ruling. They are, after all, your people. Are they not? Balistan earnestly cautioned the Mad King, Robert, and Joffrey, asserting that none of the monarchs he had served were sane. He fervently wished to prevent any semblance of the Mad King from manifesting in Daenerys. Perhaps due to the tradition of consanguinity, the Targaryen lineage harbored a propensity for madness. Aegon II Targaryen once proclaimed that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Thus, Balistan hoped that Daenerys would embody the latter, rather than the former. However, to his astonishment, his words did not dissuade Daenerys. Instead, they ignited her fury further. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, is the tenet of my reign. I am the blood of the dragon. Those who defy me shall bear the wrath of the true dragon. Balistan was momentarily taken aback as the colossal dragon soared above, letting out a fearsome roar. At that moment, he began to comprehend the ferocity of the queen before him, a being not merely of Targaryen blood but also the mother of dragons. Daenerys turned away from Balistan, commanding that piles of firewood be stacked beneath hundreds of crucifixes. Drogon, the largest of the black dragons, Drogon, responded to her command. Opening his maw as light and heat surged forth. The dragon fire ignited, and Drogon, the largest among his siblings, now spanned over 3 meters from head to tail. His flames, as dark as the night, instilled a profound sense of awe. The air filled with the anguished cries of the slave masters, who cursed Daenerys with venomous malice. Yet the only response to their lamentations was the ravenous black flames. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the inferno. Unlike his elder brother Drogon, Rhaegal's flames bore a hint of green amidst their orange hue, while Viserion's fire shimmered in pale gold with tinges of red and orange. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the Meereenese, deepening their animosity towards Daenerys. However, the liberated slaves experienced a mix of reverence and exhilaration. Nothing was more pleasurable than the wretched wails of their former oppressors. Under Daenerys's command, a multitude of crucifixes was brought forth. Ignoring the pleas of the slave masters, she ordered the Unsullied to nail all the slave masters and those who resisted fiercely to the crosses. Balistan furrowed his brow at this sight. Your Majesty, I advise against this course of action. Perhaps you might select a few of the most heinous slave masters for execution to establish your authority. Should King Griffin be unwilling to assume control of Meereen, you will need to remain here to learn the art of governance. After all, they are your subjects. Are they not? What Barristan did not anticipate was that his words would not deter Daenerys. Instead, they would only serve to fan the flames of her wrath. An eye for an eye, a life for a life, such is the path of my dominion. I am the trueborn of the dragon, and those who defy me shall face the fury of the dragon. Barristan was momentarily taken aback as the colossal dragon soared above, releasing a fearsome roar. It was then that he realized the queen before him, ablaze with anger, was not merely of Targaryen blood but also the mother of dragons. Turning away from Barristan, Daenerys commanded that would be piled beneath the hundreds of crosses. Drogon, the largest of the black dragons, upon receiving the order, opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of light and heat. As flames erupted, Drogon, the mightiest among his brothers, stretched over 3 meters from head to tail. His fire, as dark as the night, invoked an involuntary sense of awe. The cries of despair echoed throughout Meereen as slave masters hurled venomous curses at Daenerys, yet in response, only the black dragon fire met their vitriol. Even Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray. Unlike his elder brother, Drogon, Rhaegal's flames bore an orange hue intertwined with green streaks, while Viserion's fire shimmered in pale gold with hints of red and orange. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of the Meereenese, deepening their resentment towards Daenerys. However, the liberated slaves felt a mixture of reverence and exhilaration. Nothing brought them more joy and a sense of retribution than the anguished wails of their once mighty oppressors.